the drama of the moment. This is TNT Sports, home of NASCAR's race for the championship. This is the Discover Card Countdown to Green as we get ready to go racing.
Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. NASCAR has been coming here since 1950. The Southern 500 earned its stripes for three reasons: where it's at, who has won it, and who has not. 1 week ago, it was a good old-fashioned Saturday night short track race. Today, we once again return to the roots of NASCAR. After the sunset last Saturday, the tradition and the temper of Bristol shine bright. Here comes Gordon, right up against the back bumper. Everybody in the crowd on their feet. The bump and run. There it is. Gordon underneath to the lead. Today, the Winston Cup Series renews a tradition as old as the sport itself, the Southern 500. A true racer knows the history of Darlington. Those that don't, learn facts. The next step for the championship challengers is find a way to tame a track that has brought racers more than 50 years of fame and frustration. Veteran drivers have visions of victory here. Younger drivers simply have dreams. Tonight, when the sun sets on Darlington, only one driver will be enjoying a little Southern comfort.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me double shot of time.
TNT Sports presents the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. Today, live from Darlington, South Carolina, it's the 53rd running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Darlington Raceway, a gray but gritty old biddy. She rewards the graceful and will punish the greedy. They call this the track too tough to tame. How tough is it? The King Richard Petty won 200 races, but only won the Southern 500 once. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Southern 500. I'm Bill Weber, and I know you want to hear about the weather. Well, it has rained here most of the morning. It stopped about 11 o'clock, then it started again about a half an hour ago. I'm not going to kid you. I am no meteorologist. But after these showers that are currently over the track move through, which hopefully won't take very long, there is an area of clear, dry weather that should allow us to run the Southern 500 today. We're all very hopeful about it. If this was golf, we would be at the Masters, an old course complete with an ancient grandstand. There's no electronic people mover here, no towering scoring pylon in the infield to let you know who's running 25th, because in the Southern 500, 25th doesn't matter. The old garage here is so crammed with cars the crews can barely move in there, and most of the fans that are here today are parked in a muddy field somewhere. That's probably just how it was 53 years ago. This was the first place where NASCAR raced on pavement, and you can make the argument if they hadn't raced here then, they might not be racing anywhere now. Qualifying was rained out on Friday. That means the starting field was set by the NASCAR rulebook, which basically is owners' points and past winners. That means the top 5 guys in points are the first 5 guys in the field. And since it's just 145 points from first to 5th in the standings, any one of those 5 guys could leave here as the Winston Cup point leader. Let's start with the guy that came to Darlington as the point leader. Here's Dave Burns.
And Bill, he came to Darlington having finished 7th last week at Bristol, putting distance on all the guys in the top 5 except for Gordon. Can you widen that gap just a little bit by winning here eventually today when we get started?
We'll hope so. We feel like we got a pretty good car with the Coors Light Dodge. Same car we won here with us in the spring, and it's real good on long runs yesterday, and that's what it takes here at Darlington. If you get real quick for 10 laps, really back up. But our car wasn't, that burst of speed, but it was real consistent. So that's what we're hoping for.
Now I got to ask you, we're kind of waiting out the rain here. How are you passing the time waiting out the rain here? Watching a movie, weren't you?
What?
Yeah, on TNT.
Yeah, Outlaw Josie Wells.
One of the best movies ever?
Best movies ever.
Yeah, big Clint Eastwood fan?
Yeah.
All right. Now, if Clint were going to adjust on your car today, what would be the main thing he would focus on? Certainly, it's cooler than it normally is here.
I don't know. We, the tire sheet yesterday showed us just a little bit loose, wasn't bad, but the weather's going to be cool again, so probably wouldn't adjust much. Maybe the air pressure just a little bit.
Okay, and your team only has one DNF all this year. How important was it to come away from Bristol having not crashed out the car?
Well, we was really terrible in practice, and we went to the 41 team and got there set up, and it was a total different race car. And had a good car. It was a little quicker than the leader, but it took us about 50 laps to get going. But it run good, and went to the rear one time. Jack got hung on the car and went all the way to the rear and come back up to, I guess, 8th or 10th. So had a real good car, and I was happy to get out of there. Wasn't many dents on the fenders, and wasn't mad at anybody, so it's a good day.
It was a good day. The outlaw Sterling Marlin will try to make it a sweep here at Darlington in 2002. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
And Dave, Mark Martin has gained points on Sterling Marlin in 3 of the past 4 races, but rain and the Lady in Black could shake things up a little bit today in that points race. Mark, how do you think this racetrack is going to change from the happy hour yesterday to where it is today?
Well, I think it'll change a lot, especially throughout the race. The start of the race, I'm not sure that any of us know exactly what to expect with it being green, but if we get to run 500 miles, man, that racetrack will be a whole different animal at the end of this thing than at the beginning.
Now, this place has such a mean reputation as a tough racetrack. You won this race back in '93. When you look back now, as you get older, does that win mean a lot more to you now than maybe it did when you won this race?
I didn't have any idea of the history of this race coming from Arkansas and not, growing up in NASCAR land. I had no idea it had any significance when I won the race. It's only been the last 3 or 4 years that I've seen how you guys torment the guys who haven't won a Southern 500.
Rusty Wallace.
Yes, about that. So exactly. So it is a big race. It means an awfully lot to anyone who understands the history of NASCAR. It is a really tough racetrack, and it's one of those that you can have everything going your way and have a fraction of a second mental lapse, and your chances are over.
Now, all summer long, you've had a little bit more of a bounce in your step, and you've had some pressure on you to win your first Winston Cup championship because the little guy, Matty here, second in the summer shootout points. Now, you've had a great year. Are you putting pressure on Dad to get that first Winston Cup championship, Matty?
You bet.
You bet. Hey, how about your season? You had a great year, didn't you?
Yeah, I got second in the summer shootout, and we're running 4th in national points.
Now, what's that do for you as a father? Because it just seems like your relationship has grown, and you seem like you're almost happier at the racetrack because of what he does on his racetrack.
Well, it's a lot of fun because, see, I can't be the youngest best. I can't approach that territory anymore. How exciting it was when I first started and accomplishing things that I didn't know that I could. And those are the kinds of things that, we have the opportunity to do with Matt. If he was playing baseball, I could sit in the stands and watch him play, but I couldn't tell him, anything that might help him with the game. With racing, that's a little bit different. And so I'm able to hopefully give him some advice here and there that, can really help him. And we're doing it together, and it's been a real bonding process that we've been through the last couple of years going racing together. So we're having having a lot of fun with it.
Now, Matty, the big question of the day. Is he going to gain some points on Sterling Marlin and win his second Southern 500 today?
I hope so.
There you have it. He won here back in 1993, Marty, and he hopes to win here in 2002.
Well, Matt, Tony Stewart's effort to win his first ever Winston Cup championship hit, what would you call it, a road bump last week, maybe a speed bump last week, 24th at Bristol, and you had so much momentum before that. Is it critical to get that momentum back today, Tony?
Yeah, but I think this is the part of the season where we normally have gained a lot of momentum, and historically over the last 3 years, this is where we get in a stretch where we gain the most points. So I'm pretty optimistic that last week was just a hiccup in the road, and we'll be on track this week again.
You have had some tremendous success here in a very short period of time. You haven't won here yet, but even an open wheel guy coming from that world, where would a win at Darlington rank in the category for you?
Well, not only to win at Darlington, but to win the Southern 500. I mean, the history, you learn a lot watching the Speed Channel. So, being able to follow the history and see all the shows and learn the history of Darlington and, what the Southern 500 means to the stock car racing community. It's, it compares a lot to winning Indianapolis and how much that means to IndyCar racers. So, for stock car racing, the Southern 500, it's not the Daytona 500, but, the Southern 500 historically is a very, very big race. So to win today would be a big win for us.
They had a great car here in the spring, but what do you remember from the spring race?
I remember leaving this way and then this way. It wasn't exactly the way I wanted to leave the racetrack by any means.
The helicopter.
Yeah, the helicopter ride was a quick way out of the track, but I didn't want to leave that early. I wanted to leave about 2 hours after the race was over, after Victory Lane, hopefully.
Now, we just talked to Matt Martin, and Mark Martin's got his kid there, but you guys were having a little horseplay here with your coach driver, Jeff Patterson. Now, that was not nice what he did to you.
Yeah, Matt is Mark's son, and Gooch is my son, so...
Except he's a little older.
He's a lot older and a lot bigger, too. So, no, it's fun. I mean, I've known Gooch for, I guess, since '96 when I started with Harry Ranier. And, just like anybody else that works for us, they've been, almost family for years. I mean, really good friends. So we're just horsing around. We don't have much to do down here today but watch it rain and hang out with our buddy Marty Rowe from Diamond Rio, who's here with us today.
I'm glad that doesn't hurt when he picks you up like that. That's good.
Don't make me do that to you.
I will make you do that to me. The good thing about the rain out for Tony Stewart, Bill, he's got his best ever Darlington start. He will start 4th today.
Okay, Marty, thanks a lot. The final third of the Winston Cup season begins today with Ricky Rudd 7th in points. As we told you last week, Ricky knows where his future is at. He has signed a contract to drive for the Wood Brothers beginning in 2003. Ricky has 23 career wins. That's 24th on the all-time list. And most of them have come with some of NASCAR's top teams.
Well, there's a road in a distant line, and the eagle flies with the gun. And if you can't be with the one you love, not the one you with, not the one you with, not the one you with, not the one you with.
And we're joined on the wagon by Ricky Rudd, starting 7th today when they go. When it does go green here, your thoughts on today's race?
Well, the Southern 500, it's a tricky old racetrack at Darlington. It always has been, and we haven't been fortunate enough to be able to win this thing. We've had some good runs here. We've won the spring race, but doesn't seem to quite carry the power or the press that comes with winning the Southern 500. So we've got our work cut out for us.
So Mark Martin said I should torment you since you haven't won the Southern 500. This is one that all you guys really want because of the history and the guys who have gone to Victory Lane in this race.
Well, I'm fair game, I guess, if you want to pick on somebody, like say that we do have one thing going. We have won the spring race.
That's right.
So maybe we can learn from that. That's been a few years back. But again, it's a big race. It carries a lot of prestige with it. And, this day and time, any race that you can win carries a lot of prestige. It means a lot. It means a lot to the sponsors, Haviland, any race that you can win for these guys, it means a lot.
2003 to the Wood Brothers.
Yeah, real excited about that, Bill. Just a super bunch of guys. I've known them, all my racing career. I've known them. I've looked up to them, and I remember the days when David Pearson drove for them and won so many races for them. And they've had some good things since then happen to them. They won, I guess, at Bristol last year with Elliott Sadler,
right.
and it's a team that I feel real comfortable with. That I feel at home with, and I like what they're doing. The sponsorships, Motorcraft has stepped up and gave them some support, extra support. Ford Motor Company's pledged a lot of wind tunnel time. So, it's a team that's sort of in a rebuilding process, and I feel like I can help them a little bit and do my part to help get them back up where they deserve.
7th in points, 268 out of the lead. Took a hit last week at Bristol.
Well, we really did. We had an engine failure last week at Bristol, which is rare for the Yates organization, and we were running right where we needed to be. We're right in the top 10, and had a good chance to improve on that. I felt like we had a top 3 car. We sort of like to wait till about lap 350 to really get serious and really go after it. And we just didn't get to lap 350. We got to about the halfway point and the motor let go. So those are the things that kill us. We took a 100-point hit last week. We were 6th going into Bristol. We came out, luckily only lost one position. We're back to 7th. But, that lead is sort of slipping away. We're 268 or so out of the lead. And it can change very quickly. We're not out of it, but we can't afford any more DNFs.
You know as well as I do, there have been a number of stories about what's gone on with you and Robert Yates Racing. There seems to be some concern, Ricky, among the fans as to whether or not you guys can hold it together for the final 12 races.
Well, I think if you go back and look at the results, unfortunately, they don't speak too highly what's been going on the last 3 or 4 weeks. Performance has not been there like it needs to be. Engine failure, which is rare for us. So there's a lot of things that I don't know if you can blame it on things going to be quite a bit different next year.
Right.
Certainly we don't hope so. I think everybody's given 120%. But, again, there's things that I can't control. All I can do is go out there and run 120% every weekend. And anybody that knows me, I'm not a quitter. It doesn't matter if I'm changing teams or not. I'm not a quitter. I don't give up. I don't think this team has let up, but we certainly can't afford any engine failures, and the team has got to perform, and everybody else is stepping the program up. We certainly can't take a step back.
And next week you defend at Richmond, right?
Yeah, Richmond was a good place for us last year. It was a pretty exciting race right there, and we did have a good test at Richmond about 3 or 4 weeks ago, so we're looking forward to going back, hometown state, and picking up where we left off at the last time we were there at the night race.
Terrific. Thanks for coming up here, and hope you get a Southern 500 so I don't have to torment you anymore.
Thank you, Bill.
Ricky Rudd starts 7th today. They are starting to dry the track here at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. They had 5 get dryers yesterday, 7 today.
Discover Card Countdown to Green is presented by Discover Card. It pays to discover. And by Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner. Burn fat, crush cravings, and supercharge your energy.
Hey TNT, it's great to be here in Darlington. Even though it's raining a little bit, we're hoping it's going to clear up, but hoping to get this race, and it just don't look good right now. I always look forward to coming here to Darlington and racing here. I love this racetrack. I know it's kind of hard. You get hurt here, and you feel like it might dampen your spirits by coming back. But I mean, I love coming here and I love racing here.
Steve Park is charged up. He was critically injured in the Busch race here 1 year ago, missed the first 4 races of the season, made his return here at Darlington in the spring, and will start 36th today. During this race, you will probably hear this technical term: I got caught up in somebody else's mess. Translation: I was just out there driving, the knuckleheads in front of me wrecked, and I couldn't get stopped in time. When your stuff gets torn up, you gotta make the most of it. And if you do well, you just might win the Golden Benny.
Okay, for this week's Golden Benny, let's go back to the Saturday night race at Bristol, lap 299.
Jeff Burton, the 5th place car, just had nowhere to go. He was running 5th. And that's the problem at Bristol. You get caught up in somebody else's mess. He had nowhere to go. He had a good race car, and now he's done.
Not so fast there, Wally. See the guys putting water in the car next to the driver. On the other side, the steam coming out, trying to protect the guys working on the car, covering the steam up. And all the guys in the front with pry bars, with hammers, with chisels, trying to get the grill opening open so air would go through there to cool the water off. They did it, able to finish on the lead lap, ran all 500 laps, and finished in the 13th position. Frankie Stoddard, the Sitco crew, gets my nomination and the award, this week's Golden Benny. Frankie, congratulations.
Well, thank you, Benny. We're honored to accept the Golden Benny. I guess that one of our Roush teammates already had it this year, a 17 car, so this makes the second Roush car I think that's got it this year. That's pretty cool.
How many times did you stop and try to straighten the car out after the crash?
Well, the guys tell me 20 times.
Come on, they didn't have 20 laps on the caution.
And you told me 10 or 12, so I don't know. I mean, but at least probably between 12 and 16 times.
Let me ask somebody, PK, how many times did you stop? Have you any idea?
12 to 16. All I know is he told me that if I don't get it fixed, he's going to come down off the box. I guess I didn't do a good job. He came down off the box, so.
I saw you out there with a helmet on. What was that all about?
I wanted to get a little TV time, I guess,
With a big hammer in your hand.
Actually, it was a big crowbar. My ace body guy, Al Allen, he gave me this big crowbar, 17 foot long. It looked like I was, had an oar out there or something, trying to paddle my way home. I need that actually out here today.
You do. Hey, guys, congratulations. You did a terrific job. Lead lap, 13th. You get the Golden Benny. Bill?
Okay, thanks, BP, and congratulations to Frank and the guys. Now, for many race fans, this is their favorite 3-race stretch of the season. The Bristol night race, the Southern 500, then next Saturday night at Richmond. And it got off to a wild start in Thunder Valley.
Something like a shot through the window.
And Ward Burton was fined this week by NASCAR $5,000, not because he throws like Alan Bestwick, but because he ventured onto the track in an unsafe situation. From the news and notes this week, NASCAR chairman and CEO Bill France Jr. had bypass surgery on Wednesday. On Tuesday evening, Mr. France fell and broke his right hip. He was taken to the hospital. After tests were performed, doctors recommended the bypass. That was performed, and the hip was repaired yesterday. His brother Jim said doctors expect a full recovery. Mr. France this morning was removed from a ventilator, and one of the first things he wanted to know, what's the weather at Darlington? Our get well wishes to Mr. France and best wishes to the entire France family. Last night, 4 new members were inducted into the National Motorsports Press Hall of Fame here in Darlington. It was a big evening. Dale Inman is the only crew chief to win 8 Winston Cup championships, 7 with Richard Petty and 1 with Terry Labonte. Bud Moore contributed to winning teams in a variety of motorsports and won 2 Winston Cup championships. The late Ed Otto was the first vice president of NASCAR. And Leonard Wood and his brother Glenn formed the Wood Brothers Racing in 1949. 17 of NASCAR's 50 greatest racers have driven for that team. In addition to all his accomplishments in racing, Leonard Wood is one of the most pleasant people you could ever hope to meet. Kenny Wallace is the new driver in the 23 Dodge, owned by Bill Davis. He replaces Hut Strickland. That is effective here. It's also good for next season when Kenny will take the sponsorship of Stacker 2, put it on the side of that 23 car, and drive for Bill Davis. And car owner Andy Petrie told us on Friday that his attempt to sell his team to Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones has fallen through. Petrie owns the 55 car that is driven by Bobby Hamilton. Coming up next, 3.5 hours, 500 miles, 2,000 corners, one man doing all the work. Are drivers athletes? That's the question. We'll get some answers. NASCAR on TNT is in Darlington, South Carolina. That's about 20 minutes west of Interstate 95 that runs through Florence, South Carolina, and about an hour from the beautiful South Carolina coastline. Just under 2 hours from the airport in Charlotte. And the only thing missing from this map is the rain, which we're hoping will go away just like that. How about that? The first Southern 500 was held here on September 4th, 1950, when the track was measured at 1.25 miles. Today, it's 1.366 miles around this place, and it's an egg shape instead of a true oval. Where do we get an explanation for all of this? Well, be careful who you ask, because you just might get a big fish story.
Well, Bill, you know there is a story behind the Darlington Raceway and its unique shape, and it is a fish story, actually. In 1949, Mr. Brazington went to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, had such a good time, he came back and told his friend, Mr. Ramsey, you know what? We need to build a super speedway on your land. And Ramsey said, you know, that's okay, but the one thing you can't do is disturb my prize minnow pond. Brazington said, that's all right, I can do that. So he squeezed down one end of the track, which we now know as turns 3 and 4, to give this track its very unique and asymmetrical shape. Now the pond, the minnow pond that was originally part of the story, well, that's gone. The place where I'm standing is a pond that they have since sort of flooded the area and made for fishing and things like that. And as we get a little flyover practice here, we asked our resident angler in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, Ryan Newman, to come out here and do a little fishing and show me exactly how it's done. But Ryan came out here yesterday, and with raindrops falling, he didn't catch a thing. In fact, he spent almost 15, 20 minutes out here and never even got a nibble. But you know, Ryan did tell me something about fishing before he left the scene. He said, when you fish at Darlington, you got to fish the pond. Don't fish the other fishermen. And I've done that. I set a line earlier today, and I've been real patient, waiting to see if I've caught anything on this one. And by golly, I think I've got a bite now. And it's a big one. It's a real big one. And Bill, the thing about Darlington is early on, cars used to go over the embankment here, and some of them landed real close to the pond. And I think there's still some debris down here from one of those early wrecks.
Well, the signature of Wally Dallenbach. So I guess that calls for an explanation.
I resemble that remark.
Yes, you certainly do.
Yes, I did.
You've hit things here before
I've
hard.
hit things everywhere.
But you wouldn't hit it in your car earlier today. We tried to get the Ford No Boundaries car on the track. He didn't want to drive in the rain.
That's not my call. That was a NASCAR call. I was ready. I think Bill Weber was ready.
I was ready,
I was
Wally.
going to give
I
Bill
was
a
ready,
ride,
yes.
and I was going to give you a ride, which really disappoints me. I didn't get to give you a ride.
But after seeing that, Alan, I'm not sure I want to ride with Wally.
Not here, no. I don't think those right side roll bars are quite strong enough.
Yeah, maybe next week at Richmond, Waldo.
Absolutely. Anytime, Bill.
Hey, but I got a baseball. Oh, never mind. We
Go
did
there
that before.
We'll see you guys in a little while. Now, from the high banks at Bristol to the flat track at Martinsville, 600 miles at Charlotte, bumper-to-bumper restrictor plate racing at Daytona and Talladega. 43 men trying to manhandle their stubborn 3,400-pound machines. Are race car drivers athletes? Well, society likes to measure athletic skill with sticks and balls, and that's okay. All the racers want you to know is that this is no simple Sunday drive.
I don't think that Scottie Pippen could sit in my car for 4.5 hours, 140 degrees, without flipping out.
Can I line up against a pitcher and hit a ball out of the ballpark? No. I don't believe he could sit in my race car and race me.
And they do it while pinched tightly into a molded seat, too snug to even squirm for comfort. With the pressure of getting on and off of pit road, cautions cannot count as timeouts. The slightest mistake can be painful. And of course, there's no air conditioning.
Whether it's at Martinsville and you've got the brake temperature, whether it's a road course, you've got all the temperature of the car. Everything's high, the engine, the transmission, the car itself.
We lose 7 or 8 pounds every Sunday. There's no timeouts, there's no break.
Best way to describe what we do is, and you've all heard this, is roll your windows up on a hot sunny day and turn the heat wide open and ride around 400 or 500 miles and see what happens.
The 4-hour mental challenge of racing your machine within inches of another is intense. But the punishing physical effects of G-forces can also take their toll on the body.
Track like Fontana, it's flat. Like Las Vegas, you're more thrown to the right-hand side of the car. You're more tossed to the right. Whereas at Daytona or Atlanta, even Bristol, the racetracks are banked so much it pushes you straight down into the seat and actually compresses the body a little bit.
You know, you can move your head a little bit in your arms. That's it. And that, whereas in fatigues on your backbone, just pounding into that seat, lap after lap after lap.
You know, even when you ride a roller coaster, you don't put a helmet on. And put a helmet on with a weight on it and said, okay, now go ride the roller coaster. It'd be a whole different experience, and that's what we go through.
Drivers in the Winston Cup Series often play hurt. There are no relief pitchers or backup quarterbacks. In the end, athletes are defined by their abilities and the boundaries of their sport.
If you put Kobe Bryant or Derek Jeter or Tiger Woods in your race car and they drove for you at an event, what part of their body would be the most sore?
I would probably have to say that their back and their neck is going to get the most sore.
Anymore, you drive your cars with your shoulders as much as you do with your chest, especially as much as you do with your hands. Because the wheels are so close to us, you end up using your chest a lot.
About 20 or 30 laps into the race, my hands will start to hurt because I'm gripping the wheel so tight, and I have to remind myself to just, relax just a little bit.
Just sit home one night and put your foot on against something and just hold it there for 4 hours and see if that's hard on you or not.
Trying to hold yourself in that seat and turn the wheel and push the gas, all those things working against one another really knocks up your lower back.
When you're trying to drive a car faster than it will go, it becomes incredibly physical. And, if you're not out of breath, like you've been running, you're not working it hard enough.
Now, one of the most popular questions we get from race fans is why do drivers sit so close to the steering wheel? Well, now you know. And if you want to find out how it tires your arms, get a book, your phone book, or this is my notebook for this race, and hold it out here when this race starts and see how quickly your arms get tired. Then, after you rest, bring the notebook in and try and turn it, the steering wheel, using your chest and your arms. And you'll understand why drivers sit so close to the wheel. Wally, it really has the ability to wear you out if you don't get that seat properly fitted in the race car in relationship to the wheel.
Yeah, Bill, you explained that perfect. I mean, basically, everybody gets real close to the wheel for leverage. You've got better leverage using your shoulder and your upper body. And when the wheel's out far, when I first drove a stock car, I had the wheel way out there. And with all the G-forces and turning for 3 or 4 hours, my arms were ready to fall off. So then I understood why everybody had the steering wheel so close to them, but you explained it perfect.
Well, thank you, Wally, and I apologize for making the comments about your car being in the lake.
It's okay. It really was.
Okay. So when the race starts, get yourself a book and try it. First out like this, then rest, then in like this, and see how it goes. I'm going to read my notes. We'll come back. You're watching NASCAR on TNT. We're at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina, where they continue to dry the track.
Discover Card Countdown to Green is presented by Discover Card. It pays to discover. And by Mountain Dew. Take it up a notch. Now make it 2.
Well, a couple of good signs. We had jets flying overhead, and we have jet dryers on the racetrack, hopefully closing in soon on the green flag to the Southern 500. And I think they're coming back again for another flyover. If you win a race and you're the point leader, you win the Winston Leader bonus. Today, that bonus is a record $200,000. How big is that? Well, in 15 of the 24 races this year, that $200,000 is more than the winner got. Only 5 guys have a shot at it. One of them is Jeff Gordon. Let's hear from him.
And Bill, Jeff Gordon rides in the Darlington track race, had tons of success, trying to do something he's done 15 times before. Back up one win with another, and what a win it would be, another Southern 500.
Oh, it would. Darlington's a special place. It has been extremely good to us, and it's just so nice to finally, just get that pressure off of us to finally get that first win. That first win of the season is always important. I just didn't know it was going to take so long to get it.
Now everybody's going to be talking about, all right, when's Gordon not going to win? But going back to last week, and a lot of people have talked about the patented bump and run, and you've done it to Rusty before.
Yeah, I guess at a place like Bristol, if you can get to the guy's bumper, and you get that close to the finish and you're that hungry,
it's legal.
It's probably, I don't know how legal it is, but it's going to happen. And, I think that had things been reversed, the same thing would have happened. We're both real hungry. And he slipped up off of 2. I got a heck of a run on him, and it didn't even really seem to be a second thought. It was just run in there as hard as you can and race as hard as you can and get the win. And, maybe in the past when we've won a bunch of races in one season, I would have thought twice about it, but I certainly didn't this time. As much as people have been writing about us, I just wanted to win.
Now, have you had a chance to maybe pass each other coming out to the motor coach, or maybe in the driver's meeting or in the garage here, and talk about it?
I saw him in the driver's meeting. Yeah, we talked. Everything's fine.
All right.
I mean, I'm not going to get any favors in return, but no, Rusty's been racing a long time. I've been racing a long time. It goes both ways. He didn't wreck. He didn't back in the wall, and it was a short track. So we got Richmond coming up in a couple weeks.
Now you're 111 points out of first. Everybody kept saying all year, just keep Gordon up against the ropes, so he won't have enough time to come back and win the title. You've got that first win. Do you feel like now you guys are going to be able to build on that?
I hope so. We were really good in yesterday's practice. We've got 3 races here in a row that are excellent for us. One was Bristol, this weekend here at Darlington, next week Richmond. I'm hoping we can really take advantage of the tracks that we run well at, and then the ones that we've maybe struggled at a little bit this year, I'm hoping we can get better, or just get a little bit better finishes and maintain through those tracks. But a lot of different ways to win a championship, and it's just nice to be in the hunt, nice to be kind of thought right now as a factor in the championship.
Now, NASCAR is one big racing family, but not many people know that last year when he was chasing the championship against the 28 team, he actually had a horrific accident at the Atlanta Motor Speedway during a testing session, and Fatback McSwain actually worked on his race car, his remote control race car, and he says you're not much of a driver remote control car-wise, and you're not much of a mechanic either. You don't even have your car here because you broke it again?
No, wait a minute. That wasn't the case. Yeah, I did wreck a car at Atlanta really bad, but he didn't have to fix that one. That was the one I stripped the gear on. He's a heck of a mechanic, much better mechanic all the way around than I am a driver on these remote control cars.
What happened in the crash?
I realized that you don't take a car that's built out of plastic and run it into a concrete barrier. That's not a good idea.
And he also said Jeff's a great driver, but he certainly is not any mechanic, and quit playing with the carburetor, something we try to tell Marty Snyder not to do as well. Just drive. Marty?
Yeah, I try to just drive, Matt. And now let's get back to Bristol. And the losing end of that bump and run was Rusty Wallace. And Jeff says now, if you were behind him, that you would have done it the same way. Do you agree with that?
I was hungry for a win, and he was hungry for a win, and he had to do what he thought he had to do to win the race. It was real disappointing because I really thought I had it won. And, man, I run up in that lap car, and that killed me. But other than that, it was a real good run. And I don't know. I need to answer that question, not him, and I have to take that to myself for a while.
Well, now, if you were Jeff Gordon, would you be driving in the rearview mirror a lot in the next few weeks?
Well, all I can tell you is that nothing's free in this world. I know that, and I'm not the type of driver that takes anything. I never have been. Got myself in trouble for it a lot. So, although I'm not the type of driver that's gonna hurt anything, if I get close enough, he'll get a return favor. I'll guarantee you.
And this happened in '97, '98, I believe it was, and the reverse situation, and Richmond was the payback date.
Well, everybody thought that was a payback. I really thought he just kind of pulled down on me a little bit right there. Other than that, it was a pretty good race.
Now, for you, he said you guys did talk in the drivers' meeting. And were you nice to him?
Oh, I was real nice to him. I was real nice to him. No problem.
Now, let's talk about Darlington. This has never been your best racetrack. What makes this place so tough for you, Rusty?
It's been a good track for me off and on, but I haven't been consistent here. The car's either loose or it's pushing or it's right or it's wrong, or it'll start out and be good early, then be great in the afternoon. I've had a lot of second-place finishes here and a lot of good top 5 runs, but I'd say the changing track conditions have been tough. I think that we'll start out the day. The car will probably be real tight, probably come around halfway through the event, something like that. But if I knew the answer to that, I'd try. I've tried coming here and testing and running through 20 or 30 sets of tires, and that hasn't worked because when you come back, the track's so much different. But I'm not a quitter, man. We're going to run good here. I know we will.
I know you really want your second championship, Rusty. 162 out of the lead right now in 6th place. Is this where the playoffs begin? You're always serious about the championship, but does the Southern 500 really mark the playoffs for the Winston Cup Series where you really start focusing on the championship?
It marked it a couple weeks ago, really. I mean, in fact, I've been working all year long to try to get in a position. The good thing about our team is we got slammed a couple times and able to crawl back to the top. Now, the top 6 cars are only 160 out. I believe the 7th place car is over 270 out. So I think the top 6 cars are where the championship's going right now. And I just hope I'm one of them. I feel really strong about our chances this year. I know we're going to be strong.
And then how critical are the next few weeks towards winning that championship, Rusty?
They're very, very critical. Next week's race at Richmond's going to be big. I'm going for $1 million there at one of my favorite tracks that I know I can win at. And I know I can win at this place here at Darlington, too. So we just got to get the pit stops right, stay adjusting on the car throughout the day, and chase this weather.
Well, he talked about those second-place finishes here, Dave. He's done that twice. The last one, 1988.
Marty, I'm standing by with Jeff Burton, who's had an amazing week, really, when you think about it. Starting last week at Bristol, this morning, Benny gave out the Golden Benny to your team. Frankie accepted it for the team. What was going on in the car as they made change after change, pit stop after pit stop? You had to come in. What are you going through while they're working on that car?
I had the easy part. I just come in and stop on the sign and wait until when they tell me to leave. Really at Bristol, it's just a matter of not going a lap down. But they did all the work. They deserve any rewards or anything else. I just bring the car on pit road.
But then you got a lap down and you had to race the leader, so that made it a little tougher, right?
Well, we did get a lap down, but we had a caution immediately on the restart, so it wasn't like we had to work real hard. We chose the outside line, and the wreck happened on the inside line, and so that was beneficial to us. But I can't take much credit for any of those things.
Well, everything worked perfectly for you then. Everything worked perfectly for you yesterday here at Darlington. You won the Busch race. They stopped the race shortly after lap 73. Did you know that when you went halfway down the backstretch there that you would actually, if it rained out the rest of the day, won the race?
No, I did not. I thought that we had to get to 74 and cross at 74. So they stopped us short of the line. So I just assumed that we'd be coming back on Monday because I didn't think we'd get going again. So we sat in the car for an hour, so you had a chance to think about everything. But I didn't know the rule that you actually, there was halfway is on the back straightaway on an odd number of a lap race. I didn't know that rule. So we learn something new every week, I guess.
Well, another way to say it would be half of the advertised distance, which technically, I guess, if you measured it, would be true. Jeff, let's talk about your Winston Cup career here. 2 wins in 1999, none since. Is the car that you have here this weekend capable of getting your 3rd win?
Well, yesterday we were good, but we weren't great. We
we made a lot of long runs. We feel like we have a good understanding of what our car needs to go fast for a long run. The first practice, we were 5th fastest in overall speed, which we don't pay a whole lot of attention to, but it does show you how fast you can go for a short period of time. And then we were 30th fastest in the second one, so we didn't like to see that. We think we need to be able to go faster when they drop the green flag. And today, especially on a day like this, you may get a deal where you have to just go run 15, 20 laps to get to the halfway or something. So we made some changes on that car to try to make it go faster for a short period of time and hopefully not lose what we had and be able to run for a long period of time without losing a lot of speed. That was really our strength. We were strong on a long run, but we weren't as fast as we needed to be to start. So hopefully we made the right adjustments.
And how do you do that without being really specific, Jeff? Is that just geometry on the car and the way things sit? I mean, how do you make a car go fast short and not in the long run?
Well, that's $1 million question. We sit down and we talk about what the car was doing on the short run, why it wouldn't go fast, and then we decide, can we, with a balance, allow us to make a change so that it doesn't go the wrong way and slow you down a whole lot on the run. What generally happens when you run real fast, your car turns really well, and you can go really good for a few laps, but then, especially here, you'll get too loose, and so then it falls off. Our car yesterday was too tight to start, so we couldn't go real fast, but it would stay tight. My car didn't change much, so we think we just free our car up and we'll be okay.
And if you do short runs, let's say the entire time this race runs, do you take one of the factors of this track, the rough surface, sort of out of the equation in the tires?
Well, the rough surface causes the problem of the tires being eaten up. I mean, that's why we have a tremendous amount of fall off in speed. This track is just so abrasive, it just pulls the rubber off the tires. And so at the end of a run, you end up with either your right rear or your right front or both, or even your lefts, without much rubber on them. One of the problems we've had here in the near past is that the left fronts have wore out. So you've got to keep the rubber on your tires. The best way to do that is to have a good handling car. We talk a lot about driver saving tires and all that. I've claimed for forever that's just a bunch of mess. What saves tires on race cars is a good handling car. When you have a good handling car, then you don't have to run at its limit every single lap. And when you don't have to run at its limit, then you can save tires. But if you're not fast enough to keep up, you got to push that car past what it wants to do, and that's how you hurt the tires on it.
All right, Jeff, you're not going to have a little more time here to kill. I see a football game going on out here. Any chance that you'll get involved in a little football here before a race? Have you ever done that before, maybe?
I can assure you that I won't do that. I was remarking, though, it's funny, when you're 2 years old, you'll sit down, you'll watch a ball, and, for hours you'll sit there and watch a ball. Back here we have 50-year-olds, and they've been watching this ball get thrown back and forth for about 30 minutes. It's like they're watching a tennis match.
It's what's entertaining down here right now, guys. I hate to tell you, but yeah, there it goes, and my head and Jeff's just moved over there, and when the ball goes back, it's, just like clockwork, back and forth.
That was a pretty nice spiral. You've got to give him credit. That ball was very tightly thrown.
Looks like he's had some practice.
Yeah, and he's beating up on kids now. That's not good, but it's, you pass time any way you can, I guess.
Well, Marty and I found out we could do that yesterday and beat him in basketball, too, so it really does work.
What else did you do yesterday?
Something about we got impounded a little bit. You were near the big red truck when a call came through, didn't it?
What, did you get in trouble yesterday?
Yeah.
See, you don't race golf.
You knew that.
I tried to tell you that.
Yeah, but I wanted your golf car because it was fast.
I said, you're going to get in trouble for doing this, and you wouldn't listen to me. I know the rules. That's one of the things I do know is rules. And they don't like racing golf carts and riding golf carts down pit roads. They don't like that. So I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen to me.
Now, but think ahead here. If I'd have had your cart, could I have taken Snyder?
Oh, no doubt about it. But Snyder's a Carolina fan, so,
Wow. Okay. And in the buggy that he was in, I was outmatched. But if I'd have had Jeff's golf cart, Snyder would have been down and out.
Okay, thanks, Dave. And in case you missed it during our 7.5 hours of NASCAR Busch Series programming yesterday, including Winston Cup Happy Hour, this is just some of the adventures that we've gone through over the weekend. On Friday, Marty was getting a Darlington stripe. Then they broke into Benny's motor coach, and Marty broke into the fridge. Then Burns blasted Snyder in basketball with an outstanding performance, including there getting the roll. Then they got some lessons from some more skilled opposition. Then they went to work on Benny's car, something about the starter not working and something about losing a CD in the trunk. I was not part of all this. Then Dave went for a ride, but he did find the emergency release in the back of that trunk. Then they went golf cart racing illegally in the NASCAR Winston Cup garage after it was closed. and they were taken to the big red truck. No fines were assessed, but probation for those two. Always a possibility when Burns and Snyder are left loose on the racetrack. Now, the top 5 guys in points are the first 5 guys in the starting field. There have been 98 NASCAR Winston Cup races at this track. 65 of those 98 races have been won by a driver starting in the top 5. But 53 races of the 98 here have been won by a driver that starts in the first 2 rows. The last time the Southern 500 was won by a driver starting in the first 2 rows was September 1st, 1996. 6 years ago today. That driver was Jeff Gordon, who today starts in row 2. The countdown's at 0. Hopefully, the Southern 500 is coming up. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
This has been the Discover Card Countdown to Green. Let's go race it.
TNT Sports welcomes you to Darlington for the 53rd running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. This is a place where NASCAR's past challenges its present. Cars are faster and technology is better, but the track is a throwback, a racing relic, virtually untouched and untamed for 50 years. Welcome back to Darlington. It has been raining here throughout the morning. We have jet dryers out on the track, obviously attempting to dry the racing surface. It is drizzling a little bit right now. It rained most of the morning here in Darlington, stopped about 11 o'clock, and once again the rain kicked in about noon. But NASCAR did an excellent job in making sure we got halfway in the Busch Series here on Saturday, and now they're working just as hard to make sure we can get the entire 500 miles in the Southern 500 this afternoon. So we got our fingers crossed. There is rain in the area. We're hoping that will move out. There is some clear, dry weather behind this drizzle. So again, we've got our fingers crossed. And now, speaking of untamed, here are 3 guys that monopolized this network for 7.5 hours yesterday and are ready to go again today. Alan, Wally, and Benny. Good luck, guys. We'll be down here if you need us.
Yeah, Jerry Lewis has got nothing on us. We're doing a racing telethon on Labor Day weekend. Benny Parsons won here at Darlington in 1978. 2 words for you, BP. Tough track.
Oh, boy, is it ever. This racetrack has never been wide. It's always been very narrow. In the late 60s, they did widen the racetrack at some, and it worked okay for a while. But in the late 60s, the speeds were around in the 140-mile-per-hour range. Now we see the speeds up around 170 in qualifying. They do slow down to the 150s, but the racetrack is still a change, still the same. As the cars go faster, the more narrow the groove becomes. And right now, it's a very narrow racetrack for all these cars to try to get around. Yes, Alan, it's a very tough racetrack.
Yeah, and we always come to Darlington, you always hear the term race to racetrack. And what that means is that's what exactly you do. You race a racetrack. You'll see a lot of guys going into 1 and 2 sideways. And as they approach 1, the car on the outside really needs to back off and let that inside car go, because that inside car is going to slide up and make you a sandwich if you don't let them go. So you really concentrate on just keeping smooth. You know, Jeff Burton was great about the tire management. You can't manage tires here. You have to have a good race car, but you also have to be very patient and take care of your equipment.
Let's talk some more about tires and tire management and racing the racetrack. I'll bet Benny's got a little Thunder Motion on just that topic.
All right, Alan, let's do that. Let's go inside EA Sports Thunder Motion. Wally talked about it. Here's how you make a pass at Darlington. Inside our TNT Pontiac. We pull up alongside Jeff Gordon as we come off the corner. We have position on him. When we get down to turn 1, Gordon backs off. I take the TNT car down in the corner. He follows me. Now, here's what not to do. Don't go in the corner side by side, because that is about always the end result. And we talk about tires. I'm out here on worn tires. Wally, been out here 50 or 60 laps. I need some tires.
EP, watch out. I got fresh tires, and I'm going to be about 2 seconds a lap quicker than you, so see you later. You better get in, or I'm going to leave you.
Tires, tire management, whoever plays the game best may hold the trophy at the end of the day here in Darlington. We've had problems with the weather all weekend. Qualifying rained out on Friday. If you were with us for our telethon yesterday, struggles with the NASCAR Busch Series race in the rain, and again here today. How sensitive to this racetrack are the setups where weather is concerned? You know, someplace like Charlotte, a driver's praying for a cloud before his qualifying lap. What about here? Is this changing weather today going to be a big problem for the teams?
I don't think so. I think as long as it stays overcast, they're going to be okay. The worst thing that can happen is that this racetrack is sun just beating down on the racetrack because it makes it so slippery. These guys can really never simulate racing conditions under the sun. But yesterday, they practiced under these kind of conditions. If the clouds stay there today and they've been here for a week, I don't know why they would leave today. But if they do, I think the drivers and teams will be okay.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Benny's completely right. It's more about the temperature than it is anything else. This track just takes the rubber off the tires. Now, even when you get rubber built up on the racetrack, that doesn't really save your tires. So the biggest thing is going to be watching that temperature. And I think a lot of guys are also going to be watching that radar screen because if it is a shortened race, there's a lot of strategy that comes on whether to make that last pit, because if it's shortened by rain, you may be a hero.
And yet, if you don't stop for tires and they go back racing,
and you're a zero.
And you're a zero. You're going right to the back. All right, we remain hopeful here at Darlington. They're making an effort to dry the track. It's all up to whether or not that precipitation will stop falling. Stay with us, more when we come back.
How's that?
So much of the history of the sport has been written here at Darlington, not all of it pleasant. This was a terrible crash that Richard Petty suffered here back in 1970. Part of the terrible part of the crash was the fact that Petty was exposed after the car was ripped apart in that vicious accident. But as through the history of the sport, problems have led to innovations in the name of safety. BP's at our Team Caliber 360 racer to show us what came of that Richard Petty crash, Benny.
The next time that Richard Petty showed up at a racetrack, he had a window net in the driver's window so that his arm would not come out of the car. To get out of the car, you simply pull it out, you pull out of the car. But the next NASCAR saw that and said, you know, that's such a great idea. The next race, every team had to have a window net in the driver's door.
Part of the history of Darlington, and again, not everything that's happened here has been great over the years, but it did lead to a great safety innovation for the drivers. While we continue to wait out the track drying effort, let's visit with more of the competitors as they kill time during the rain. Matt Yoakum, who you got?
Well, Alan, we're already starting a campaign of 1-800-HELP-WARD due to the $5,000 fine. Little Ashton here, he couldn't afford shoes that had fronts on them, and Jeb, he doesn't have any shoes at all, so you got Caterpillar boots. So let's talk about the throw last week and the fine.
Well, obviously, when you have experiences in life, sometimes, you know, you respond real well to them, and sometimes you do actions that exactly like to be able to go back and have time to redo them over. Obviously, I was really frustrated and showed my frustration, still a little bit disturbed about it, but that's in the past. We're going on to this week, and I'll learn from those mistakes I made last week and hopefully behave myself better next time.
Well, see, we're letting Ashton try to get involved in the TV business. We're trying to get him to hold the mic, but you couldn't come to a better place to get back on track here at Darlington. You've got so much history and success, 2 wins.
Such a neat racetrack. You know, this track has probably got more history than a Daytona racetrack does. The folks at Darlington do a super job. We were at the governor of South Carolina's mansion Thursday supporting the event, and it's been fun ever since. Just hoping Mother Nature will cooperate a little bit.
Now, what's the story that I heard when Ward Burton was a young boy? He camped out here with his brother Jeff and Dad, and you went down the road and chopped down some trees for firewood.
Well, actually, Dad told myself and my brother Brian to go outside and get some firewood. We got the saw out of the back and proceeded to cut down a pretty big-sized loblolly pine right beside the motorhome. And actually, it almost crashed on the Winnebago. Dad heard it and came outside and said, "What are y'all boys doing? We're getting firewood." But we didn't make somebody in the campground real happy with us that day. But we did get some firewood.
Well, that's good. Are you going to make yourself and your team happy today? I mean, your race car was not as great as you would have liked in the final practice session, but it seemed like you were starting to get closer and closer to where you needed it to be.
Yeah, we did. I tell you one thing, too. Really proud of my team. They repaired the car that was wrecked at Bristol. There was somebody on that car from Sunday afternoon to Thursday night, 24 hours a day, and I think that they put forth just a gallant effort. We wasn't really happy with it yesterday morning, but got a lot more satisfied with the car yesterday late in practice, and feel like that we'll adjust on all day and have a shot at it.
Well, we'll start taking donations for that $5,000, so that way little Ashton can get some shoes and possibly Jeb too.
Marty. Well, Matt, Bobby Labonte relaxing by his coach, and you finished 9th at Bristol last week. So, with that, before that being the longest top 10 drought of your career, I would assume that was the closest 9th ever felt like to a win to you ever.
Well, we had a really good race car all night long, and got a little too tight towards the end of the race, and got back towards the back after we got the fender knocked in, and with it being tight, and just couldn't pass nobody. So yeah, we had a better race car than we finished, but still a top 10. It has been a long time, so. You got to crawl before you walk and walk before you run. So that was a good run for us, a good finish for us, and we've been getting a little bit better. We've been knocking on 10th for a little bit, but finally got a top 10.
Now, you and the rain have always been pretty good here. It worked out for you one time here in 2000, but it may not work out for you today.
No, we're not as good as Jeff Burton is. He's obviously
a little better in the rain than you.
Definitely, he's better than everybody in the rain. But in 2000, it did work out in our favor. We had a great race car that day, and the guys in the pit crew and the pit stops that they made, they got us out in the lead, and then we prayed for rain. So it worked out good for us then. But today, we'll just have to wait and see what happens here.
That last stop in 2000 was pretty incredible.
Yeah, it was. We came in, and when I was going down pit road, I seen all the guys that I was racing the top 5 there, and I seen them. I said, "Ooh, past him." I said, "Dang, we're going to be leading here." So sure enough, after I took the lead there, I think it was Burton was behind me on the restart there, and we didn't get going, but he knew what the deal was, and between he and Earnhardt and everybody, they come up and ran me one time, just like they're mad at me because I outdid them on the pit stop. But I guess Rick Mast probably was the one that was probably the maddest because he should have stayed out. Yeah.
I know the season has been frustrating for you guys, Bobby, and I know when things are not going well, every team contemplates changes. But it's so hard for you guys to make changes because this is basically the team that won the championship.
Well, yeah, but the changes we have to make are, just to keep up with what other people are doing. I mean, the sport has changed, and as far as, our setups and stuff like that goes, I mean, I think that always is changing to a certain extent. And, we just have to retrain our thought process on trying to figure that out. I have to help them out as far as what I can give them. And, I mean, and then they have to work on, what to do to the race car to make it feel better. So we got to work together at it, and that's the only way you can do it. But, the things that you hear and the things that I see on the racetrack that our car, not only our car does, but what other people do, try to give back all the information we can and get back with the times. What worked yesterday is not going to work today. That kind of like a saying like that.
Other than TNT and NBC, I know your favorite channel is the Weather Channel. So we going to get this thing in today? Yes.
I could call Jim Cantori right now.
Yeah, let's go get the cell phone and call Jim Cantori, the meteorologist there.
And I feel pretty sure he would tell me no.
Come on, Bobby. Close?
You wanted me to lie to you, right?
Yeah, lie. Benny likes us to lie when it comes to weather.
You've been here for 3 days too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's his answer.
Just telling you what I see.
Definite maybe. Dave?
Marty, Jimmy Johnson stands by with me here, and when he raced here in the Busch Series 4 times, his average finish was 30th. Then he came here in the spring this year, qualified 5th, and finished 6th. How does that happen? Was it just simply a matter of where this team has taken you as far as your career? Did you learn something out of your Winston Cup driver?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things working towards that. Obviously, in great equipment, Jeff Gordon's had a little bit of success here before. So, in the same equipment, same teams, basically, more experience here definitely helps. But I've actually always run well here in the Busch car. I've had some crazy things happen to me late in the race. There always seems to be a late race caution, and everybody's, scrambling so hard to get some positions. And I've been wrecked out of late in both races here in the Busch cars. So, I enjoy the track. You really got to race the racetrack, and I think we're going to be great if we ever get this thing going.
I know, yeah, if we ever get it going. When you came here in the spring, you were sort of on your way up, then you went and won 2 races, then you've had some troubles. How do you feel now as far as your season goes?
We were talking, you and I were just talking about this a little earlier. I feel in the beginning of the season we were climbing, and then we obviously went on and had the success that we've had, and now I feel we're climbing again, and I feel like I'm in the same spot mentally and competitively coming to this track again. We're kind of rebuilding a little bit right now. The neat thing about this team is just to see, we haven't struggled that bad. I mean, last week we had some big troubles, but, we've still been able to rally back, have solid finishes, stay in the middle of this points battle, and it's really a lot of credit to these guys on this Lowe's Monte Carlo and everyone back at the shop, the glue that this team has, and that everyone at Hendrick has. There's been a lot of doubt and a lot of different things going on with the 24 car not winning races, everybody's used to seeing, and, looking at what those guys have had to go through and what all the critics say, I'm real proud of those guys to have that glue within the team to march forward and come on, go on and actually win like they did last week.
Jimmy, when you were a Busch Series driver, you were relatively unknown and weren't having as much success. Now this year, you start off the year sitting on a pole, and then it goes crazy. You know, you're a Winston Cup driver on a very popular team. How are you taking care of yourself? You having some fun on the side?
Yeah, I'm drinking a lot of Gatorade.
Very good.
No,
he's learned well.
No, you just have to find a way to balance things out and find some personal time to lay low and relax. I really enjoy being with my family. They all live in North Carolina now. You know, my youngest brother's getting older now. We can have some fun. I've got another brother that's 23. We have a lot of fun. Hang out with my friends, go on the lake.
Go-kart racing with your crew chief?
Go-kart racing, throwing horseshoes. There's a lot of different things that I like to do. It's just finding the time to do it.
Now, I heard about horseshoes, and that's become a little bit of a passion for you, but it's really tough to go out there now and do it with the people, isn't it, now that you're kind of well known?
When I wander through the campgrounds, you know, I see people with their stakes set up, and I've been real tempted to stop and throw a couple shoes with them, but that's just something I did on the West Coast with my friends. Going to the desert, you know, the Arizona, California desert, there's sand obviously everywhere. We'd go there in the winters to ride motorcycles, and then to the Colorado River in the summers to play on jet skis and boats. And we always had horseshoes and stakes with us and pound them in the ground and have some fun doing that. So it's just something I've grown up doing.
And you know what they want us to do now, don't you? They want us to, you know, go and play some shoes. You want to go?
Yeah, I'll throw shoes. That's not a problem.
We're about to have 50 offers, I think, from the infield to come play horseshoes. We'll see if we can get that done. I'm not really sure, but what do you think works better, desert sand or red Carolina clay for horseshoes?
Sand's definitely a lot better. I pounded some stakes in at my house in the grass, and unless you can throw ringers each time, it's pretty tough.
All right, well, and it soaks up the rain better too, but then it doesn't rain in the desert, so I'm not even going to go there. Bill?
Okay, thanks, Dave, and I'm sure the horseshoe competition is just ahead. There are so many great stories about Darlington, people that love to race here, people that do not. Kyle Petty does not like to race at Darlington Raceway. A few years ago, he told us they should fill this place with water and stock it with trout, and that would be the best use for it. Other guys disagree. Jeff Burton wins in the rain. Bobby Labonte wins in the rain. Been some wacky finishes here, and we talk about all the guys that start up front and go to victory lane. Well, keep this in mind. The last two winners of the Southern 500 have both started 37th. That spot this week goes to Joe Nemechek. We're drying the track, hoping to get in the 53rd running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 in Darlington, South Carolina. We'll be right back.
Got to be on the air. Give it up for Matt Yoakum from TNT.
Back here at Darlington on the Mountain Dew TNT stage just outside the raceway. Our own Matt Yoakum meeting some fans, greeting the people out there.
I'm going to show you the technique, man. I'm going to show you the technique. Hold on.
Oh, he's going to give away gifts. Actually, I believe Matt just took those T-shirts and put them in his suitcase.
Hit the music, brother. Let's get the smoke on. Get a twirl like this, man. Get a twirl like that. Get a twirl like that.
Let's see how Matt throws.
Smoke him out, see that?
We're not going to get to see Matt throw that into the crowd. Now, how about some real musical entertainment? Guys hanging out back in the motor coach area, and they're back there with Marty Rowe from Diamond Rio. So let's eavesdrop for just a minute or two.
Yeah, and that's Tony Stewart, Mike Skinner, and Marty Rowe, and Marty is gonna sing a song for us now. Go ahead, Marty. He's the lead singer of Diamond Rio. Go ahead, Marty.
All right. Last night I had a crazy dream. Wish was granted just for me. It could be for anything. I didn't ask for money or a mansion in Malibu. I simply wished for one more day with you. One more day, one more time, one more sunset, maybe I'd be satisfied. But then again, I know what it would do. Leave me wishing still for one more day with you. One more day. Remember that part? It's not on the song, it's not on a CD like that. First thing I do is pray for time to cross. I'd unplug the telephone, keep the TV off. I love you every second, say a million I love you. That's what I'd do for one more day with you. Sing it now. One more day, one more time, one more sunset, baby, I'd be satisfied. But then again, I know what it would do. Leave me wishing still for one more day with you. Pretty good.
All right, very good. Everybody around the applause. Now, I don't know whether to ask your PR agent or you about the new album, but he was giving you a big plug.
The information better than I do. Go ahead, and tell him.
Well, it's their new CD completely. It came out this past week, number 3 on the charts, and it's going to climb to number 1 here in the next week or so.
How did he do there as your PR guy?
He did great. He knows as much about it as I do.
All right, thanks for singing with us, Marty. We appreciate that. Bill.
Okay, Marty, thanks a lot. One of the great things about hanging out at the racetrack, you never know who you're going to see. This week it's Marty Rowe from Diamond Rio. Last week it was Liberty DeVito, the drummer for Billy Joel. A lot of the music fans coming out to the racetrack and the performers as well. Now let's check back in the motor coach area with Matt Yoakum.
Well, Bill, we're doing some investigative reporting. We've talked a lot about the kindler and gentler Kevin Harvick, and I think we found out why. Remember, we said that, he felt like that he might just be a little too aggressive on the racetrack, and we found out why. He's now a cat man. What, man? Not a dog guy. I'm a dog guy. What's up with the cats?
Well, they're just cats, man. And you just hang out with them, and you can throw them around and beat them up, and they don't fight back because I took all their claws out.
You declawed him?
Yeah.
That's kind of what we did to you earlier this year, too.
Well, I've been watching this thing for a little while, and it looks to me like there might be a few more people that need to be declawed.
And who would that be?
I don't know.
You don't want to say any names?
I don't know any names. I mean, we're just happy to be in our own little world, and I got something to say though. Yesterday's rain delay was really boring.
Talk to me, Kevin. You know what? Yeah, slide over here. Let me. Okay, go ahead. Talk to me.
Dave Burns he's a little goofy, and he doesn't need to be playing basketball. And he picked on Benny yesterday. That'll come back to haunt him.
Do you think he played basketball in high school?
I don't know that he did anything in high school. But, the rain delays, you guys do a good job. And unfortunately today we had Mike Dillon. He's back spotting for us, and he's sitting in a trailer right now. And if we wouldn't have had Dillon over today, man, I don't know what we'd have done because nobody else has had to talk. And you just sit there and listen to Dillon and talk about nothing. So it should be interesting on the radio this week.
Well, we won't take a complete tour.
You guys want something to eat?
Yeah, do you have something to eat here? I mean, I tell you, come on back. Dog is my camera guy, but we're shooting cats. But let's take a little tour. No, I'm okay on bananas. So what else do you have in here? Kind of give us a tour of the Kevin Harvick home away from home.
See, Delana didn't come this weekend. She just got here yesterday.
Look at this, Kevin. Living like a bachelor this weekend.
I'm the bachelor. I've had ice cream and...
You'll be in trouble over the dirty dishes, I can tell you that.
That's probably what'll make me sick, leaving the food sitting out on the counter.
Yeah, that's probably true. All right, come on back here, dog. A little farther on back.
This is where the cats do their business right here. Cats do their business right here.
That's kind of like, well, I won't even go there.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you got in the refrigerator here?
I don't know. We got some Coca-Cola and some Powerade.
Dude, you have a lot of healthy food in here.
Yeah. Well, Delaney eats healthy. I don't eat healthy.
Uh-huh.
I'm kind of
Okay, what else we got back here? Make sure there aren't any dirty clothes around. I've heard you're a little slob.
Well, she came and picked everything up today.
Oh, so she kind of cleaned up a little bit too, huh?
I don't have anything in here, really. You can see I don't even get to use the sink anymore.
Well, I can tell the hair dryer is obviously hers, not yours, because you don't have much to dry.
How did I know that was going there? What's wrong with my hair, man? What's wrong with it?
Well, it's not bad, except there isn't much of it left. I'm telling you, dude, a great promotion for you would be. Endorsement deal. 1-800-HAIR Club for Kevin.
There's a reason why you weren't playing basketball yesterday. Because, Dave and Marty, I
was an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
I was an offensive lineman.
A little bit too slow.
The unsung heroes of football.
Well, I'm just telling you right now, Benny Parsons is going to go to somebody's you-know-what.
He's going to kick somebody's you-know-what.
Because he probably went in there last night. I don't think his wife was here either because he had no food.
Terry was not there. I ate all the strawberries.
Well, I just promise you, he wasn't happy because when there was no food in there, he was going to you.
You know what it's like for you when you get called to the red trailer? Not like you haven't been ever called there before, but when you get called to the red trailer, we're going to get called to Benny's coach, and it's not going to be pretty.
Now, how many times have I ever been called to the big red trailer?
They had to get the extended out version because you're there so much.
Well, I got my own. I have my own section in there, and I haven't had to use it. I rented it out, and I'm on the timeshare program.
You got a parking spot there for your golf cart, says Kevin.
Those guys, have they not ever been to a NASCAR race before?
I don't know.
I never knew that. I've never seen a golf cart in a garage. I was just wondering.
Did you see the security guard?
Yeah, he was not happy. What are we going to do for the rest of the day?
I don't know. Let's walk back to the front because I can tell you what.
Hey,
I've got a feeling. Do you still have the movies underneath the? Yeah. Okay, let's walk on back.
We can get the camera.
Well, we don't want Dog to.
Let me carry your cord.
We have a lot of movies on TNT, and we're going to stay here and watch the race. But tonight, huh?
You scared the cat.
No, you scared the cat.
What do you want to watch?
But tonight, what do you think would be a good viewing?
I think they're over here.
You know what? You can't even get the movies out. How about a Law and Order marathon tonight? How about a Law and Order marathon?
Here, why don't you use these?
I know you don't use those.
We can play some PlayStation or maybe some.
I tell you what. Why don't we do this? We'll continue on with the coverage, and we'll do PlayStation. We'll do the picture-in-picture.
Okay. You want to go over and visit Ford Martin? Let's go find Ford Martin. Gil's son.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's throw it back to Weber.
Okay. We'll go
and let's cook up some grub.
All right. I'll eat this banana.
Yeah. Okay, Bill. Bill, we're gonna go back here and cook some more food, play with the cats.
Okay.
And you play more in the rain.
We'll do. Have a fun afternoon.
Okay. See you, buddy.
It's amazing things that happen during rain delays at racetracks. There'll be a book someday, and Benny will have the final chapter, I assure you. We are trying to dry the track at Darlington, looking forward to the running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. We got our fingers crossed. See what happens. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Mountain Dew Southern 500. On behalf of Pepsi-Cola and all of our bottling partners, we wish you a fantastic finish to your Labor Day weekend. But for now, sit back, fasten your seatbelts, and enjoy some fantastic racing at Darlington Raceway, the track too tough to tame.
The Mountain Dew Southern 500 on TNT. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Take it up a notch. No, make that 2. Parts and repair services from Sears. And by Autotrader.com. New or used, buying or selling, it's the biggest, best automotive classified site on the planet.
Cars are still sitting along the pit road, waiting to roll out onto the Darlington Raceway and get the 53rd Mountain Dew Southern 500 underway. Qualifying was canceled by rain for a second time this season, so although Sterling Marlin starts first, he does not get credit for a Bud Pole Award. From the official beer of NASCAR, proud sponsor of the award given to the fastest qualifier at each Winston Cup race. 13 guys, though, have won Bud Pole Awards this season. Anheuser-Busch awarding more than $7 million since 1979 as title sponsor of NASCAR's Pole Award program. And as the field rolls out onto Darlington Raceway, here's a look at the Walmart starting grid for today's Southern 500. Field lined up according to the rule book, so these top 35 are owner points. Sterling Marlin, the point leader, leads them down.
Mark Martin on the outside in row 2. Jeff Gordon, a 5-time Darlington winner on the inside. Tony Stewart has 2 fourth-place finishes here.
There's Jimmy Johnson, Rusty Wallace. In row number 3, talked to them both earlier. Johnson with a great run here earlier. He finished 6th in the spring.
Ricky Rudd on the inside of row 4. 16 top 10s here at Darlington. And Bill Elliott, 3-time Southern 500 winner.
Dale Jarrett won here at Darlington 3 times. None of them have been in the Southern 500, a race his father won in 1965.
On the inside of row 6 is Kurt Busch. And rookie sensation Ryan Newman on the outside.
Not for long for Kurt Busch. Team had to change an engine after a problem in final practice yesterday. He goes to the back from that 11th starting spot, and Jeremy Mayfield will have to give up his 29th starting position and go to the back of the pack also for an engine change.
On the inside of row 8 is Dale Earnhardt Jr. alongside Ricky Craven. Let's try to talk to Junior. Hey, Junior, Benny Parsons, you got me?
Yes, sir, Benny.
Okay, you guys have been very good the last couple of races. How's the car here at Darlington?
Well, we ran fourth here in the spring. We had a pretty good car in practice. Just got to remind yourself just race the racetrack, not race anybody else.
What did it mean to you to win at this old racetrack?
Well, it means a lot. I mean, it's such a tough racetrack to win at. Probably one of the hardest ones to win at on the circuit. And, you know, once you do get a win here, you pretty much put yourself in a running every time you come back. It's one of them places where once you get the setup, it don't really change much.
Good luck to you, man.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. starting in the 15th spot today. You look at the rest of the field for today's Mountain Dew Southern 500. And again, the field lined up according to owner points and past winners and past champions and so on. The provisions in the NASCAR rulebook for when qualifying is not run. Kenny Wallace replacing Hut Strickland in that 23 car this week and for the rest of this season.
And Steve Park, who ran so well here in the spring race, starting back in 36 in the Pennzoil car.
Mike Wallace, great run at Bristol last week. Talked to him this morning. Says they've got a real good car today, too.
Tony Raines, Morgan Shepherd in the 21st row, and shotgun Ted Musgrave, who feels like he has a good race car here as well.
Makes his second start of this season. 42 cars are on the racetrack. One driver going home. We don't want to say didn't qualify because Carl Long never had a chance to qualify. As I mentioned, 42 cars on the racetrack, now a 43rd. Tony Stewart was on the pit road for a long time.
He got to the car late, so that's really why it took him so long. I saw him running down to the car when everybody else was already buckled in.
Well, driver introduction, he walked across the stage in street clothes, so he had to, and it really wasn't that long after driver introduction until they asked the drivers to go to the car, so he had to rush to the transporter.
And he is going to be allowed to come up to his original spot on the grid, which is 4th position. Let's check some stories down on pit road. Here's Matt Yoakum.
Alan Dale Jarrett was just 8 years old when his father Ned won the 1965 Southern 500 by 14 laps. DJ has 3 wins in his old and rustic raceway, but what's still missing? A crown jewel event win here in the Southern 500. He will roll off 10. A lot of momentum, 8 top 5s his last 11. Darlington starts, but he really wants this race bad. Todd Perez, crew chief, told me the car, it took almost the entire time in happy hour to get it to where DJ wanted it. They've got the car, now they think they've got the chance to finally get that race. Dave.
Man, I talked to Matt Kenseth, who starts 9th today, and asked him how he described this racing surface, which is very porous, very gritty. And Matt said it is a lot like sandpaper. It starts out able to sand whatever it's doing, which in this case is tires, with a lot of grip. But as it fills up with rubber, it gets very slippery. Now that presents 2 problems. You lose grip, and Matt said whatever your car is doing wrong, whether it's loose or it's tight, it accentuates the problem. Marty?
Well, Dave Allen and the guys in the booth already talked about Kurt Busch's problems. He was supposed to start 11th, but had to go to the back of the field. He's already made his way back there because of an engine change. They lost an engine in happy hour. I asked Kurt a minute ago, are you worried about it? He said, nah, I'm not worried about it. First of all, this is the 5th time we've done it this year. We're experiencing this. And the second thing in their favor is that 3 of the last 4 winners here at Darlington have started 37th or worse. Bill?
Thank you, Marty. It was 17 years ago today that Bill Elliott won the Southern 500 and a $1 million bonus, earning the nickname Million Dollar Bill. He's won at Darlington 5 times and 3 times in the Southern 500. Right now, he's 8th in points. He has 2 wins already this season. If there's any Elliott magic left for another championship run, it could shine here today. Alan?
Bill, thanks. We are going green in the Mountain Dew Southern 500, but it is behind the pace car. This race is underway officially right now. Green flag is out, but they're going to run several more laps behind the pace car to let the heat from the exhaust of these race cars finish out the drying process on this racetrack.
Well, that poor lady that got the duty of waving the green flag, hope she hangs around and really waves the green flag to start these guys.
Yeah, she got cheated on that deal.
She did.
Just a contest winner for Mountain Dew. Weather's been the story all weekend long. Fought that front that just won't move off of South Carolina. They've just had so much rain here.
And air temperature 73 degrees for the Southern 500. I thought I would never see the day. It's always 93, 103, but not 73.
Storylines will follow throughout our coverage today. Weather obviously one. Will this be a full distance 500-mile race?
And should the sun come out, then forget about that. The sun's not coming out.
Race for the championship. Trouble today. Could be a big point loss with the field so tightly bunched. And tires.
A driver's best friend at Darlington, new tires.
Yeah, there'll be no question if they have a caution flag with 20 or 30 laps to go. Will the drivers come in? Will they pit? And how many tires will they change? They'll all pit, and they all change 4 tires and hope the crew can get them out first.
Great crowd on hand here at Darlington today. Some 60,000 here to see the Southern 500. And with weather being so drearily forecast all week long, the fans turned out anyway, which is great. 367 laps make up the 500-mile distance today. The racetrack measures 1.366 miles, mile and a third. And that pit window, you can run that far on fuel.
You're not going to run that far on tires.
You're really stretching it on tires. We might see somebody stay out there, but they're going to be about 3 seconds slower than they started originally, and just hoping that all the other cars that pitted, they catch that caution flag.
Because you lose over 2 seconds on a set of tires between your first lap and, say, your 30th lap.
Now, one of the reasons the cars are still behind the pace car is because they want to get the pit lane dry. They've had the dryers out on the racing surface all morning, but with the race cars and the pit equipment and the people on pit road, they didn't have the dryers there earlier. They're trying to get that cleaned up a little bit before they turn them loose.
Yeah, but see that spot up there, they've got to get that away pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll get it dry. They may get some of that standing water blown off, but
they'll get it better.
They'll get it better.
And monitoring radio communications, both Sterling Marlin and Mark Martin, the front row starters, have told their teams racetrack's ready. So we're just waiting on the pit road. While we wait for the start, or the restart as it would be, I guess, let's check the Wendy's race menu. You thought the racing at Bristol was great last Saturday night. It's payback night next Saturday at Richmond on the 3/4-mile short track. Loudon, New Hampshire, Dover, Kansas City, all upcoming as we follow the race for the championship through its conclusion in Homestead on TNT and NBC.
I guarantee there's some drivers can't wait to get to Richmond and can't wait to be in position to pay back.
And we'll look down on this Darlington Raceway all day long, courtesy of the United States Army, the U.S. Army, an army of one. Helicopter pilot's had his hands full here this weekend, too, trying to get up high enough for the cameras to work. They're ready.
Fans are ready to see these guys get the green flag and go barreling down in turn 1.
If you're a crew chief or you're a driver and you know the weather has been threatening all weekend, are you racing to lap 367 here today?
Well, as a driver, I don't think you think about it that much. But as a crew chief, you have to think about it. You have to be paying attention to that weather screen, what that radar is doing, BP, because that strategy call may win you the race or lose you the race.
And that is exactly right. It is definitely the crew chiefs that make that decision, when to pit, when not to pit. The drivers, all they can do is just try to race the racetrack, keep the car in one piece, keep the fenders on it, and keep it in one piece.
By the way, Sterling Marlin, now having led the first 3 laps of this race, has picked up 5 bonus points for leading the lap today.
That's the easiest lap lead.
Easiest 5 points you'll get all year, right?
And yesterday in NASCAR's Busch Series race, Greg Biffle, the points leader, chose the outside line. I see that Sterling has chosen the inside line here.
Here's our NASCAR Busch Series update. Jeff Burton winning here yesterday. A charge from 33rd to 1st. And then the rain stopping the race right at its midway point. Jason Keller gaining no ground on Biffle because Greg got the bonus points for leading the most laps. They race in Richmond next Friday night here on TNT. Here's the Craftsman Truck Series update. Close championship fight there for those drivers and teams. They run in Richmond, Virginia this coming Thursday night. Just 100 points separating the top 5. Word we're getting is that there are 4.5 laps before they'll cut them loose fully under the green flag. So let's take a commercial break here. Getting ready for the full fired up action of the Southern 500 at Darlington.
Gentlemen, start your engines. Are you ready for
television takes over TNT.
You knew what you did was wrong? That you had committed murder?
It all starts today at 5 p.m. Only on TNT. We know drama.
Well, how about today after NASCAR, the Law & Order Marathon? Because this race is going to take a few hours, and we're just getting going here at Darlington. Just joining us, Mountain Dew Southern 500, delayed by rain. You're watching lap number 7. All of them have been run behind the pace car. And we are getting set to go here momentarily as they finish drying up pit road. How'd you like to win a day with the King? What would you do if you had a day to spend in your hometown with Richard Petty? More information, go to NASCAR.com, look for the Win a Day with the King sweepstakes, and then tune into TNT's coverage of Winston Cup Racing from Dover on September 22nd.
Me and the King would sit on the front porch and we'd talk about those old races. And
we two would have some stories to share.
Oh, we would. Yes, we would. I sat beside of Richard last night at the Hall of Fame, MMPA Hall of Fame dinner.
Yep.
Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Almost ready to go. They're still working on the pit lane and trying to get that ready for racing here at Darlington. So let's take advantage of the timeout and take a timeout. Back at Darlington, now 1 lap away from the start of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. We are about to complete the 10th lap of the race, but we'll see the full green flag next time by the start-finish line. Drama basketball returns to TNT. Elton Brand and the rest of Team USA take on Russia in the World Championships of Basketball. Coverage tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern from Indianapolis on TNT.
You know, they have run 10 laps under the caution flag. I'm surprised someone didn't stop and change tires.
Top off the fuel, yeah. I'm with you there, Benny. You never know. 10 laps on, even under the caution here, might be enough on the tires for somebody to pick up an advantage. Wally's looking at us with disgust.
What happened?
Nothing. He doesn't agree.
Oh, you don't agree with it? Well, I wasn't even listening. I was listening to more important things.
Oh, I got you. Fine.
But, you know, in NASCAR Winston Cup competition, when you qualify, they impound the top 10's tires, and you have to start the race on those tires.
Oh, Benny.
What happened?
Waving off the start.
No!
A couple of raindrops hit the windshield of the pace car.
A couple's okay.
Yeah, you're
not bad.
You're up here. You're not down there in the car.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
We've seen this movie. We started this movie yesterday. Is this a rerun or what?
It was the NASCAR Marathon Day yesterday.
All 7.5 hours of it. Live on TNT. You know, the commercials NASCAR runs about how bad have you got it. If you stayed with us for all 7.5 hours of that yesterday,
they have it bad.
You got it bad.
Jimmy, put that yellow flag in your
and
pocket.
we appreciate it very, very much, by the way. Bill, what's going on down there?
Well, Alan, you can imagine the disappointment in the drivers' voices, but Sterling Marlin just radioed his crew as he went through 3 and 4 and said it's raining pretty hard down here, and Lee McCall answered back. It's starting to rain down here a little bit, too. Rusty Wallace, a similar conversation with his crew up and down the entire starting field. These guys want to race, and the fans want to see it, but right now, the answer is just hang on. We're going to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah. And wait. What? You know,
that's a car you need to watch for. When them windshield wipers come on,
yeah,
that's not too good.
So
far they're not on.
They're doing good.
Oh, oops.
No. It's got the intervals on. That's what it is. Nothing more frustrating than weather like it is right now. If you were to stand here and look out the window from where we are, the sky looks like it's brighter than it's been all weekend long. And you can't really see anything coming down, but there's just that occasional splatter across the front of the window. And it's just so frustrating. I'm sure for you at home, too. Well, we've got time. Let's take a commercial break. 12 laps into the Southern 500 here in Darlington, South Carolina.
Sing it now. One more day. One more time. One more sunset, maybe I'd be satisfied. But then again, I know what it would do. Leave me wishing still for one more day with you. Pretty good.
So many memories here at Darlington Raceway. How about an AMC Matador winning here? And that's old BP in the 72. You remember this one, Benny?
Oh, yeah, I was following that Matador when Pearson and I got together going down in turn 1. And
BP?
Yes.
EA Sports Thunder Motion, you said don't do that.
I understand. But, after all, I forgot.
You got to lift if you're on the outside. Let that inside guy go.
I did not have proper amount of patience that day. It was all my fault. I understand that. Yep.
Best in Major League action comes up on the Superstation Tuesday night when the Braves host the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's Major League Baseball's best on TBS Tuesday at 7:30 Eastern. One of the things that was discussed in the drivers' meeting this morning, about 11 a.m. Eastern time, was getting to pit road here at Darlington. It might be the toughest pit road entry on the whole circuit.
There's no doubt that it is, especially on the green flag. They have helped them out. They have put a yellow line there because the drivers, when they drop off pit road, they really can't see where they're going because, after all, the racetrack there is banked 23 degrees. But they put a yellow line to try to help them follow the yellow line down to pit road.
And it's very, very slick down there, and it's very flat. Now, when you come in there with hot tires and you get off that line, so to speak, you pick up all that loose rubber and dirt, and the car won't turn. And the entrance right here, you'll see a lot of guys go by right there or almost miss the pit.
What happens, just like Wally said, these tires, they grind the rubber off of them. Some of the gravel falls down, and this area here between the apron of the racetrack and the racetrack itself collects all that debris. So when you drive off and hit that debris, the car wants to spin out.
We'll see it at least once today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still cruising around behind the pace car. Bill Sterling Marlin's getting a good jump on leading laps in this race.
Yeah, he is, and he also has the best view of the racetrack following the pace car. NASCAR just came over and asked Tony Glover to talk to Sterling, ask him what he thought about the conditions. His biggest concern is between turn 4 and turn 1, that it's raining heavily enough to affect the conditions between turn 4 and turn 1, but not too much on the backstretch, and he just said a minute ago that it's starting to rain a little harder in 3. They also asked him what his temperatures were, and he said they're fine, but there are some other drivers up and down the grid and talking to their pit crews worried about their temperatures starting to rise running so long under the caution. So we'll keep an eye field for that as well.
I think they picked the speed up a little bit, maybe to help those guys a little bit. I saw the pace car go a little bit faster than he was earlier.
I mean, the pace car today is supposed to run 50 miles per hour, and the last time by they ran 66 miles per hour. So yes, they picked up 15 miles per hour.
Now, when they come back to the start-finish line this time, they're going to show them 2 to go and see what the drivers' reactions are.
And look at the grill opening. All the grill opening that he has there, very, very little. That's because of the 73 degrees in temperature. Now, if the clouds should lift and warmed up, they would have to, on a pit stop, take some of that tape off to get more air through the grill to cool the water.
One thing you have to be careful here, BP, is like you said earlier, all the rubber and everything gets on this racetrack. The grills get blocked worse here than anywhere else because of all that rubber. So they're going to have to be careful on those temperatures.
2 to go is the signal being shown the drivers. We'll take a break, come back, and see if we can turn them loose under the green for real. Back at Darlington Raceway, they are coming to the green. What would be the first full-speed green flag laps of this edition of the Southern 500. They've run 19 laps now behind the pace car under the green and yellow. The track could be slippery. The drivers will have to be careful, yet it's Darlington. They've got to go. Sterling Marlin and Mark Martin leading them down for the start. The fans on their feet. Here we go. Marlin and Stewart almost got together.
And that outside line, Mark Martin took the lead down in 1 and 2.
And Mark Martin evens up the bonus points with Sterling Marlin in the championship. He leads.
Ryan Newman alongside Ricky Rudd. Ryan in the 12 car, Rudd 28. Kevin Harvick in 29 just drove the car on the apron. Entering turn 3, trying to get alongside Dale Jarrett.
Harvick and Jarrett racing for 13th.
Bill did it the way he was supposed to do it. I mean, Rusty, he backed off, let Bill go down in the corner.
That's right. I mean, just when you're on that outside line, you become a sandwich because that low car is going to drift up the racetrack into you if you stay there. Now, in the Busch race yesterday, we saw a couple guys do it and get away with it, but the more laps on the tires, the harder that's going to be.
Here comes Jimmy Johnson to the inside of Rusty Wallace. That's for 6th place, and he gets it away from him. Little slide job there.
And here comes Matt Kenseth, the 17 car, taking a spot away from Rusty Wallace.
And Dale Jr., not a very productive corner for Rusty there.
Rusty is really struggling with this 2 car early on in the race.
Jeff Burton next behind him in the 99.
Now Jeff's got the position here. As they go down to turn 1, we'll see if Rusty backs off the gas a little bit early. Yep.
And his teammate, Brian Newman, going to take another spot away, so Rusty slipping back here. Took the green flag in 6th, and that's going to put him back to 11th after just a few laps of green flag racing.
And almost 10 miles per hour slower than Martin Martin's speed the last lap.
Martin is the leader. Sterling Marlin is 2nd. Jeff Gordon is 3rd. Here's the race for 4th. Bill Elliott going to take it away from Tony Stewart. Elliott in the 9.
Tony Stewart in that 20 car had a heartbreak here in the spring. Was leading the race with just a few laps to go. A car spun in front of him coming off turn 2 and nowhere for Tony to go, and bam! Crashed along with several other cars.
Bill Elliott, 3 times a winner of the Southern 500. 1985, 1988, 1984. Certainly been a strong summer in Ray Evernham's red car. Jeff Gordon had been putting some pressure on Sterling Marlin for 2nd, but now he's fallen a few lengths off the bumper. Rusty been slipping back some, Bill.
You're right, Alan. 1 word from Rusty Wallace. Tight. 2 words from Jeff Gordon. Real tight. Going the wrong way.
Here comes Dale Jarrett working Rusty Wallace. That's 11th place. And cruises on through. Dale, 3 times a Darlington winner, but he's never won the Southern 500. He started the race in 10th place. Lost a few spots in the opening shuffle. And now he's picked his way back up to the 11th spot after making that pass on Rusty Wallace.
We can listen to, and we see that 9 car Bill Elliott just goes by Jeff Gordon. Moves into the 3rd spot.
And Dale Jr. at 7th place. Takes it from Matt Kenseth. Jeff Burton followed him through. Burton started back in 13th place. He's running 9th, trying to get 8th. That's Morgan Shepherd that you caught on pit road there. That's who you were looking for, right?
Yes, yeah. And that was.
So we've finally gotten it going at full speed. Couple of hours late, rain still a threat, but we are at full speed racing at Darlington in the 53rd Mountain Dew Southern 500. Mark Martin leads.
Scully?
Kind of like the documentary of Wally's life. It's the X-Files.
Eerie.
Here's our Little Debbie trivia quiz today here at Darlington in the Southern 500. Who was the last driver to win both Darlington races and the Winston Cup Championship in the same year? What do you think?
Well, Dale Jarrett has never won the Southern 500. I heard us say that, so it wouldn't be him. Bobby Labonte, I don't think he was him. Maybe Jeff Gordon?
I was going to say that. Darn it, I wish I would have said that.
Come on, Wally, jump in there.
And that's our little Debbie trivia quiz. Dale Earnhardt, 1990. New second place runner Bill Elliott just slipped by Sterling Marlin. Now sets off in pursuit of Mark Martin, and I'd put the over-under at about 3 laps before Mark gives way.
Did you see that 9 car go through the corner, in the middle of the corner down in 3 or 4 just a moment ago?
You know, we talk about tire management or how you can't manage tires, but really the best way to manage tires, BP, is have a car that's 6 as good as that 9 car is right now. They must have a great body on that thing because it looks pretty good.
Look at the speed drop-off as we put laps on this set of tires.
10 miles per hour from the fastest lap, which had to be the first lap or the second lap that he ran on the green flag.
And that's the leader. Imagine some of the guys struggling back in traffic.
Hey, Matt, those guys in the 9 pit pretty happy?
Yes, Benny, they sure are, as Bill Elliott continues to reel in the 6-car Mark Martin. You were talking about his race car. The car only has 1 star. Qualified and finished second at Dover back in June. Mike Ford told me this team has a trend. They practice well here at Darlington, but then they struggle in the race until about the last run, and then they tweak it enough to have a decent day. They practice well this weekend, but they're not sure about this race car over long runs because every time during happy hour they got in a long run, the caution came out. So that's the one big question mark going into today's race. Right now, that 9 car is looking pretty stout.
Jeff Gordon is dropping back. Jimmy Johnson has gone by him and put Jeff Gordon back to the 5th spot. And here comes Junior trying to take that away. Left front.
Get the fender off of it.
Left front tire flat.
Don't worry. Try to bring it on in, Don.
He's trying, but he's got problems.
And it looks like that the fender, the debris that the tire has knocked off, is still attached to the car. See, that part of that fender, I think, is still attached. I doubt if there's any debris on the racetrack. Hopefully there isn't.
Let's go back to that race for 5th place. Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Jeff Burton closing in there, too, in the 99.
Well, look at Junior go flying through the middle of the corner.
Got him, turn 2.
Yep, that gives Jeff Burton a pretty good run on Jeff Gordon there. Because Jeff had to crack out of the gas just a little bit there.
Here he comes.
Just enough.
So Gordon is slipping back. That's going to put him to 7th. Tony Stewart is falling back to 12th. Rusty Wallace to 13th.
And Ryan Newman just blows by Jeff Gordon.
Benny, where'd you finish here the first Winston Cup race you ran? Do you remember?
No.
Ryan Newman's first Winston Cup race here, he finished 5th.
That's not bad. What's going on down over the 26? What happened to that tire, Dave? Do they know?
No, they don't know yet, Benny. He did come in here, though, after not tearing it up too bad. Running slowly around the track, he was able to save most of that front left quarter, but they did tear away the offending fender part.
Dave, were they able to change the right sides while he was in there?
They did change right side tires and left sides, Benny.
Good boy. That's good.
Now he's going to need all the help he can get with that big hole in that left front fender right now. It's not going to be too fun a day for Todd Bodine.
Todd right now 3 laps down and losing ground as he tries to get back up to speed before the leaders come by him again. Dale Jr. been on the move early. Marty?
He's doing a great job being very patient. He said nothing on the radio. Ty Norris, the spotter, just keeps preaching race the racetrack, which all these drivers hear all day long. Now, he's been very proper all day long. If you were with us when Benny talked to him on the pace laps, he was very nice to Benny. To his crew, he was saying, yes, sir, no, sir. And I said, what's up with him? I asked Tony Eury Jr. that. He said, I think he's nervous today. I said, nervous? Are you serious? He said, yeah, he really wants to do well here, and he knows this is one of the tracks before this year that he was not very good at it. Finished 4th here in the spring, and they want to win today. Bill?
Well, Jeff Burton's having a marvelous run here, very similar to what he did yesterday in the Busch race, although yesterday he started much further back than 13th, has been marching forward, has had virtually no problems on the track, but he's also benefiting from a number of guys in front of him who have been talking about being very, very tight and the adjustments they're going to make. But Burton's car, no problems, and fast and forward so far.
Yeah, we'll classify that as a march.
It's a march.
Dale Jr. right now running in 5th. Jeff Burton right behind him in 6th. Ryan Newman is in 7th. Jeff Gordon just got passed by Dale Jarrett. So DJ up to 8th and Gordon back to 9th. Here they come into the picture.
And as you see on top of the screen, it says lap 45. But you got to remember the first 18, 19 laps were run under the caution flag as Elliott challenges Martin for the lead. And see you, Martin.
Third driver to lead. Bill Elliott is out in front. How about that 9 car, Matt?
Alan, about a lap and a half ago, Bill Elliott came on the radio, said, my car is running very good behind Mark Martin. Mike Ford said, well, that's good. Let's check out and see how it runs in front of Mark Martin. Bill said 10-4.
Isn't that nice to be able to do that?
Yeah, it is. And Sterling's hanging there right to it. And as we heard from Sterling, his car is very consistent on the long run. So he said he didn't have a lot of speed right at the first, but his car was consistent. So we'll see if this pays off for him.
Bill Elliott, the third leader of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Sterling Marlin led the first 19 laps. Then Mark Martin paced 25 circuits. Now it is Elliott out in front. You're watching NASCAR on TNT. Wrangler presents 5-star finishes, and we've had some dandies here at Darlington. 97 this race. Jeff Burton and Jeff Gordon fighting for $1 million bonus and the Southern 500 win. Traded some sheet metal on the final lap. Gordon won out, took the big bucks. What a great day that was. Wrangler 5-star finishes, and we'll hope for another 5-star one here today when it's time to wave the checkered flag in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Bill Elliott, third driver to lead, has put a pretty good gap on the new second-place runner. Sterling Marlin has gotten by Mark Martin, and now here comes Jimmy Johnson.
And I tell you, this 48 car of Johnson's, this Lowe's car, just might be the fastest of the top 3 right now. We'll have to check that out. All right, next time by, we'll check him at the line and see, because it looks like traffic is not going to be a problem. Well, it might have been for Bill Elliott that time.
Elliott just overtaking Todd Bodine and Tony Raines to put them a lap down. Johnson's in a little bit of clear racetrack. Boy, some guys would really like to see a caution right now.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Mike Wallace for one of them. Johnny Benson right there in front of the leader.
As long as it isn't them. Every time that I drove and I said, please, I need a caution flag so badly, I was usually it. What happened to the 48 car? Second fastest. That's not bad.
How about Ricky Craven?
All right, Ricky Craven. But as they start running across this traffic, you can lose 2 or 3 miles per hour per lap just trying to pass another car, like Bill Elliott trying to pass Mike Wallace.
What a great drive Mike had at Bristol last weekend. Got a top 10 finish in A.J. Foyt's car. He's sliding around right now, though. And about to slide back a lap. By the way, Morgan Shepherd has gone to the garage. His car is retired. Engine failure. He will finish 43rd. As we look down on Darlington Raceway, courtesy of the U.S. Army, an Army of one.
That's too bad because he traded a car for that engine, remember? What kind of car was it he traded?
It's a 57...
I don't remember what it was. It was a nice car, though.
Yes, an old, nice car.
Yeah.
Restored car.
Johnny Benson lapped now by these leaders, and here comes Jimmy Johnson. The rally flag is still out in the 48 pit. This is second place he's working on here with Sterling Marlin.
And there comes Junior by Mark Martin. Taking over the 4th spot.
Bringing a posse with him. Jeff Burton, Ryan Newman, Dale Jarrett all bunched up there. It's got to be not fun if you're in that 10 car right now and you're just 57 laps into this thing and you've gone a lap down.
Pretty much going to be a long day.
Yeah. Good day so far for Bill Elliott. He's out in front. He's led the last 12 laps of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. He's up by 1.8 seconds on championship leader Sterling Marlin. USA Today is the place for a comprehensive look at Bill Elliott is the leader of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington. He's about to complete lap number 61 of 367. We should see some green flag pit stops here in just a little bit.
Yeah, I would think so. I think most of these guys are screaming for tires and adjustment right now.
Remember, they ran the first 20 laps of this race behind the pace car under the green and caution, so that pit window might be sliding back just a little bit. Let's make our singular call to the pits and dial up one Bill Weber.
We're going to take it through the pits, give you an update on how the guys in the top 10 are running, give you an update on their conditions and exactly what we expect on their pit stop. So let's start with Bill Elliott. Matt?
Bill Elliott chasing his 6th career Darlington victory, which would make him sole ownership as the winningest active driver here. Currently, the car is a little loose all the way through the corner. Reported that on lap 50. Right now, as crew chief Mike Ford reminded him, just raced the 44th driver out there, the racetrack. Bill.
Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car is a little tight in and a little loose off, but when he gets in the gas, he loves the way his car is handling. So it's a great start at Darlington for the 2nd straight race for this kid. As for the point leader, Sterling Marlin, his car has started to get a little loose, and the longer they run, strangely enough, the looser it gets. So they're going to try wedge and air pressure on the 40 car of Sterling Marlin. Jeff Burton continues his march forward. Remember the great run yesterday? Another good run today. Started 13th, has moved his way up to the 4th position, chasing the leader, Bill Elliott. So Jeff Burton talking to his crew chief right now, Frank Stoddard, about a possible track bar adjustment because he's just a little loose off. Marty?
Well, Dale Jr. just lost to 5th position, but he's still pretty happy with the car. He said a little bit free off, but then he says not too bad. He's pretty happy. They're about 10 laps from their pit stop, and 2 straight top 10s for these guys. They moved from 17th to 15th in the points, Bill.
It's going to be a pound of air out of both front tires for Ryan Newman. His car just a little tick tight, according to his crew chief, Matt Borland, so they'll make an air pressure adjustment. Marty?
Ricky Craven has marched from 16th up to the 7th position. They said the car was good, and it's getting better the longer they run. These guys had 3 straight top 10s between May and June, and they haven't had one since. They really need a good run today. Matt?
Marty, the last 11 races here, Dale Jarrett 8 top 5s, but the last 2, a 34th and 40th, trying to get back on his Darlington track right now. The car is tight all the way through the corner. Crew chief Todd Parrott reminding Dale Jarrett, just be smooth and save those tires. We'll fix the tightness. Meanwhile, the 6 car Mark Martin, the 93 winner of the Southern 500, they're already talking about an air pressure adjustment in the right front and also a wedge adjustment, possibly 2 rounds. The car is tight. Marty?
Well, Jeff Green's had a great run. Started 20th up to the 10th place, Matt. They are sliding the back of the car, but the front's sticking pretty well, and that's a pretty good key here at Darlington. Very happy with the car. Only 1 top 10 in the last 5 races. Another team that could use a good run today, Dave.
Marty, Matt Kenseth needs to pit in about 10 laps at their plan anyway. His car is very tight through turns 3 and 4. His crew chief told me this morning that they had a bad test when they came here. This is about where they expected to run. Bill?
Well, Jeff Gordon started 3rd, has fallen out of the top 10 now, currently scored in the 12th position. His car is tight. He's been talking about it basically since the first lap of Green Flag Racing. We're going to make a wedge adjustment and an air pressure adjustment on the 24. Matt?
Bill, if you look at the sky, you can see an opening in the clouds, and that's not what Kevin Harvick wanted to see. He told me this morning he wants an overcast day all day. Right now, his car is extremely tight. They haven't talked about what adjustments to make to the 29 car. Dave?
Kyle Petty having a good run. He has been very quiet on the radio, saying nothing. He did tell his crew before this race started, when it is time to pit, remind me to pit very slowly. Not just because this is a tricky pit road, but because pit road might still be wet. Please remind me. The 18 car of Bobby Labonte right now is a little bit tight getting into the corner, a little bit loose when he steps back on the throttle. He just got passed by Robbie Gordon. They say they're going to make a track bar or a wedge adjustment to fix that next time Bobby comes in. Remember, he won here in 2000. Alan?
Robbie Gordon taking that spot away from Bobby Labonte. That was 15th place. Robbie started in 22nd.
And Rusty Wallace, a 2 car, has fallen all the way back to the 17th position.
I'll tell you, another guy that looks like he's struggled a little bit is Tony Stewart. He's back to the 20th position right now.
Guys that have made green flag pit stops already. Mike Wallace, Johnny Benson, Brett Bodine, Jeremy Mayfield, Tony Raines, Jerry Nadeau. And Tony just came back for a pass-through penalty for speeding, exiting his pit. Here comes the leader, Bill Elliott.
Also, the 2nd place car of Jimmy Johnson is following Bill Elliott down pit road.
They'll all be in now.
Who got penalized?
Tony Raines, 74.
Tony Raines, okay.
Yeah. Why, did I say something wrong?
I thought you said Tony Stewart.
See,
No,
John
I'm sorry.
Andretti on pit. And we see the 40 car. Sterling Marlin has taken over the lead. Jeff Burton, 99 in second spot.
Putting a little pressure there. Bill Elliott's in, Matt.
He hits his marks perfectly. No adjustments for Bill Elliott. Remember, we told you his car was a little bit loose through the corners, but Mike Ford says no adjustments. A 4-tire change in fuel. As Ward and Pullman already going to work, and he is good to go.
They almost got your money, BP.
Oh, man, they're trying to get my money. 13.3. Weber.
Jimmy Johnson on pit road. Good stop so far. It's 4 tires, air pressure adjustment. He's on his way. This is when the avalanche of cars on pit road will begin.
Yeah, I got Kurt Busch in, Elliott Sadler, Ken Schrader, Ricky Rudd. Matt?
And Kurt Busch already made his way to pit road as a number of other cars are leaving. A 4-tire change. His car was a little bit loose. Thanks for air pressure. Bill.
Jeff Gordon working all the way down to the island on pit road, which is just down by turn 1. Remember, his car has gotten tight ever since we went green flag racing. Air pressure adjustment, wedge adjustment, around to the left side. One last week at Bristol, hoping to go for 2 in a row. Snyder.
Bill Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car, we said, was loose. It got looser the longer he ran. They put a round of wedge in and 4 tires. They had fallen back to 7th after getting up as high as 5th. Dave?
Chassis adjustment just made for Matt Kenseth. Now around to the left side. They've changed the right side tires already. He got a cool drink as well. 4 tires. Matt Kenseth is gone.
About all of the other leaders that had not pitted yet are on pit road now. Sterling Marlin, Jeff Burton, Dale Jarrett, Ricky Craven, they're all coming in. There are Marlin and Burton pitting together. Bill, coming to you.
Now waiting for Sterling Marlin to make the long trip down pit road. Started on the pole, has the number 1 pit stall for the easy out in turn 1. Car's gotten a little bit loose. They're going to make a wedge adjustment. It's going in now in the left-hand side. It'll be 4 tires and all the fuel they can get in there. So Sterling Marlin waited. Everybody else basically on and off of pit road. Marlin gets his 4 tires. Matt.
Bill, Mark Martin is in, and service has already been completed. An air pressure adjustment in the right front, as well as a wedge adjustment. The team wanted him to come in around lap 67. Mark wanted to stay out and stretch the fuel.
And they've got to stay down on the apron of the racetrack until they get to the backstretch before they can blend in with the traffic.
So as they cycle around through the rest of the pit stops, Bill Elliott is going to hold on to the lead. Checking the interval he's got on Jimmy Johnson, it's going to be about 3.7 seconds. So great work by Elliott and his team. Adds, about a second onto his gap.
Great pit stop. I mean, Jimmy Johnson came in and looked to be almost right behind Bill Elliott, just no more than a second behind him, and now he's 3 3/4 seconds. So yes, at least 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, it was about 1.7 seconds the lap before the stop, BP. So great job by Elliott's crew. First round of green flag stops are complete here at Darlington in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Bill Elliott is the race leader here at Darlington.
I know it's all for me. You still my sunshine, making sure I'm not in too deep. You still my sunshine, keep bursting on my feet.
USA Today is the place for a comprehensive look at sports. Get all your racing stats, standings, and race recaps to keep you up to date with your favorite drivers. Pick up your copy of USA Today every day. Tomorrow's paper will feature who won the 53rd Mountain Dew Southern 500. Will it be that car and that driver on the cover? Bill Elliott, right now, has got a healthy advantage.
Pretty hooked up.
And he's done it before.
Check this out, the difference between the top 2. Bill Elliott, 683 Winston Cup starts. Jimmy Johnson, 27. Bill Elliott, 43 wins. Jimmy Johnson, 2. Bill Elliott has won the Southern 500 3 times. Jimmy Johnson makes his first drive in this classic today. 3.2 seconds between those top 2. Then it's a full 9 seconds back to third place Sterling Marlin. Jeff Burton, Ryan Newman, Dale Jarrett, they make up the top 6.
Yeah, Bill Elliott's got one of those cars, Benny, that if it stays green, he's going to have everybody up to the top 10 lapped.
A lap down. I mean, right now he's working on Elliott Sadler, who's running in the 26th position.
But it's just kind of a continuation for Elliott. I mean, this team, the last, month and a half, 2 months, unbelievably impressive.
Yes, they have been very, very good.
You watch how smooth he is. When he comes off the corner, you don't see the car moving around or getting loose like a lot of other guys are. It's just he puts it where he wants it. He almost looks like he's going slow. That's how smooth that car is.
Bill Elliott ended July in Victory Lane at Pocono, started August in Victory Lane at the Brickyard 400 in Indianapolis. Kind of had some troubles the last few weeks, 21st, 22nd, and 17th at Watkins Glen, Michigan, and Bristol. But, you know, Michigan, that performance that got him the Golden Benny there with the car jumping out of gear at 190 miles an hour.
That was an awesome job by Bill Elliott.
So Elliott continuing to lead here. He's been out in front since lap 45, except during the exchange of pit stops.
Here comes Jimmy Johnson.
And Bill Elliott right now is kind of being held up by Elliott Sadler and his teammate Jeremy Mayfield, allowing Jimmy Johnson to get a little bit closer. Last time by, 2.25 seconds behind.
Mayfield and Sadler are the last cars on the lead lap, so they can't afford to give any ground to Bill.
As a matter of fact, Sadler was able to get by Jeremy Mayfield. There he goes by.
I wonder if they're looking up saying, okay, teammate,
yeah,
get out of my way, or, I mean, if I was Jeremy, I sure wouldn't, because he's got to stay on the lead lap.
That was fifth place changing hands. Dale Jarrett moving up.
And Ryan Newman, wisely, as all people will tell him, race the racetrack, especially the first part of the race.
Dale Jarrett's best finish in the Southern 500, a couple of third-place runs. Here's a former winner of this race. Bill, Jeff Burton having a solid day.
Yeah, it looks like it.
We had the right front on that set came from Bristol, and it had not been converted. It might have lost the way to something, but we don't think so.
Kind of vibration, it sounds like.
That's his crew chief, Frank Stoddard, talking to Jeff Burton. And the problem is Burton has a vibration. He felt it as soon as he came off of pit road. They asked the crew if they got all the lug nuts tight. They said yes. Burton speculated it could be a wheel out of balance. Frank Stoddard asked him, is it getting any better? No. Is it staying the same? Yes. But again, I felt it as soon as I left pit road. They're telling him it's up to him if he has to come back in, but he's not very happy right now.
Well, I think he'll stay out there unless if it does get worse, Bill, then it's probably more than a weight. If it just stays consistent, you're right, it's probably a wheel weight. But, I mean, if it gets loose and the vibration really starts happening, that means they left the lug loose and the wheel's coming loose.
How much do points play into a decision like that for the driver? He's 13th in points. He's not going to win the championship this year. Does that ever factor in when you're trying to make a call like that from the cockpit?
I would say no.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, it might, in Sterling Marlin's case or Mark Martin's case, some guys in the top 3 in the points, but in this situation, I wouldn't think so.
He's got a good race car right now. He's running fast.
And the last time by, he was one of the fastest cars on the racetrack.
Jeff Burton running fourth now, 8.2 seconds behind leader Bill Elliott. Dale Earnhardt Jr. taking a spot away from Mark Martin. That was 11th place. And we're just over 100 miles of the 53rd Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington. Bill Elliott is in command.
The Mountain Dew Southern 500 on TNT, brought to you by Budweiser, delivering beer at its best with the crisp, clean, refreshing taste known only to the king of beers. By Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans. And by CatUsed.com, the official source of Caterpillar certified used equipment.
The fourth different leader of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 is Southern California's Jimmy Johnson.
He just ran Bill Elliott down. All of a sudden, it looked like Elliott's car slowed dramatically. Johnson comes up, goes down the straightaway, and makes up a car length, and Bill saw him coming, backed off and let him go, as you're supposed to here at Darlington. But now it looks like Bill's car is back running about as good as it did. Matt, what's going on with the 9 car?
Benny back on lap 88. Bill Elliott keyed the mic and told crew chief Mike Ford, the car just doesn't feel right. Something just doesn't feel right about it going down the straightaways. I don't know what it is. Mike asked him, are the gauges all okay? He keyed back and said, they look fine to me right now. And then 2 laps ago, Mike asked him again, how is the car now, Bill? He says, the car doesn't seem to be getting any worse. I just don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Elliott's led 43 laps of the 97 that we've run, but for now he is behind Jimmy Johnson in second spot.
That sounds like a valve spring. You know, when they break one of those springs, the car just doesn't feel right. It doesn't have a miss, but it just doesn't feel right.
Here's 5th place. Dale Jarrett in the 88 trying to hold off Ryan Newman in the 12. Jarrett started in 10th place. Newman started in 12th.
Well, so much for trying to hold them off.
Yep.
And thank you, wave there from Ryan. Yep. And just behind them, Ricky Craven starting to creep into that picture also.
Yeah, fast. Like he gained 3 car lengths, 4 car lengths on those guys up in the 3rd and 4th corner. And right in front of Ryan Newman is Ricky Rudd. He's a lap down to these guys, back in the 32nd position. I talked to Michael McSwain this morning, and he said that didn't seem the car was just so-so. Doesn't seem to be getting any better, Dave.
Dave doesn't want to talk to
now, Ricky's car looks tight. I don't know what it is, but it looks like he's having a hard time keeping grip of the car. The car's really sliding up the racetrack. You listen to it.
Maybe Dave's gone fishing again. I know there's more parts of Wally's race car in the pond out there for him to get.
Hey, Dave, what are they saying about Ricky's car?
Well, they are not fishing, that's for sure, except for a way to make this car better. He lost 9 positions at the start of the race before he ever said anything on the radio. He reported that it was loose. Then he reported that it was so tight that it was actually lifting the front tire, the right front tire, off the ground. So he's not had a very good day at all. They tried to make some adjustments on that last stop. It's gotten a little bit better.
In other words, it pushed so bad he thought that the right front tire wasn't on, or was not going down and gripping the racetrack.
Well, you can watch his hands going to the right as much as it is to the left. Yeah, he's having a hard time.
32nd place, 1 lap down for Ricky Rudd. Here's the race for 3rd. 40 car Sterling Marlin, 99 Jeff Burton, and 25 car Joe Nemechek. He's back in 29th place, a lap down.
And these guys are just a little over 3 1/4 seconds behind the leader, Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson, when he took the lead from Bill Elliott a couple of minutes ago, he intercepted this from his team to him and back.
This floor buddy doing an awesome job, Jimmy. Just be patient with these lap cars here now. I'm up here working on them. That floor buddy, I believe you've got your mojo back. Hey, I found my mojo.
Yeah, laying on the backstretch somewhere, because he does have his mojo working today.
First time Jimmy Johnson has ever led here at Darlington. Of course, this is only his 2nd Winston Cup race. Pretty big deal to be leading the Southern 500 in only your 2nd try.
Oh, here comes Ted Musgrave.
Back on the lead lap with that one. Next Saturday night, Winston Cup Racing goes to Richmond for the Monte Carlo 400 with the Looney Tunes, and a lot of Winston Cup stars will be driving special Looney Tune character cars as part of their paint schemes. Jimmy Johnson going to be one of them. He'll have Sylvester and Tweety on his car. Jeff Gordon will have Bugs Bunny, and there'll be a lot more. You can get involved early by logging on to Chevy.com or America Online, keyword Monte Carlo, and look for the Pick the Winner Pocket the Car sweepstakes. If you pick the Looney Tunes car with the highest finish next Saturday night, you put yourself in the running to win a new Chevy Monte Carlo SS. A lot of radio traffic back and forth between the NASCAR spotters out in turn 2 and the control tower, whether or not there is debris on the racetrack out there. One of the teams reported seeing something, but from what I am listening in on, it is out of the groove, and so we should stay under the green flag. What is it, Dave?
Alan, Matt Kenseth thought he hit it in turn 2. That's what he reported to his crew, so they watched very closely his car the next couple of laps between his spotter and the guys on pit road, and Matt monitoring the situation. He's back up to speed, but he hit something out there.
Matt Kenseth still running in 13th position on the lead lap, and he's up to speed. Jimmy Johnson
the race leader, fourth different driver to pace the Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington. You're watching NASCAR on TNT. Back at Darlington under caution, debris on the front straightaway has put the pace car out in front of the field and brings all of the leaders to pit road. Got 27 cars on the lead lap in this 53rd running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Delayed some 2 hours by rain, but we've been running now almost 150 miles, and Jimmy Johnson leads him in. Marty?
Ricky Craven, 7th on pit road. He comes down. He has an open behind him, and he slides into his pit stall. Just a little bit tight for Ricky Craven. Half pound out of the right front. They're very happy, and they're very good on those longer type of runs. Matt?
And Marty Bill Elliott comes to a stop. They're going to make a wedge adjustment as Rodney Rhodes goes to work with the wedge wrench. 4 tires and fuel for Bill Elliott. He stops a little short, so he's a good exit, Bill.
They wanted Jimmy Johnson to stop short as well. He did angled out. Car started off great, gets looser and looser. It's air pressure adjustment to help him in and a track bar adjustment. Left side's going on. The field coming down pit road. Johnson's on his way. Look out for traffic. Dave.
Bill Matt Kenseth came in. His car was extremely tight. They made a wedge and a track bar adjustment, changed 4 tires, filled it full of fuel, sent him on his way.
How about the boys down the 32 car?
Ricky Craven got off pit road first.
How about that?
What a charge he's had today, huh?
Beamer and the boys.
Started 16th, and now he's going to take the lead. Here's that camera at the exit of pit road.
Beat him by a bunch.
There goes Craven. There goes Johnson. Sterling Marlin. I see Bill didn't have a very good pit stop. Jeff Burton.
5.
Dale Jarrett.
There's 6th for Ryan Newman.
Bill, where are you? Bill. Bill.
That's him right there, I think.
Bill. Man.
7th place there. Way to go, guys. Ricky Craven, the new leader of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington, for under caution. Next weekend, NASCAR on TNT moves to Richmond, Virginia. Friday, it's Bud Pole qualifying at 3 Eastern time, and then we've got the Busch Series race Friday night, 8 Eastern. Saturday night, the Winston Cup action begins at 7 o'clock Eastern time. The Chevy Monte Carlo 400 with the Looney Tunes.
Looney Tunes, that's us.
That's a good description for the racing next week, too.
I tell you what, those guys, Mike Beam and his crew, they were just awesome. And yes, when Craven goes by, attaboy, Ricky, we got the lead. Ricky, you guys are number 1. Thumbs up.
Craven out in front as the field comes to the restart. Jimmy Johnson is 2nd. Sterling Marlin 3rd. Jeff Burton 4th. And Dale Jarrett is 5th. The rest of the top 10, Ryan Newman, Bill Elliott, Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, and Robbie Gordon.
We know this 32 car, the Tide Rod, is very good on a long run. But is he good on a short run? Jimmy Johnson is going to find out quickly.
Ricky Craven started on pole in the March race here. And is he going to be able to hold the lead?
Maybe. Maybe.
Craven got swept up in an early wreck when Steve Park tangled trying to lap Stacy Compton. Craven got taken out in that accident, finished 41st. Behind him is pretty fast and furious. That traffic all mixed in and among the leaders there. It's Jeff Gordon and Bill Elliott for 7th and 8th place.
Bill's able to maintain that position down the straightaway. He got a good run off that high groove.
Kind of slid around behind him there.
Marty.
Sorry, Benny.
Go right ahead, Alan.
All right, you go ahead, Marty.
Well, I was just going to talk about that spring race for Ricky Craven. That's a very sore subject with this team. They felt like they had a car that could win the race. Like you said, Alan, it did sit on the pole. They've had this date marked on their calendar since March. They feel like they have something to prove here this weekend, and this is the same car that they wrecked in that race here in the spring.
You haven't given Ricky any more poison ivy lately, have you?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he showed me Friday a big rash on his arm.
Ricky bought some property from Benny, a couple months ago?
Yeah, and every time he goes out and mows any grass, he inhales just the fumes off of poison ivy and gets rashes on his arm. That's how allergic he is to it.
Yeah, I sympathize. All I have to do is look at that stuff and I catch it.
You didn't tell him that when you sold it to him, that was a problem there?
I had to mention it to him.
Okay.
I wonder if Jeff Burton.
Ooh, did he just kiss the wall there, Craven?
Well, he might have, but he's close.
That's going to happen here.
Do we have our Darlington stripe on the side of the time ride? Ken Schrader, yellow car in the middle there. He's the first car a lap down in 28th place, and he is fighting hard to try and get back around these leaders. Is that Ricky's radio we just heard?
Thought it was. It sounded like Craven.
Yeah, it's saying we just picked up the old Darlington stripe, I believe.
Hey, Weber, was anything wrong with the 99 car's tires or anything on that last pit stop?
BP, no. Frank Stoddard said they looked at all of them. They were all fine. The weights were fine. Brad Parrott, who crew chiefed yesterday's win, said everything looked okay. So they're happy that the tires are all right, and they're concerned, waiting to see if that vibration is gone.
Right now, he's running, again, very, very fast as he goes by Schrader in the 36 car. He closes up on the back bumper of the 48 of Johnson.
Let's check it out. Well, let's see. Is Jimmy Johnson going to make that move here? No, he's been looking inside. Check it out here. Off of turn 2 a couple of laps ago. Watch the right side of the 32.
Oh, he just kissed that wall, as Ray Melton used to say here, ever so gently.
Yeah, I think he just got the tire on that one. I don't know if he got into the fender. It only counts if you get in the right rear fender, right, BP?
Oh, yeah, you got to scratch the fender up.
So that's not even an efficient stripe?
Not official.
Not official, no.
You guys are tough. Johnson been looking low here in 3 and 4 the last few laps, but not quite able to make it stick. How about the 48 car, Bill?
Patience is the word that he's getting from Chad Canals. Just be patient. Let him wear his stuff out. And that was right before Craven went up and had his brief encounter with the wall there. But Chad also told Jimmy after that last pit stop that your tire wear is perfect. And Jimmy goes, oh, come on. And Chad goes, I'm not going to kid you. They're worn out. But we were getting close to our pit window anyway. The tire wear is perfect. This car is awesome.
Yeah, they're wore out evenly.
Yeah,
which made it perfect.
That's exactly right. If all 4 tires were worn evenly,
they wore out. They wore out very nicely.
Yeah, car's perfect.
Just past 150 miles of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington. 2 hours delayed by rain, but underway. Would you believe there's even some blue sky starting to show overhead? Primetime Top 25 college football returns to TBS Saturday night starting September 14th with the Big 12 and Pac-10 conferences. It's Big Play Saturday on the Superstation.
Better look out.
Get out. Get off the track, girl. Go. Hey, Jeff Burton moved up to second spot. Gets by Jimmy Johnson.
That is after the race leader, Ricky Craven.
Sterling Marlin back lurking on the back bumper of Jimmy Johnson in 4th spot.
Yeah, got those top 4 all together. What's that? Robbie Gordon pick up a stripe, I hear?
Let's see if it qualifies.
Wow, is Jimmy's car is loose all of a sudden.
Very loose.
See what happened to Robbie Gordo here.
Robbie started 22nd. He moved up to 9th, but first,
we're going to check out this battle for the lead between the leader, Ricky Craven, 32, and Jeff Burton in 99.
No, but Sterling did take the spot from Jimmy Johnson.
And here goes Jeff Burton. 1999 Southern 500 winners out in front. Ooh. And he had a nice little wiggle there off of 2 also.
Dale Jarrett coming pretty fast.
Weber, what's going on with the 99? They got to be happy now, huh?
Yeah, they're really happy now, leading the race. And Benny, Brad Parrott finished looking at these tires, and what they found out on that last set is that the left front tire was out of balance by 1 ounce. One of you drivers can feel 1 ounce.
Of course we can, Bill. It's a silly question.
Sure, we're drivers.
You guys all sticking together now, aren't you?
Hey, you know, the drivers also tell some rather tall tales. All right, let's go back and show you Robbie Gordon now that lead has settled down. Do we have the makings of a Darlington stripe?
Well, let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's the way to do it, Robbie.
That qualifies.
Okay. He's still running 11th on the lead lap.
Yeah, when you see the paint fly off.
How about it, Matt?
Alan, he came on the radio and said, guys, I just lost him, but we're okay. And this goes along with the fact that Robbie Gordon has a love-hate relationship with Darlington. He loves to hate it because he feels like it hates him. But he tries to go with Dale Jr.'s philosophy. Just keep telling yourself, I love this place. I love this place. I love this place. But it doesn't seem to work. But right now, he seems to like his race car. He told his team, these new tires right after his pit stop make you feel like Superman. Childress said, yeah, but you'll feel like Mickey Mouse in about 30 laps if you don't take care of those tires, Bill.
Well, Matt, Tony Stewart continues to struggle early in this race. He was tight, so they made the adjustments to try and correct that condition. Overdid a little bit. Before the last pit stop, he told the team he was loose, so they added wedge and made another track bar adjustment going back the other way, trying to tighten him up a little bit. So it was tight early for Tony and then loose before the last stop.
You know, these guys ran more laps yesterday in practice than any other team. They ran 138 laps, Benny.
And they were trying desperately. So now we understand they were just desperately trying to find that proper setup, something that Tony liked on this race car. And obviously, they really never found it.
Yeah, by the looks of it.
Stewart starting 4th. He's back in 21st place now. There are 27 cars on the lead lap. Tony is 15 and a third seconds behind leader Jeff Burton.
That car is sliding.
Here's 3rd place. Check that, 4th place. Dale Jarrett by Jimmy Johnson. So Jimmy's mojo's left him again.
Yeah, his mojo's gone.
And so's his handle. It's loose off, guys.
Marty, you got something for us?
Well, Dale Jr.'s running in 9th, and a lot of the teams down here, Dale Jr.'s team included, are saying that the racetrack is getting tighter. Now, I find that kind of odd, Benny and Wally, because the sun is coming out, which I think would make the racetrack looser, but Jr.'s not the only driver saying he feels like the racetrack itself is getting tighter.
Well, Marty, normally, I think this place here, whatever your car is doing when the track gets hotter or the sun comes out, it gets worse. And I don't know why but that's normally what happens. If you're tight, sun comes out, it gets worse.
In other words, as the racetrack is getting slicker, then the right front tire is just not gripping. It's sliding across the racetrack. Yeah. And that's picking up more push.
You almost said slicker.
He did. He almost said it. I'm disappointed he didn't say it.
That's wearing off on me.
Jeff Burton is out in front. 6th different driver to lead the Mountain Dew Southern 500. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
More drama, more attitude, more lethal than ever.
I give my right arm for a siren right now.
Mel Gibson, Danny Glover, and Chris Rock. Lethal Weapon 4. Next Sunday night at 8 on TNT.
The drama today on TNT is the Mountain Dew Southern 500 live at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. 2 hours delayed by rain. We're at lap 141 of 367, and Jeff Burton is the 6th different driver to lead the race.
And you see the sponsorship on his car. If you wonder what it says on the rear quarter panel, rear fender, it says MDA. Each year, Citgo puts that on at Labor Day because of the muscular dystrophy telethon. That's tomorrow, correct?
Right. And Citgo is the biggest corporate sponsor of that. By the way, the uniform and helmet that Jeff is wearing in this race today will be auctioned off to benefit the Muscular Dystrophy Association after the race.
Well, that'd be fantastic, especially if he were to win the Mountain Dew Southern 500.
But he's got a big silver car coming in the mirror fast.
Yeah, that's the bad thing.
Championship leader Sterling Marlin led the first 19 laps of this thing. Then he led a few more during a round of green flag pit stops.
Now, if this thing keeps going a few more laps, he may lead again because last time by he was about a third of a second faster than Jeff Burton. As a matter of fact, he's about a third of a second faster than anyone.
Yeah. Top 5 finishes in 2 of the last 3 races at Darlington for Sterling Marlin. Speeds at the line. That time Burton got him a little bit. Jeff Gordon showing up. Coming back in 8th place. Gordon was struggling a good bit earlier, but now he's chipping his way back up, but he's got to catch these two if he's going to race for the lead. Sterling Marlin chasing Jeff Burton in the Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington. 145 laps coming up.
Welcome back to the Mountain Dew Southern 500 in Darlington, where we have a new leader. The Winston Cup point leader, Sterling Marlin, is now the leader of this race. Just a little over a lap ago, he made the move around Jeff Burton in the 99 car. Looking to the inside, making the move down low, getting back on the gas, and then zipping by on the inside to reclaim the lead. Sterling started on the pole and now leads this race. Now we'll take you through the field and update you on how these cars are handling and what their drivers are saying. Sterling, before the last pit stop, was loose off the exit. They went 1 round down on the track bar, added 4 tires. He radioed in, the car's good. Guess that's how he got to the lead. Jeff Burton's last pit stop, 14.86. Again, they did have a left front wheel that was out of balance. That was the vibration. That has gone. Burton's car's pretty good, and he is trailing Sterling Marlin, currently running second. Matt?
Bill, Dale Jarrett's climbed to the third, but he's still a little over 4 seconds off of Sterling Marlin, but trying to close in. The car still fighting a tight, loose condition. They adjusted with wedge in the last stop, but he said he still can't get it back in underneath him. Marty?
Well, Matt, it was great pit work by Ricky Craven's team. A 13.6-second stop that got him into the lead, and it's a good car that's keeping him in the top 5. He's running 4th right now. He said, I'm going to cool it for a little while. I ran too hard for those first 20 laps. A little bit too tight now for Ricky Craven. Bill?
Ryan Newman continues to run very well. The car is just a little bit loose. He said the balance is good, but the car is just a little bit loose. That's engineer talk for we're doing okay as we close it on halfway here at Darlington. Marty?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. moving up to the field. He started the race too loose. They went too far with the last adjustment. Now he's too tight. They just need to find that middle ground because if they can make it loose or tight, either way they want it, Matt.
Marty Bellelli just climbed up to 6th position. Right before that last stop, he told the team the car still didn't feel right. Now he says the car feels okay. Possibly the tires just weren't matched the way they needed. The buildup just didn't build up. Trouble spin.
Todd Bodine, turn 4. Caution's out, and everybody else is going to get by okay. See who gets a lap back from the leader. Sterling Marlin is on the back straightaway. Mike Wallace.
He's trying, the 14 car, he's trying. But Sterling's from the old school. He's not going to let these guys just get their lap back. Well, okay, Mike gets one back.
Here comes Mike. Ricky Rudd.
Ricky Rudd got one, too.
I think he got it.
Yeah.
Third caution of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 is out. Lap number 154. Todd Bodine with his second problem of the day. He had a left front tire get cut down early in the race and made a stop on pit road that took most of that fender off the car.
Just like Bristol last week. Had some kind of problem. Some guys made contact with him. He spun, hit the inside wall, and 10 laps later spun again.
And that big hole there in the left front fender is probably about 35-40% of his front downforce is gone.
We're just past 200 miles in the race. Weather no longer appears to be a threat. Skies are actually kind of sunny. Not sure where that came from here around here this weekend. Just joining us, we started about 2 hours late, but we're going strong now and look like we'll run to the full 500-mile finish of this Southern 500. Now, last set of pit stops, Ricky Craven's crew got him the lead with a lightning fast stop. Let's see who gets the job done best this time.
Because every car on the lead lap will make a pit stop, change 4 tires, get fuel. And here they all come. All right, Marty. Ricky's there.
The Tide crew has been outstanding today, VP. 15.5 and 13.6 on their 2 stops. He comes in running 4th, too tight. They take a pound out of the right front tire. They contemplated the wedge adjustment. They will not do that this time. He said, leave the windshield alone. I want to save the tear off for later. Matt.
Marty, Dale Jarrett, his pit road in the 3rd position. They're going to make a track bar adjustment down 1 round. He said the adjustments last time did help, but it's still a little too loose, Bill.
Jeff Burton in the 99, Sterling Marlin in the 40. For the 99 of Burton, it is a track bar adjustment. Sterling Marlin got the rear air pressure in each tire, dropped a 1/4 pound to help him get off the turn. His car's good after it gets going. Dave.
Bobby Labonte had worked his way close to the top 15, but he complained that his car was tight on both ends of the track, still loose in the middle. How do you fix that? Jimmy Maycar tried by taking a 1/2 pound of air out of the right front, 2 rounds down to the wedge on the left rear.
Well, I'm glad we have that camera at the end of pit road.
Yeah, we have a conversation going on between Dale Jarrett and Ricky Craven.
Well, Sterling Marlin obviously was the winner off pit road, but
Jarrett got second.
Ooh, that's close.
Ooh, that's close.
Wow.
Gotta give that to Craven.
How you figure that?
Oh, look, right here.
Got there first.
Right there's leading that.
Well, an inch maybe.
That's all it takes.
I'm with Wall on that one. But they're still discussing
Nobody
it.
sold them yet.
Nobody told them who's got it. That's right.
All right, caution is out here in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Todd Bodine with a wild ride off of turn 4.
Back at Darlington under caution, Sterling Marlin continues to lead. Had an excellent pit stop trying to make his car a little better off the corners. The crew celebrating that pit stop that got him out first and kept him in the lead of this race. Let's meet the guys that got the job done.
Rick Reeling, Jackman, Marilla, New York.
Mike Atwell, rear tire changer, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Dwayne Trammell, rear tire carrier, Dothan, Alabama.
Jerry Schweitz, I'm the gas man. I'm from Waterloo, New York.
Mike Houston, front tire carrier, Concord, North Carolina.
Clay Robinson, front tire changer, Simi Valley, California.
Hi, I'm Mike Model, catch can man for the Coors Light Dodge from Hazleton, Pennsylvania.
And how'd those guys do? 13.81 seconds. 4 tires and fuel.
Green flag.
Close to that BP money.
Just 0.8 of a second off. Jeff Gordon had a great pit stop. I see those Rainbow Warriors got him out in 5th spot.
I'll tell you who else's crew gave him a great stop. Bobby Labonte. They came in 15th, put him out 9th.
And we don't have to worry about, oh, look at here, Jarrett going for the lead. Right alongside that 40 car. Oh, yeah. But Sterling does not want to give it up.
Might have to.
Oh, there. Wow.
Try it again.
That was point leader racing there.
But that was courtesy.
You want it that bad? Go ahead. I'll get you in a few more laps. Dale Jarrett, 7th different driver to lead the Southern 500.
And Dave, here at Darlington, we don't have to worry about whether the team changes 2 tires or 4 tires, do we?
Dave must have got
Is Dave still working for us?
Did
he leave the racetrack or what?
Hello. Well, I
There
need
you
an open
go.
microphone, first of all. But when I tell you what I tell you, you'll understand. The 18 car did change 4 tires, but this is the 2nd week for a new front tire changer, but a name we've heard before, Hollywood. Mark Armstrong made his way over from the 99 car to the 18 car. He's made a big difference already.
Lead change. Sterling Marlin.
Wanted it back.
Well, I told you. He said, you go ahead, I'll get you in a few laps. Sterling told me this morning his car was better on the longer run. Granted, we've only run a few laps here, but
Yeah, well.
that's longer than
Sterling
it was
Marlin
before.
today is putting his stamp on the championship battle. I think that's what this is all about. Is guys, we are the championship team. You got to come beat us. What happened, Wally?
I'm just watching back there. Jimmy Johnson slid up in front of Dave Blaney, and I mean, slid over Dave Blaney.
You saw a wreck that just didn't
I
happen.
saw a wreck and it didn't happen.
Yeah.
There's Rusty. Rusty got out pretty good, didn't he, in that pit stop? Where is
Yes, he
he?
did. 7th best.
Yeah. These guys did a good job. Let me show you. Let me show you what I was talking about.
Please do.
Here's Jimmy Johnson sliding up. No, that doesn't do its justice. That angle. How about a different angle, guys?
Oh, you're
humor me.
so picky.
Gee whiz, Wally.
I want the angle the way I saw it.
Well, nobody sees things quite like you do. Okay.
That's the other angle, Wally. Happy?
Sorry, guys. It was really close, believe me.
Maybe you want to go downstairs and direct this thing next?
I thought I was.
It's all about you. Bobby Labonte in the 18 car running 9th, while up front, Sterling Marlin putting a little gap on Dale Jarrett. Talked to Sterling this morning. Said, when'd you come here for the first time for the Southern 500? 1969. Said he was 11 years old.
Came with his father, Clifton Marlin, better known as Cuckoo.
Craven in the 32, Rayson Johnson there for 5th place. And Jimmy's through.
Just takes that spot away.
Talked to Jimmy's crew chief, Chad Canals, this morning. He said, as long as it stays overcast, we're going to be great. If the sun comes out, we're in a lot of trouble.
But really,
I bet they've been making some big adjustments.
I don't think so. This isn't really the sun. I mean, to us it's the sun because we haven't seen it this light in 3 days. But when they're talking about the sun, I mean, the sun needs to come out and really heat up the track.
This sun counts to that car. Because I just checked with Chad about that, Wally, and he said it was already hurting him bad, and that was about 15 laps ago. Just makes the car really, really bad loose.
Okay. Well, put your sunscreen on down there, Bill.
I agree with you, though. We haven't seen this much sun since we've been here.
Yeah.
Rusty Wallace, the 2-car, fighting his way back. We saw him struggling that first run, but here he is back in the 7th position, trying to take 6th away.
And here comes Ryan Newman, his teammate, underneath him.
Okay, Rusty. See ya.
Here's 2nd place. The Jeffs.
And Jeff.
That would be why I used the plural there.
I didn't hear the S, sorry.
Jeff and Jeff. Jeff Burton, 99. Jeff Gordon, 24. Puts Jarrett back to 4th spot.
Tell you what, in the opening laps when Gordon was sliding back through the field, didn't look like it was going to be a very productive day for him, but they have made whatever adjustments needed to that car. They've certainly hit him right, haven't they? So Gordon to 3rd, Burton to 2nd, and that about a 1.5 seconds behind leader Sterling Marlin.
And that's one huge advantage to starting up front, because these guys, if it started back in the field somewhere, 25th or 30th would be a lap down now because they struggled so much. But the fact they were able to start up in the top 10 did not get lapped. Webb, what'd you have for us?
On the 24 car, Benny, that car has been tight since the race started, and they've been working to try and free it up a little bit. They've got it pretty much where they want it on the longer run, so last time they made an adjustment to try and make that car better on the get-go, right after the green comes out, and it looks like they have made progress in that direction.
He's back to where he started. Took the green flag in 3rd, and he's running 3rd now.
But he is 2 seconds behind that guy, Sterling Marlin, and this car won the race here in the spring. This is simply a continuation.
Talked about Kurt Busch starting at the back of the field. He's made some pretty good progress, Matt.
He sure has, Alan. He's been fighting a loose race car all day, but now the concern is about the right side of the car. He got himself a Darlington stripe. The crew came over and said, hey, do you think you might be able to get a shot of the right side of the car? And there you go, guys. They wanted to see if maybe the tires were rubbing. 4 different monitors down here. You've got about 12 different people. And they say, thank you, Benny.
No problem, guys. I'll direct anytime you want me to. Just no problem.
All you got to do is ask, right? Kurt Busch started at the back of the field because they changed an engine. Yesterday, after final practice, he's up to 11th now with that pass on Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Sterling Marlin, the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship leader, is out in front of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. We're about 12 laps from halfway. The 53rd Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina is approaching its halfway point, something a lot of us never thought we'd see today. 2 hours delayed by rain, but now the sun is out, and Sterling Marlin is out in front of the field.
BP, when you ran here, you know how these cars slide up the racetrack? There's actually a cushion of air. You ever feel that? How when you drift up to the racetrack, see how Sterling's going? It's right before you hit the wall, the car actually stops, like there's a buffer of air right there. Except sometimes in turn 2, you go past that buffer when you hit the wall.
When you just drive into the wall, you're supposed to hit the wall. But I understand what you're saying. And yes, sometimes you would slide up there and just know you're going to slam the wall. As a matter of fact, a couple times I've closed my eyes.
Yeah. But you can feel it actually pushes you away from the wall a little bit. See how fast we're going here.
Closing your eyes when you're racing, that's not generally advisable, is it?
I mean, had to be there.
It's not. You just not for long.
I was so disappointed I didn't get to ride in the passenger seat.
Not any more disappointed than I was to give you that ride. 171 BP.
Okay. And really, truly, that should be the fastest point on the racetrack going in turn 3.
And that is pretty fast considering you have no tires.
Yeah, exactly. Because after all, it's been 15, 20 laps since we changed tires.
Actually, 23.
Oh, wow.
So I wonder how fast. So we'll have to check that with new tires.
Yeah.
Talked about Tony Stewart kind of struggling earlier. He's kind of on the march now, Bill.
He certainly is. He just told the crew it's the best the car's been all day. Picked up 5 spots on the track. Under caution, he told the guys in the pits, you're picking up more positions for me on pit road than I am on the racetrack. The car has been loose, but they've been working on it all day. Last time made a wedge adjustment and a track bar adjustment, and Tony Stewart is going in the right direction.
Up to 11th. Restarted 15th back at lap 159. It's one of the great things that you just have to love about this sport. Guys that you think are out of it, with these pit stops and the adjustments these teams are able to make to the cars, all of a sudden, here they come.
Well, and that's what makes the good team so good, because they can make those adjustments when you're out to lunch. They make those adjustments, and they turn your car that's not handling very good into a great race car. That's why these guys are so good.
And one thing that's so important to that is the communication between the driver and the crew chief, the guy that calls for those changes on the race car. And it doesn't happen in a race or two. It takes a period of time. When Tony Stewart says on the radio, the car is tight off turn 4, it takes a few races before Greg Zipadelli, the crew chief, understands exactly how tight that he's talking about.
Exactly.
And the aerodynamics and the tire pressures and all the different things that go into making these machines work, and these guys yet can refine them to the point that they can make an adjustment on a pit stop with air and improve their car's performance.
And like Benny says, you have to learn the drivers, because some drivers say, well, my car's loose. Well, with some drivers, that may be a little loose. Some drivers, that may be that you're sideways, and the crew chief has to realize how loose or tight the driver means when he says, my car's tight.
And all of a sudden, Bill Elliott seemed to be very slow up between 1 and 2.
Tony Stewart just went by Elliott to take the 10th spot away from him. So Elliott, who led 43 laps earlier in this race, now struggling here. And the 07 car, Ted Musgrave, 1 lap down in 29th place, going to go by Bill.
Hey, Ted's running good laps. He lost a couple laps because of a flat tire, I guess, but he's been running really good.
Kurt Busch next to challenge Bill Elliott. Let's check on Dale Jarrett here. 4th place car, running right behind Jeff Gordon. Still in pursuit of his first win in the Southern 500. Matt?
Alan, he restarted in second position. He's dropped back to 4th. They made an air pressure and track car adjustment on that stop. Todd, have the adjustments helped?
Well, they seem to. We started out, with the fresh tires, he was able to get by Sterling and lead a lap, but the car's just still a little bit too free to go hard. Still a long way to go. Long way to go here at Darlington, and the main lap is the last few laps, and you got to keep that car, the side on it, and keep that thing in the race. And we'll keep adjusting on it. The guys have great pit stops, so we got a great race car. We got a real smart race car driver here at Darlington, and that's what it takes to win.
The trend this car has seen today is the best near the end of a the long run.
And we have just reached the halfway point of the Mountain Dew Southern 500.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, they call it the Hallelujah Lap. The lap that the race has become official. And we have crossed it now, so this one's in the books today. There'll be no Monday matinee here in Darlington. I want to back up just for a second and talk about the conclusion of yesterday's NASCAR Busch Series race when the field was stopped about 100 yards shy of the start-finish line, coming to what would have been lap 74. And NASCAR said, well, the race is official because he's completed half the distance already, even if he doesn't cross the start-finish line. And it kind of set me aback for a minute because I always thought, well, no, he had to come across the start-finish line and complete that lap. But I went back last night and looked in the rule book, and sure enough, the wording of the rule is that once the leader has completed half the advertised distance, the race will be considered officially completed. So yesterday it would have been 73 and a half laps, would have been 100 miles here at Darlington, and Jeff Burton had completed that. So it was right according to the letter of the book.
You know, I understood that, BP. How come he had to go back and read it in the book?
I think the confusing thing that happened yesterday was, for most everyone, the fact that NASCAR stopped the cars just short of the line. It was like, well, we're not halfway yet.
Yeah.
Why didn't they go by the line and park the cars down in turn one? I think that they were trying to tell the fans, look, we're going to try to run this race more. If they had driven the cars down in turn one and said, okay, the race is half over, they would have lost 3/4 of their audience. They would have gone home because they were not going to run the race. I think by stopping, they were trying to tell the fans, we're going to try to continue this race if humanly possible. And it wasn't.
And they did, again, by the letter of the rule book, the race was more than half complete. And so things were good to go, and Jeff Burton got that W. Sterling Marlin is in pursuit of a W in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Just past halfway, he is the race leader here in Darlington. Trouble. We're under caution at Darlington. There's trouble up in turn number 2. John Andretti is involved. Caution is out.
And the smoke, I don't know, it appears to be coming from under the car like it...
I don't know if he wrecked or something.
Is that oil all up on the right front fender there?
It looks like it could
I guess
be...
He's got
well, no, he's got some
right
damage.
rear, obviously.
Some damage to the right side, so... Andretti thinks his day is over.
4th caution of the race.
Probably just trying to get some air in there.
Looks like Jerry Nadeau and maybe Steve Park also might have gotten a piece of things. And Kevin Harvick, too. There's Harvick. Look at that.
Got a big piece of something.
I wonder if something let go and dumped some oil and all those guys hit it and piled into the wall.
Well, let's take a look. Yep, something broke or blew up on John's car. Obviously, it looked like he probably dropped the oil. And then they all came barreling in.
And the mess was on. 29 there, Harvick, Park, Nadeau. And Harvick is going behind the wall, as is Nadeau. Marty?
Ricky Craven in 6th. The last 2 stops, 13-6, 13-4. Loose in, loose off. They'll go down on the track bar for Ricky Craven. Matt?
Dale Jarrett told crew chief Todd Parrott the track bar adjustment just didn't help that much. They went back up the track bar, so now they're going to put 2 rounds of bite in the left rear. He hits pit road in the 4th position, Bill.
Burton in the 99. A little tighter set of tires. 1 round in the left rear. As for Sterling Marlin, the leader of the race, he's loose. Gave 1 round of wedge, and again, he's going to beat him off pit road. Another great stop, Dave.
Bobby Labonte radioed in, I'm still sliding the nose, but as soon as I get on the throttle, it gets really, really loose. They made an air pressure adjustment to try to fix it this time.
First one off pit road is going to be Sterling Marlin. And it's a pretty close toss-up for second between Dale Jarrett and Jeff Burton. Who got there first?
Well, looks like maybe Jarrett did, yes. The real race was between Burton and the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson, looked like. Burton beat him by a couple of feet.
So Marlin, Jarrett, Burton, Johnson, and Craven
In the order they come off pit road. Add Mike Skinner's name to the drivers who got some damage in that wreck too. 5 cars in trouble here in Darlington.
The Mountain Dew Southern 500 on TNT. Brought to you by Team Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy will be there. By Walmart. Always low prices. Always. And by Applebee's Neighborhood Grill and Bar. Eating good in the neighborhood.
4th caution flag of the race for a 5-car accident up in turns 1 and 2. John Andretti apparently with something coming loose under the hood of his car, and the oil slick caught up Steve Park, Mike Skinner, Kevin Harvick, and Jerry Nadeau. All 5 of those cars are behind the wall. Let's have our Mountain Dew race recap and show you what's happened so far in today's event.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
The Grand Marshal won. Benny Parsons got the field rolling. They ran 19 laps, though, behind the pace car under the green and yellow flags. Tried to finish drying this racetrack after a 2-hour rain delay. Finally cut him loose at lap number 20. And Mark Martin got the jump on Sterling Marlin to take the early lead. Then it was Bill Elliott rallying his way up through. Elliott pushed to the front. Lap 92, Jimmy Johnson took the top spot away from Elliott, led for a little bit. Ricky Craven's crew got him off pit road first under a set of stops under caution for debris. He gave him the thumbs up. Craven took over the lead for a little while. Then Jeff Burton pushed his way past Ricky Craven out into the lead. So far, 7 different drivers have exchanged the lead 10 times. Here's another one. Sterling Marlin reclaiming the top spot. Lap 149. Todd Bodine with a solo spin. He had a left front flat earlier in the race that damaged his car. Nobody else involved there. Lap 160, Dale Jarrett took his turn out in front. Sterling Marlin back around Jarrett. 10 different lead changes so far. That was the most recent lead change. And then the most recent mess. Harvick, Hart, Nadeau, Skinner, all caught up after John Andretti apparently lost an engine and oiled down turn 1. All those cars are behind the wall that are involved in the wreck. Dave is there.
Kevin Harvick's got a ringside view to one thing that his guys do best right now. But he never wants to see him in this position, Kevin. This track's hard to drive anyway. What was it like with oil?
Well, obviously it went straight and wound up in the wall, but these Jim Goodwrench guys will do the best they can to get back out there. Thing's pretty tore up on the right front, and knocked the motor over on the left side and been on the crossbars, and the throttle hung wide open. So we were struggling a little bit with our car, but we had got it fixed and got a little better. But what do you do? John Andretti blew up, or an oil line or something fell off, and a whole bunch of us wrecked.
Kevin, we saw some major skid marks on the track going up to the wall there. What were you doing inside the cockpit to prepare yourself for the hit?
Earnhart always told me to grab the bottom of the steering wheel and hold on tight. So that's what I did.
All right, that's about all you need to know, guys. It was a pretty big hit.
You should ask him if he closed his eyes like BP was talking about.
Oh, yeah.
I can ask him that, BP said one time he closed his eyes before he ended up in the wall like that. Any eye closing here?
No eye closing. Not until I hit the wall. Then it was...
closed automatically.
Then they knocked him closed, but it's part of it.
All right, check out the guys in there. They're still going after it, working hard to try to get Kevin back on the track.
Kevin 17th in points coming into the race here at Darlington today. Still cleaning up down inside turns 1 and 2. They've got some of the jet blowers out to try and clean some of the oil dry and rubber off the racing surface.
Welcome back to the Southern 500 as lap 193 goes on the board. Sterling Marlin is out front. Dale Jarrett is in second. There's perhaps no more memorable race at this old famous racetrack than the 1985 Southern 500 held 17 years ago today. And you guys in the booth should know what happened on that day. That was the day Bill Elliott got his nickname $1 Million Bill. Now back then the $1 million bonus offered up by the folks at RJ Reynolds was a little harder to come by. You had to win 3 of NASCAR's 4 Crown Jewel races. Bill won the Daytona 500, the Winston 500 at Talladega, and of course the Southern 500 here at Darlington. And who can forget that famous shot of all the money raining down in Victory Lane? Now there will be another No Bull 5 event next week at Richmond. Mark Martin and Dale Jarrett are eligible for that bonus. Another couple of Ford drivers, guys.
And $1 million back then, BP. That was like $5 million now.
Oh, that's a lot of money. But that was probably the best and worst thing that ever happened to Bill, because it brought so much attention on him and his team that they just were not ready for. And they never had the success after 1985 that they won a championship and they won races, but they really didn't have that. They were not that dominant
that year. Yeah, well, even in '85, Benny, they won 11 times and still lost the championship. Perhaps because of some of the distraction that came from Labor Day weekend.
And winning that $1 million.
But it certainly did wonders for the sport. So much attention was focused on this race and that driver that weekend that it was one of the events that propelled the growth of NASCAR racing.
And right now, Bill Elliott has gotten to the point that he can win $5 million and can handle it.
Yeah.
But they struggled with it back in 1985, as anyone would.
I don't know how much I'd have struggled with $1 million. I'm still waiting to find out.
I'd like to try that.
All right, we're getting set to go back racing. Sterling Marlin's the leader. Dale Jarrett is second. Jeff Burton third. Jimmy Johnson fourth. And Ricky Craven is fifth. There are 23 cars on the lead lap. And they've just waved off the start. Sterling Marlin, I think, was the one who just radioed in that there's a pile of oil dry inside turn one he'd like to see cleaned up. So we're not going racing quite back yet here at Darlington.
Jeff Gordon has fond memories of Darlington. 5 wins here, 4 in the Southern 500, and a couple of $1 million thrown in along the way. Before the pit stop, he was running third. As you can see right there, he came out 11th. The reason for that is they had a lug nut hang on the left front tire. They took the 5 off, then went to put the new tire on, put the wheel on there, sized it up, and when they hit the first lug nut, it stuck in the gun. So they worked to get it out. Pit stop ended up 19.80 seconds. So that definitely hurt them, dropping Jeff Gordon back in the field. Matt, how about the 97?
Well, Bill, they were still working on that right side. Remember, we showed you the video of him slapping the wall. But the bigger concern now is the front valence. Jimmy Finnick told Kurt that it seems like it's bending up right near the left front corner. So they're going to work on that in the next stop. But another concern may possibly be the weather. The team feels like rain is about 30 minutes out. They've warned Kurt, as the 9 cars warned Bill Elliott as well. But Jimmy Finnick told me, we don't care when it hits, we're going to the front, and we're going to have to go fast. Dave.
Matt Elliott Sadler has had a steady ride now. I believe he's up to about 14th position. He started 25th today. I talked to Pat Trice and his crew chief. They've made good 4-tire stops. The last one to fix a tight condition on the car. They made a track bar adjustment. Interestingly, I talked to Leonard Wood, his car owner this morning, co-car owner, who's won 8 times here before with other drivers. They got it together this spring when Elliott finished second. That was his best finish here ever. And Leonard told me that sometimes it's just a situation where you need to get a driver, a track, and a setup all together. And this spring was the first time it really happened for Elliott and the Wood Brothers team. Alan?
Yoakum, did you just use the R word?
I said it's going to be a right nice day down here on pit road. I never said rain.
Okay, good. I was worried about that. You know, talked about Leonard Wood, the crew chief on this 21 car for many, many years. One of the greatest pleasures of my career happened last night. I inducted Leonard into the National Motorsports Press Association Hall of Fame. And what a thrill. What a great man he is.
98 wins as crew chief for the famed Wood Brothers team for Leonard Wood. As we told you on Countdown to Green, Dale Inman, Bud Moore, and pioneer NASCAR promoter Ed Otto also inducted into the Stock Car Hall of Fame last night. Ken Schrader in the yellow car, first one a lap down in 24th place, trying to see if he can get by Dale Jarrett and Sterling Marlin.
Jeff Burton, the 99 car, gets on the inside of Kenny Schrader. He's trying to catch those 2 front cars, running in 3rd spot.
Top 23 running on the lead lap. And we are just past the 200 lap mark here in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Weather conditions today must be
we got Craven up on the wall up there.
Scraping along the outside, but he got away with it.
Well, I don't know if he did or not, Alan. He might have hit it too hard. He might have knocked the suspension, bent the suspension on the right side.
Now, is that an official Darlington strike? You
Oh,
gave me
yeah.
credit earlier.
Definitely.
That might be a crash. I don't know.
I don't see any smoke coming off yet.
No, I don't either.
Which is a good sign.
Okay. He's fallen back to 8th. Bill Elliott right behind him there in 9th, and Jeff Gordon in 10th.
Bobby Hamilton slow off turn 2.
Yeah, he was the 18th place car last time by Benny on the lead lap.
Ricky Craven went through that cushion of air we were talking about. There he goes, right into it, right there.
Yeah.
And watch Tony Stewart in big orange.
Right on the left side of your screen. Oh, got loose. Up. He's in the wall as well. You know,
see if there's still some oil up there.
Well, it's oil dry or oil or something. It has to be. There's Hamilton up in the wall.
In front of you, easy, buddy, easy. Clear that away, that away.
So all those guys having that same problem up in 1 and 2. Obviously, it was oil that the crew missed. And 99 Jeff Burton is off the pace. What's going on here?
Caution flags out too.
I wonder if there's still some oil up there or debris, like you were saying, BP. And these guys said, "Hey, slickery up here."
The caution is for a report of oil in turn 2.
Okay, there you have it.
But what happened to Jeff Burton?
Right at the wall with the right side.
Oh, look at that. Look at the right front tire.
Took off and went straight, Frank.
What up, Weber?
We're still talking it over, Benny, but he did brush the wall.
Well, to answer Frankie's question of how bad is it, that right front tire that's supposed to be facing north and south has got a little northeast and southwest in it.
I mean, whenever you see 2 or 3 cars hit the wall within 200 yards in the same lap or two, there's obviously something wrong with the racetrack.
Yeah, he didn't brush the wall, Bill. He hit it.
So that's 4 cars on 4 lead lap cars in 4 laps.
Just change 4 tires first, okay? No fuel, okay? PK, tell the guy what you're gonna do. You go over with a stick on the other side. Just do 4 tires, and then we'll look at the toe on the other side. Put the fuel in it, and then let Andy know that after you guys put the fuel in it, then you jump back over. PK, you go with somebody to the right side of the car and do the string.
So they're going to string that car, BP, to see if they knocked the toe out when they got into the wall. Get those wheels pointed in the right direction.
Typical of Jeff Burton's luck this season. Bristol last weekend makes that charge up through traffic, running 5th, gets caught up in the accident. Here he's running in the top 5, gets into some of that oil.
See Tony Stewart also after his contact. He's in the pits. Bill, 20 car coming to you.
And Tony Stewart is in. This will be 4 tires and fuel. Obviously, they haven't been under green for very long, but they wanted to make one more adjustment. Tony's car was tight, then loose. They've been trying to tighten up just a little bit each time. Again, another adjustment, trying to tighten him up just a little bit. Pull the fender out on the right front because he got some damage when he hit the wall, and then he's on his way. So he got that damage hitting the wall, came in and got the 4 tires and goes back out.
Everybody else that was involved in those separate incidents has come into pit except for Ricky Craven. Ricky did not come down pit road here this time.
Hey, take the damage over there. We got time. Work on the fender, guys. Let's go. Work on the fender, please. Get the fender flat out there some, and then check the rear end eccentric, PK. Look at the rear end eccentric. Still pinned.
Bill?
Pull the right rear quarter panel back out. Make sure that's back out, too.
I won't get any airtime with Frank Stoddard calling this pit stop. But they did find work. They did it fast, and then they started to come back, and Frank said, no, go back there and check it again. Remember, he said during the Discover Card Countdown to Green, he came off the wagon last week to help work on the car because he wanted some TV time. That's Frank's way of saying, look, this is how it's supposed to be done.
Okay, now they're getting all the report. That's PK, Pierre Cutel, explaining to Frankie exactly what's damaged on the car.
Here's the chief mechanic on that team.
Run the rear end.
All right, so they continue to try and get Jeff Burton back in the hunt here. And we are under caution here at Darlington. No question, Darlington's totally NASCAR territory. Hey, it's the Southern 500. back at Darlington Raceway in the 53rd Mountain Dew Southern 500. Getting ready to go racing once again with Sterling Marlin as your race leader.
And Kenny Schrader in that M&M's car, he's still there, one lap down, trying to get it back. Kenny Wallace, the 23 car, behind him.
Jeff Burton going to restart in 22nd spot. Kurt Busch also with an extended visit to the pit lane, working on that front air dam and the right side damage from when he bounced off the wall a little while ago. He's going to restart last on the lead lap in 23rd. .157 laps to go here. Weather does not appear to be threatening. Looks like we'll get the Southern 500 completed to its full distance tonight.
Jimmy Johnson, those first two cars able to get by Schrader. Johnson, the 48 car, was not.
Man, tight squeeze in traffic there off of 2.
Hey, this is Darlington. It's never, ever easy here. All right, Jimmy Johnson gets by. I'm sorry, that was Jimmy Johnson had already got by. That was Rusty Wallace.
Yeah. Rusty, remember, had fallen back if you were with us in the opening laps. Now chipping his way back toward the front in that 2 car. Started 6th. He's running 4th. Never won here at Darlington. Rusty Wallace has. Sound like Yoda there.
And here comes Jimmy Johnson. Looks like they've made some adjustments to that 48 car, and it's working. Yeah, almost got the spot away, not quite.
Well, other thing is cloud covers come back over, BP.
That's the big adjustment they made, Alan. You hit it right, the nail right on the head. I said it, Chad Knaus. What'd you do to that car? You just pointed at the clouds.
Again, Chad telling me this morning that if the sun came out, they were in trouble as long as it stayed overcast. He thought they'd have a great car. The sun came out for a little while, and they were sliding back. Cloudy again. Here they come.
And Rusty Wallace, we know now that Billy Wilburn and that crew, Jeff Thousand, they've made some terrific changes to this 2 car. Because he really struggled that first 50 laps or so.
And Benny, they've been doing it really in bits and pieces because Rusty's been tight in the center, loose in and loose off. So they've been trying to fix 2 conditions. And as you know, that's very hard to do in a race car. So they've done it really in just little baby steps, trying to dial that car in, make it better and better for Rusty. The key now is it's definitely better the longer they go. And that's when some of the field starts coming back to them.
2nd, 3rd, and 4th running pretty close together there. 5th place on back, still bottled up in the lap traffic behind him.
On board with Jimmy Johnson. 2nd spot, looking back at 3rd. And let's see, that's a battle back for about the 9th spot. Oh. Mark Martin, the 6th car, trying to get by Craven.
Haven't talked much about Mark for a little while, Denny.
He's another one that ran so well early on, led the race, and then has been struggling since. And we see Jeff Green.
And he got into the wall up there in 1 and 2 as well.
He was in 12th place at the start-finish line last lap.
Not this time. Looks like he's coming to the pits.
Yeah, he hit that right front pretty good, it looked like. Yeah, that might not be facing the right way that time. Look at the concrete dust.
They may have a toe-out problem there.
Two tires and go. That's different at Darlington.
I guess it felt like they'd given up all the time they could afford, so after 2 tire stop, back down pit road goes Jeff Green. But he loses at least a couple of laps.
Championship standings with Sterling Marlin leading. Mark Martin running back in 11th place. Jeff Gordon running 6th. Sterling's lead coming in was 95. And he has led the most laps today, too.
He's getting that stamp ready, like you said.
Yes,
BP.
he's getting that stamp ready, saying Sterling Marlin, champ, 2002.
About to complete 300 miles of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington. You're watching NASCAR on TNT. Live on TNT from Darlington Raceway in South Carolina, the 53rd running of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Live coverage because we started about 2 hours late due to rain. Here's our Napa Field summary. 7 different drivers have led today. Sterling Marlin, Bill Elliott, Mark Martin, Ricky Craven, Jeff Burton, Jimmy Johnson, and Dale Jarrett. Marlin has led the most laps so far. And the only 2 cars out of the race, Morgan Shepherd, who went out with an engine failure at lap 43, and John Andretti also suffering engine failure at lap 190. 10th place here.
Yeah, Mark's been trying for last few laps. Looks like he's got it done this time. Got the preferred line going into turn 1.
So Mark Martin, who started on the front row, fell back as far as 17th, 18th place.
Junior got a good run through there.
Wow, that was a terrific run through there.
Where's he at with the leader?
12.3 back.
Not a straightaway.
Not a straightaway.
And it looks like Junior's staying about even. Running about the same speed as Sterling Marlin. Marty, what those guys saying down in the Earnhardt pits?
Well, it's been pretty much of a struggle for these guys today. They bounce back and forth between loose and tight, Benny. Junior said, I just can't be as aggressive as I need to be at the beginning part of a run. So what they've done, they've kind of gone back to the setup they had on that first run. Remember, he started back in the field, made his way up to the front very quickly, and that's what they're on right now, and it seems to be responding, especially now that the clouds are out. That's really helping these guys.
And you wonder, I mean, can it make that much difference? Clouds being over the sun, can it make that much difference? Yes, it can.
Here Tony Raines just put a Darlington stripe on his car, and he is off the pace around the inside of 1 and 2. Saw Jeff Burton get in trouble a little while ago when he hit some of that oil in 1 and 2. Bill, he's back on the track, but he's the last one on the lead lap.
Yeah, it's a really touchy situation, too. They had a bunch of concrete inside their wheels, and normally you're concerned of what that's done to, you know, how the tires are aligned. So Jeff's really just taking it easy out there. That's what Frank Stoddard said, do the best you can do, and if we get a chance, we'll work on it. But it's not going to end up like they were hoping.
Yeah, it's a shame.
You can see he's 1 mile per hour slower than the leader.
Normally when you hit, and when you take the wheels off and concrete comes out of them, there's probably a good chance something's bent under there.
Sterling Marlin continues to lead the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Past the 300-mile mark today. Can this be his day? As we come back to Darlington, there's trouble in turn 4. It's Matt Kenseth, and the caution flag is out.
Well, I don't think... he is going to get lapped. Sterling Marlin, leader, comes by before Kenseth can get his car going, but that's the least of his problems, getting lapped. Pretty heavy damage to the DeWalt Ford.
So take another one off the lead lap.
Left front's flat. I don't know if that happened before or after the crash.
Left rear's flat.
Right rear corner's all caved in there. The right front don't look bad at all.
6th caution flag of the race today. It's going to bring everybody to pit road with 1:32 to go.
Oh, the right front looks bad to me.
Right front tire's flat. I guess all 4 tires are flat.
Yeah, looks like all of them are flat.
Let's see if we can see what might have happened to Matt Kenseth, young man from Wisconsin.
Looks like he just got up in that loose stuff, which is really close to the wall.
Todd needs to clean his windshield, doesn't he? We could see better if his windshield was cleaner.
Here they come. 1:32 to go. Might these be the next to last stops of this race?
Could very well be, Marty.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. running 10th. Benny has not been happy with his stops today, with his teammate Steve Park out of the race pretty much for the win. He borrowed his rear tire changer and his rear tire carrier. A little bit tight for Dale Jr. They make an air pressure adjustment and 4 tires, Matt.
Marty, on the last stop, Dale Jarrett's crew gained him 2 spots on pit road. He is still loose, especially in the center of the corner. They make a chassis adjustment, 4 tire change, Bill.
Jimmy Johnson, 4 tires, 1 round in the right rear because he's a little loose. That's the 48 car. For the 40 of Sterling Marlin, this should be their 3rd in a row. Outstanding pit stop. Matt.
Bill, trouble on the 88 right rear. They had to borrow Mike Trower's air gun. Trouble with the air gun. This is going to cost them dearly for Dale Jarrett. Now 26, 27, 28 seconds. Losing a lot of spots as they're trying to get that left rear tire off. Now they've got it off. Now Jason Sheets has it on.
Man, how frustrating can that be?
He drives down pit road, and there's not another car on pit road. Up there, sorry, there is another car.
It's going to put him back about 20th in line. Came down pit road 3rd.
Yeah, came down 3rd.
And he's going to go out 20th. All right, let's check how they came off pit road. Dale Jarrett will not be in this shot. Not unless we wait for a little while.
Sterling, once again, comes off first. He went in first, comes off first. Ryan Newman, look you there.
Was that Gordon?
Looks like
Gordon?
Jeff
Jimmy
Gordon.
Johnson?
Yeah.
Rusty? Bobby Labonte?
And Bill Elliott. So Sterling Marlin holds serve. He maintains the lead. Troubles for Dale Jarrett, though, on this visit to pit road. In 3rd, out 21st for Dale Jarrett. His attempts to win the Mountain Dew Southern 500 taking a little bit of a blow here.
A very serious blow. Watch this. On the rear, Jason Sheets. There he is. He looks down. I got a problem. Bring me a gun. He's just jumping up and down. Finally, Mike Trower, the front tire changer, brings the gun around. He tightens the lug nuts. But he's got to give the gun back to Trower because he's got to go back and change the left front. And when he finishes that, they got to give the gun back to Sheets so he can change the rear tire. Only 2 guns allowed across the wall.
Yeah, and even if one breaks, you can't bring a 3rd one across and throw one back.
Ready. Green flag.
Once you bring those 2 across the wall, those are the 2 you have to work with. Ryan Newman now up to 2nd spot, highest he's been all race long.
Jeff Gordon, take a look underneath Newman, though. Take it.
New 2nd place man. Could it be after 31 races without a win, Jeff Gordon could do it back to back?
Hey, he's got a streak going, 1 in a row.
You want to talk about streaks. Jeff Gordon won the Southern 500 4 straight years. Never been done before, never been done since. Here he comes.
He's right there, right on that back bumper, that Dodge. Jeff Gordon going for the lead on the backstretch.
Gordon's out in front, first time all race.
Much to the delight of
trouble.
Some of the people.
Off of turn 2, Jerry Nadeau. 2nd time of the day. He just come back out from the garage a little bit ago.
Comes Nemechek to try to get his lap back.
Yeah, that's Gordon's teammate. Ken Schrader also trying to make the Bonsai run up through traffic.
And I believe Jeff will give him that back.
If they haven't already taken the caution.
25 did take the caution the first time, they're saying, so he's got to get back in behind Gordon.
Matt, what happened to the gun on the right rear on the 88 car?
Well, Benny, I spoke to Jason Sheets, the rear tire changer. He told me when he jumped over the wall, apparently on the wall is an electrical box. It hooked the hose. So when he got around to the car, it yanked the gun out of his hands and it broke the gun. That's why he had to borrow Mike Trower's gun.
But he had the lugs off the right rear first, didn't he?
Yes, but the button on the gun to push to reverse it back, it broke, so he couldn't reverse the gun back to tighten the lugs.
Oh, man.
Frustration.
Well, at least it happened under the yellow for him.
Never see Phil Horton, their pit crew coordinator, talking things over with Jason.
Don't think we'll see any of the leaders come in and pit here, since we've only just run a couple of laps under the green. And so far, no takers. 126 laps to go here at Darlington. Can Dale Jarrett rally from 21st place and still get to victory lane in the laps remaining?
Under caution here at Darlington, the field trailing the pace car, and the man leading the field is Jeff Gordon, who's had tremendous success at this track, as Alan talked about a little while ago. He might be one of the happiest guys at Darlington right now leading this race, but he's not the happiest. The happiest man at this racetrack right now has to be Todd Gant. That's Jeff Gordon's front tire changer. That's the guy that had the lug nut hang up on Gordon's 19.8-second pit stop. No problems last time. 14.2 seconds for Gant and the guys. An air pressure adjustment, a wedge adjustment. The car gets a little tight when the sun goes away. But Tony Gibson from this crew told me a little while ago it's all driver now. There's Tony talking it over with some of his other guys. He said it's all driver right now, and we got the right guy.
And Jeff Gordon now the race leader here at lap 243. I told you about Joe Nemechek trying to get his lap back coming to that caution, and said that he did not. He got the caution the first time by. That was the initial call from race control, but then they went back and checked the photo finish camera, and Joe did not get the yellow the first time, so they allowed him to keep that lap he made up, and he's now on the lead lap in 21st place. Next Saturday night, some wonderful short track racing on TNT. Coverage starts Friday with Blood Bowl qualifying, 3 Eastern time. Busch Series racing from Richmond Friday night at 8 o'clock Eastern. Then next Saturday night, the Chevy Monte Carlo 400 with the Looney Tunes at 7 o'clock Eastern time. Gordon and Rusty, Act 2, perhaps.
Back to Richmond.
That'll be fun. Championship standings now as we continue to follow the race for the title. Marlin second, Gordon first in the race, Martin is 8th, Johnson is 4th, Stewart is 10th. Everybody having a good day so far. Only guys on the lead lap who pitted are the last 3. Bobby Hamilton, Kyle Petty, and Joe Nemechek have fresh tires on. Jeff Burton also pitted. The hood went up on his car, and the crew continued to try and fix the damage from that earlier bounce off the turn 2 wall.
All right, they're all ready. Green flag. We're back to it. Schrader once again on the inside.
Been trying all day, hasn't he?
Been trying a
Get that
long
lap back.
time.
So exciting to watch.
You would have said that if I gave you a ride.
You might be surprised. I might have been screaming Yahoo inside the car.
Ted Musgrave got by Kenny Wallace. Trying to get by Schrader now. Here comes by Schrader. Oh, there we go.
Boy, that closed everybody up behind him.
That is for the first car 1 lap down. Those 3 locked up right there, 36, 07, and 23. In the meantime, they got the 4th place car, Jimmy Johnson, bottled up.
Not for long. Here comes Jimmy. He gets by Kenny Wallace in the 23. Now, you're right, Alan. He's still following these guys, trying to get a good run through the corners. Bobby Labonte closed up around his back bumper.
Yeah, Bobby just got by Rusty Wallace to pick up 5th. There's Bobby, 2000 winner of the Southern 500. In fact, in the last 2 editions of this race, Bobby has a win and a 3rd place finish. Having a pretty good day, Dave.
He's having a great day, Alan. On that last caution flag, he checked up a little bit and wanted to know if he had any damage on the car. He did not. Interestingly, last week in a checkup situation at Bristol, they did get some damage. They decided to come in and pit, and that's when he really fell back in the field and couldn't make his way back up. Today, they saw no damage to the car, so they decided to stay out.
Bobby Labonte started the race today in 18th place. Got his first top 10 finish last Saturday night in Bristol since his win at Martinsville in mid-April. It's been a struggle.
Sounds like Labonte and his crew have old momentum going for him.
Second place here.
And Sterling Marlin about to lose that to Ryan Newman. Well, maybe.
Tell you what they have lost. Contact with Gordon.
Yeah, he's pulled out about a second ahead of these guys. Make that a second and a third. Oh, yeah. Apron. What a pass. Unbelievable. Ryan Newman on the apron of the racetrack. I'm impressed.
Last caution came out when Matt Kenseth spun off turn 4 and crashed to the inside wall. His car's in the garage, and Dave Burns is there.
Part of the worst damage they're fixing right now, Alan, is they've got a right front hub assembly that is completely destroyed. Matt, what happened that sent you into the wall?
I just feel bad for these DeWalt guys. They worked really hard. We tested here for 2 days, and I've just basically my fault. Couldn't figure out what to put in this car to make it fast, and just trying to go too fast and lost control of it, so just my fault.
All right, driver taking responsibility on that one, guys.
That's pretty big.
Sounds like Marty in his go-kart, trying to go too fast and lost control.
Too fast for conditions.
6th place. Bill Elliott led early in this race, and Rusty Wallace.
You know, Bill Elliott was talking about the car just not feeling right, and I speculated it might be a valve spring. I don't think that was correct, because I don't believe this car would still be running your 150 laps later, as well as Bill Elliott is running, if it had that kind of problem.
Checking the interval up to the next cars on the lead lap. Jimmy Johnson, Bobby Labonte, 4th and 5th.
Okay, now, technically the sun's out.
It's coming, it's peeking back out, yeah.
So we'll have to keep an eye on Jimmy here.
Clouds have been make or break for his car's handling all day.
Jimmy Johnson claiming that when the sun comes out,
Let me just let you get the story straight as I told it.
Go ahead, Alan.
His crew chief, Chad Knaus, said this morning, if the sun were to come out, they would be in trouble as long as it stayed overcast. They would be in good shape, handling-wise.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You didn't give me 3 words out.
You said Jimmy Johnson said. That's wrong. Chad Knaus said. I can't cut you any slack. You don't cut me any. Jimmy running 4th now. Tell you what, Johnson and Ryan Newman, a lot's been said about their outstanding rookie seasons, but for 2 guys to come to Darlington and in their first race at this racetrack pull off top 10 finishes and be running in the same spot in their second races here, that's pretty impressive.
Well, these 2 guys have been, they're both, as you said, Rebecca's rookie challengers, but they both have been so successful this year and so impressive what they've been able to accomplish.
Jeff Gordon trying to win his 5th Southern 500. He's led 15 of the last 16 Darlington races, and he's out front with 112 to go. Jeff Gordon is the leader of the 53rd Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington. He has won this race on 4 different occasions, and right now he's out in front of Ryan Newman by 1.7 seconds. Sterling Marlin is faded 4 seconds back to 3rd. Jimmy Johnson is 4th. Bobby Labonte is 5th. And the rest of the top 10 are Bill Elliott, Rusty Wallace, Tony Stewart, Mark Martin, and Robbie Gordon.
Ooh, man.
Now, the left side doesn't look too bad, BP, but the right side is pretty dirty.
And this car's going down the back stretch. See, down the front stretch, it's not really a problem because the sun is at Rusty Wallace's back. Goes down in turn 1 at about 171 miles per hour. Up to 3 and 4, up against that wall. Well, let's don't hit that thing. And here's where the problem starts. As he goes down the backstretch, approaching turn 3, he's driving into the sun. And what do you see, folks? Nothing.
Losing a spot there to Tony Stewart. That was 7th place. But you'll notice there's a big difference in the quality of the view on the left side of the windshield, right where the driver is,
right,
than the right side of the windshield.
They just tear, it's like a new skin. They just tear that outer skin off, and you can see where they haven't on the right side, but they have on the left side.
And this racetrack, the surface is so much sand and things just in this area. Anyway, windshields are a problem. I can't imagine what they did before those tear-offs.
And a lot of the rubber.
Yeah.
Because the seashells in the racetrack tear these tires apart. You get a lot of rubber off the racetrack and hit the windshield. And it's just like all these little black dots on the windshield. So when you come in for a pit stop, one of the first things you ask for is, hey, get a guy to tear off the windshield for me.
Team Caliber 360 Racers got some tear-offs on it today, huh, BP?
Yes, we sure do. And here's what they do. They come in and the guy goes across the wall. NASCAR allows the guy to come to the driver's aid. He just rips it off. Hey, wow, brand new windshield. It's terrific. I wish they'd had these when I was driving. Why did you have those when you were driving?
Yeah, we did. We did have those.
Got multiple layers on there. You see one.
Let's try one more.
There you go.
Watch that. Rip it right off, huh?
Perfect. Perfect. Because we started a couple of hours late today, that sun is really going to get to be at a severe angle late in this race. I can remember watching the race here. I think it was the 86 Southern 500, Benny, where we had a long rain delay, and Tim Richmond and Dale Earnhardt and Bill Elliott all took turns driving straight into the wall between what's now turns 3 and 4. Because they could barely see.
Because they couldn't see. I mean, you saw what they did not have tear-offs back then. And you saw what Rusty Walsh was seeing out the right side of his windshield. Nothing. They cleaned the windshield with water and soap and what have you. But here, there's a lot of sand at this racetrack. There's a lot of grit coming off the racetrack. It hits the windshield. It literally sandblasted to the point that you can't clean it.
Jeff Gordon still running the fastest laps of anyone right now, expanding his lead over Ryan Newman with 100 laps to go in the Southern 500.
The Mountain Dew Southern 500 on TNT. Brought to you by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. By Jack Daniel's Original Hard Cola. Come as you are. And by Kellogg's Cereals, the official breakfast food of NASCAR.
Just past 350 miles in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Jeff Gordon leads Ryan Newman by a second and a half. Sterling Marlin, the championship leader, runs third.
But Ryan Newman is getting a little bit closer to Jeff Gordon. He's starting to run just a little bit faster. He's gained about a half second in the last 3 or 4 laps. There he is. Not that far behind.
You see at the top of the screen, we're at lap 271. Now 272. Jeff Gordon took the lead for the first time all race at lap 240.
You see that last lap, Ryan Newman just a tick faster than Jeff Gordon.
Let's go back and check on some guys in the backside of the top 10 or just outside of it. Here's Elliott Sadler running in 12th in the Wood Brothers car. He started 25th. Dave?
Alan, he was a little tight at the beginning of this run. Then he was all quiet because this run actually started, it was on a restart again, and the car was a little bit better this time. In fact, he commented in his best Virginia twang, got me a good restart that time. That's Elliott Sadler. As for the 41 of Jimmy Spencer, they've been working on grip all day long, but even after Jimmy reported that they had the best grip all day, crew chief Doug Randolph decided to take 2 spring rubbers out of the rear, 1 out of each side. And Jimmy reported back in, that's the best grip I've had all day. He's a little bit tight now. They want to make a track bar adjustment when he comes in.
Jimmy running right now in 13th place. Just behind him is Kurt Busch. He's had an eventful weekend.
And it looks like Kurt Busch is trying to take that spot away from Spencer, and does. And Jared tries to squeeze in there.
Flapping around there.
Rear bumper. If somebody got in the back of him, or when he slid up into the wall, it did that damage.
How about Dale Jarrett? Had those pit troubles at lap 235. Came out 21st.
There's the bumper.
I think that happened when he made contact with the wall.
When he striped it?
Yeah, when he striped it.
Tell you what, for starting last today, that's a pretty solid day so far, even after the contact with the wall. How about Kurt Busch, Matt?
Well, they did try repairing that right rear corner of that bumper where you see two big sheets of tape, and they also fixed that front valance, but apparently the tape is not holding. You can see it flapping in the breeze.
Yeah, they needed 170-mile-an-hour tape. They only had 130-mile-an-hour tape, and it came loose.
And Dale Jarrett running in 14th place now. I mentioned he fell back to 21st on his pit stop. He was third and had that air gun trouble, and he's trying to dig out of a hole. Got 92 laps left to try and get it done.
And there's the brothers Burton. Jeff in the 99 car, Ward in the 22. Bill, what are they saying about the 99 now?
Well, they checked the toe under that last caution, Benny, and it was knocked in half an inch. So they fixed it, Ward getting by him. He's out there doing the best he can. Obviously, when you hit the wall, the car's never going to be perfect, but they did fix it to the best of their ability under caution at a racetrack and send it back out. He's just a little bit too loose. They'd like to tighten him up. Marty?
Well, about 60 laps ago, I wouldn't have given you a nickel if you said Ward Burton would finish this race in the top 10. They were junk early in the race. In fact, his quote was, "The car's all over the place, Tommy." Talking to his crew chief, Tommy Baldwin. "It's out of control." I didn't think he would be the defending champion of the Southern 500 after today, but who knows? The car's really come to life after that last adjustment.
So Ward around his brother to pick up that 15th spot. And next in his sights will be the big brown truck just ahead there, next car up. Say somebody else having a good day who also put a Darlington stripe on his car earlier is Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, Robbie's up to 9th place. So he's running really good. He's running fast times too right now.
Just ahead of Dale Earnhardt Jr. there. Matt?
Alan, the team that Robbie Gordon had prepare his car for today, finished third here back in the spring with Kevin Harvick. I asked crew chief Kevin Hamlin, "What's your driver saying about his car?" He says, "Well, the car is tight in and loose off, and he just hit the wall again." I said, "What's that, like the 6th time?" He said, "Try the 7th or 8th. He says, "We're not going to win any beauty contest with this car today, but we might come home a nice top 10 finish at a place where the driver just does not like."
Troubles for Elliott Sadler. Was that left rear tire flat when he came around that corner?
I couldn't tell, but unfortunately, if he makes his pit stop now, he's got to make another stop before the day is done. Dave?
They're here, Benny, but the left rear looks okay. It does have the Goodyear knocked off of it, so he's obviously been in contact with something. Right rear comes off. It's full of air, too, so it must have been something Elliott was feeling. A lot of concrete dust falling out of that left rear, too. Actually, not of the left rear. That'd be the wrong wall. But he's back out.
Did you see the tire changer kick the car when he rolled out?
They've had so much trouble here lately. They failed to finish 3 of the last 4 weeks. And there's a lot of frustration there, I'm sure. Jeff Gordon leads. 87 laps to go. Can he pick up his 5th win in the Southern 500 and take a victory for a 2nd straight week this season? Coming up on the 400-mile mark of today's Mountain Dew Southern 500. TNT live at Darlington Raceway in South Carolina. A 2-hour delay for rain pushed the start of this event back, but the weather broke. Looks like we're going to see the full distance today. We could be seeing Jeff Gordon's assault on the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship.
Southern 500, Cale Yarborough has won this race 5 times, and Cale, all those 5 victories as big as they get for him because he grew up in Timmonsville, South Carolina, about 15, 20 miles from here.
Jeff, of course, his 4 wins all came in back-to-back years. 95, 96, 97, and 98. He's got 81 laps to go. Leaders all pitted at lap number 235. That was with 132 laps to go. That would leave him 2 equal 66-lap runs. We expect to see him in about lap 300, 301.
And that time, Ryan Newman was a little faster than Jeff Gordon going down in turn 1, but Jeff passed the car. It might have been... Let's try him going in turn 3. Yeah. Ryan Newman much faster than Jeff Gordon. 2 miles per hour. Is that 3 miles per hour?
Last lap, Newman ran 0.3 of a second quicker than Jeff.
Well, it might have been the 21 car that we called going through there because He's out there, Elliott Sadler, on fresh tires. And, boy, he is Superman now, that 21 car. I'm told when they're down in the TV compound that those numbers were correct. Ryan Newman that much faster going in turn 3.
Well, he'll catch him pretty quick if he's going that much faster.
We're creeping in on those what could be final pit stops if this thing goes green to the finish. So let's take a break here so we're back in time before the leaders head for pit road. Gordon's out in front, 78 laps to go here in Darlington. Coming up on the final round of pit stops as we hit the 400-mile mark of the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Jeff Gordon, 293 laps down. If this were the spring race here, he'd have just taken the checkered flag. Got another 100 miles to go in today's race.
And Ryan Newman is still a second and a quarter behind Jeff Gordon. There he is, Newman. Last time by, he lost about 0.2 of a second to Jeff Gordon.
Marlin still third. Jimmy Johnson and Bill Elliott making up the rest of the top 5.
We kind of seesawing back. Jeff will be 0.2 quicker than the next lap. Newman will be 0.2 quicker. But they're not really in traffic.
Now Jeff is going to run across some catching cars now. Bobby Hamilton, Mike Wallace.
These are the guys at the end of the lead lap. Hamilton is. He is 20th place, making 19th place. Last car on the lead lap. Mike Wallace went down a little bit earlier. He's in 28th place. You see Gordon's car wiggle there when he tried to cut under Hamilton? BP, you've been in these things many times. You too, Wally. You're after 400 miles now. You've been fighting this old racetrack all day. The tires are worn out. You've been out here for 60 laps on these tires. What's it like?
I was wanting tires about 20 laps ago.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon's situation. He looks in the mirror and he sees that 12 car getting closer and closer. And he wants something to give him an advantage.
All you're doing is, you're letting the car go where it needs to go. Like right here, you watch Jeff. The car will just slide up the racetrack, and you just got to wait till it stops sliding. Then you pick up the gas ever so gently, push that gas pedal down real easy, especially here at Darlington because there's no grip. So everything is almost like it's slow motion driving a race car here at Darlington.
Kyle Petty, 17th place on the lead lap, Dave.
And Alan, his earpiece fell out earlier in the day, actually during this run, and he cannot hear his crew. They have asked NASCAR and communicated to NASCAR to throw Kyle the black flag when they want him to pit. They're going to communicate that, and NASCAR said they would. So the black flag Kyle to tell him it's time to come in.
Wow. Yeah, that's a courtesy NASCAR extends to the team if they lose radio communication to help them get their driver off the racetrack.
Well, they don't want him out there running out of gas in front of someone and creating problems.
That is very distracting. When you lose your earplug in one of these race cars, these cars are so loud, it's very distracting driving with an earplug hanging out.
Kyle, pretty solid day. He's on the lead lap, 17th place. Not spectacular, but steady. And that's kind of been the mode of operating for this team this year. Kyle's, been fairly liberal about saying, yeah, last year we were really good at running, 30th. And then we got really good at running 25th and 20th, and now we're getting really good at running 15th. Dale Jr. in, first spot on pit road. Marty?
Wow, and he nearly overshot his pits. He had to slam on the brakes to make his pit stall, which is the first one on pit road, as you mentioned, Alan. Just sliding all over the place for Jr. Wants some more overall grip. They do make an air pressure adjustment. Again, has his teammates rear tire changer and rear tire carrier and Steve Clark, and a good stop for these guys so far.
Rusty Wallace is also in.
He just goes around the tunnel. Right sides are up.
They were looking to peel the windshield off, but I don't think he could find the tab.
So he's going to have to live with it.
Yep.
Final 67 laps.
Front tire changer done about a second or two. About a second quicker in the rear. 15 and a half, not bad.
Jimmy Spencer leaving pit road after his stop, and here comes Tony Stewart in. Jeff Gordon is also on pit road behind Tony Stewart. Leaders in. Go ahead, Bill.
Excellent point, Alan. They're going to have to be very careful here. Stewart into his stall first. They've got the car in pretty good shape after his brush with the wall earlier. It's just a little bit tight. Gordon now slowly creeping down pit road. Will have to swing around. It's 4 tires and fuel for Stewart. Gordon is just a little bit tight also. He gets tight when the clouds come out. So they peel off the windshield, make a half round into the right rear, come around to the left side. Remember, they had one bad pit stop earlier. They've had several good pit stops. This one seems to be going very well. The jack's down and Gordon's on his way.
15.1, not bad. Mike Wallace, who was right in front of Jeff Gordon, goes out right with him, so a good stop for the Conseco team.
Benny, I hate to give you the bad news, but it was a good stop after they put the hood down. Oh, they had the hood up on Mike's car. Marty?
Ward Burton's car's really come to life. He is loose off the corners, so Tommy Baldwin decided to take a pound out of both rear tires, and a great stop for the Cat team. Matt?
Marty, cloud cover and adjustments have put the 9 car back in the race, but the car then got a little too tight, so they had to make an air pressure adjustment to try to free him up. Dave?
For Bobby Labonte, air into the right front and left rear, air out of the left front and the right rear. The car sliding all over the place, still pushing the nose. That's the biggest problem for Labonte.
Ryan Newman has been in. Mark Martin is the leader. Now he comes down pit road. What should be the final stop for him, unless we get a caution flag, Matt.
And Mark Martin gives up the lead for what should be his final stop. No adjustments on the 6 car. They have been working on this race car all day. At one point, they went back in the middle of the race to where they started with as far as their air pressure and chassis adjustments. They have finally got the car where it needs to be, and he is good to go.
I love those jack men, don't you? Those big, burly guys.
Uh-oh. Is that Jimmy Johnson's? Yep. Back on pit road. Caution is out. I don't think anybody got caught by it.
That is left rear. Jimmy Johnson's left rear. Yeah.
Is he going to go around?
Yeah.
Well, it's too late now because he's already been lapped. Jeff Gordon has already gone past.
What is that?
It's Ward Burton's car.
On board the Cat Dodge, and saw that tire cap rolling down the backstretch. Man,
amazing. Thank God for interliners.
And he had just made a pit stop. I mean, it must have cut the tire down leaving pit road. He had just made a pit stop, not more than a lap before that.
And they just checked the photo finish camera and confirmed that Jimmy Johnson did lose a lap to the leader, so he's going to have to stop here in the front stretch, let them overtake him, and then come in and make his stop. Looks like the cycle of pit stops had been completed before the caution, so we're right back where we started from. Jeff Gordon leading in a short sprint to the finish. Upon further review, NASCAR has said that yes, Jimmy Johnson did get to the caution properly ahead of the leader, so he has come around the pace car, back up behind the field, and now onto pit road.
They changed that left rear tire that just, for some reason, went flat in just a lap or a half lap.
Pitted at 301 and at 304 had this problem.
Not sure, it just gets sideways and that left rear just separates.
I tell you what, it's amazing that he's able to save the car.
Yeah. Well, like I said, those interliners are great.
The tire within a tire that allowed him to run around and not crash or damage his car. And of course, that's that's one of the players for the championship. So that's a tough point hit for him. Johnson in 5th place coming into today's race, and now he's going to be back in 21st or 22nd here. It'll be 22nd with only 60 laps to go.
See, I think he was past the start-finish line in pit lane when the yellow came out.
Yes, he was on pit road when the caution flag came out.
Looking down on Darlington from our U.S. Army Skycam. courtesy of the United States Army and Army of One. Bill?
The valve stem is gone on the left rear tire of the 48 car.
Okay.
So he either made contact with someone or it separated, but they, other than that, they don't know. But the valve stem is gone. When that happens, the air goes, and fortunately, the interliner stayed up. So they caught 2 brakes. The interliner stayed up, and they didn't go a lap down. But that's making the best of what's a very disappointing situation.
All right, here we go.
Jimmy Johnson going to restart 20th with 59 laps to go.
You ready? Green flag, green flag.
Jeff cleared the lap down car, got a little bit of a break there because Ryan Newman didn't.
Oh, and Jeff Green, the 30 car, trying to get a lap back, squeezed Newman up against it outside retaining wall.
And that cost Newman a lot of time right there.
Jeff Green is the first one lap down in 23rd place. He's trying to get up there and see if he can get a lap back from the leader. Of course, if Ryan Newman's a little mad right now.
Yeah, I mean, because that's... that was a present for Jeff. But, Jeff's doing what he needs to do, too. He's trying to get that lap back. If anything happened right now, he's still close enough to Jeff where he could go for getting that lap back.
Bill Elliott right there in 3rd in that 9 car, just ahead of Sterling Marlin.
Okay, Ryan Newman now is just a tick over 1 second behind Jeff Gordon. We'll make that a 2nd and 3/4.
Has just come down pit road, very slow on the racetrack with some right front problems on his car.
It's almost 2 seconds that lap, BP. That's a long ways.
So Ryan Newman that time lost about a 1/3 of a second to Jeff Gordon.
So what about Jeff Green's role on that restart, Wally? I mean, he had every right to be there.
No, Jeff did everything he was supposed to do. He raced hard into turn 1 to try to get that lap back, so he didn't do anything wrong. But Jeff Gordon got a little bit better restart, and he was able to clear the car of Jeff Green, which gave him that opportunity to put some distance between him and Newman, because Newman and Jeff Green had to go by side through 1 and 2.
And right now, Ryan Newman, not one of the 3 fastest cars that lap.
Newman 25 car might have a tire going down. Coming out of turn 2 on the backstretch, he looked like he had his hands full. Joe Nemechek. Now it looks like the car definitely has a tire going down.
Caution is out. That thing's not turning.
And now it's finally starting. Something locked up. It's like
and he missed pit entrance.
That's the least of his problems right now.
Yeah. But I saw him get squirrely up there between 1 and 2. He got way out of it, saved it. Jeff just not close enough to get that lap back. Oh yeah, he did it.
Wow.
Attaboy.
Well, Jeff Gordon certainly did not want to see this caution flag.
53 laps to go, Benny.
And man, that tire was not turning.
I mean, the interliner didn't stay up on that one.
But thinking about that after I remarked on it, he probably had the brakes locked down trying to stop it to get to pit road.
Yeah.
And with no rubber on that thing.
Well, I think it actually went down going into turn 3 when I was watching it, but...
Now then.
Anybody going to pit?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good question. I wonder if any of these guys are going to stop. Obviously, the guys at the very back, Jeff Green, Bobby Hamilton, those guys might stop and get 4 tires.
All right, you're Gordon's crew chief. Do you stop, BP?
I don't think so.
What about you?
How many laps have we run?
We've only run
about 10.
No.
9 or 10.
I'm not coming in.
Mark Martin's the one on the apron, but he pulls back up in line, seeing no other takers. Tony Stewart's going to come in. Dale Jr., Jimmy Spencer, Jeff Burton, Jimmy Johnson, and a few others, Marty.
Well, Dale Jr. not very happy with his car right now, Alan, and the car for Jr. is a little bit tight in and a little bit loose off, and that's a big problem for these guys, and he's going to change 4 tires. He got a wedge adjustment, and that will be the adjustment for Dale Earnhardt Jr. He is not very happy at all, Bill.
And Tony Stewart's going to make his way down pit road. Again, they've been finding a tight condition on this race car, so nothing to lose here. Going to bring him in, try and free him up just a little bit. They got track bar adjustment. 1 round, then 4 tires, and then top off the fuel tank and send him back out. So when you're in the back of the pack, take advantage of everything you can. Jimmy Johnson was also on pit road. Tony's on his way.
You know, a lot of times the tight end loose off is because the car's tight all the way through the corner.
23 cars on the lead lap, 12 of them pitted under this caution, hoping those fresh tires will keep them off the road to nowhere. Next weekend, NASCAR on TNT moves to Richmond, Virginia. Bud-Pole qualifying and the NASCAR Busch Series race are both on Friday. And Saturday night, it's NASCAR Winston Cup action, the Monte Carlo 400 presented by the Looney Tunes. 7 o'clock Eastern time, starting with Discover Card Countdown to Green.
You got to look real close, BP, but there are 5 lug nuts there.
I know, but they only tied 3 of them.
They're going to get in trouble for that. They got 5.
They got 5 on there.
Trying to get the BP money. $12.99.
Yeah. I told them, if the lug nuts are loose, they don't get paid.
First car with tires is going to be Jimmy Johnson, restarting in 12th position. This could get interesting. Down to the final dramatic stages of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 at Darlington, South Carolina. Jeff Gordon, the race leader, but they're cleaning up the racetrack under the caution, and so this yellow will be extended for just a little bit. Drama basketball returning to TNT. Elton Brand and Team USA take on Russia in the World Championships of Basketball tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern from Indianapolis on TNT.
So who won that game last night between USA and China?
Team USA.
Oh, well, good.
I think it was 19-point margin of victory.
And the big, tall Chinaman that was the Rockets' #1 pick, did he do well?
3 for 5.
84 to 65 was the score, Benny.
3 for 5, I believe.
84 6.
I watched the game closely.
Oh, good for you, Wally. I missed it.
Should we tell people that
You're not buying that, are
you? You know how to tell Wally's lying? His lips are moving.
1 to go here at Darlington, under caution with crew chief Robbie Loomis. Jeff Gordon's been very fast the second half of this race. How good is that car?
The car's been pretty good, you know, when it's out front. We were tied all day back there in traffic. Like I say, up front, we feel extremely good about it.
Okay, let's go to Matt.
And Bill Elliott looking to win another Southern 500. Mike Ford, your man was starting to close in on the 12. Does he have enough to get the 24 as well?
Well, we seem to be real good on the long run. There through the middle part of the race, we ran a bunch of short runs, and you know we seem to fall back a little bit, but hopefully this thing will go green because we're good at the end of the run, and you know I think we can get both of them.
Elliott restarts in 3rd, Dave.
May car called for a lot of changes on Bobby Labonte's car today. Jimmy, how good is the car for the stretch run?
Well, we've been working on it all day long. You know, we've been on and off, and we've been really fighting forward bites. So we made a pretty big tire pressure adjustment that last time. It made it better, but we got to run 20-25 laps before we see how bad it's going to be. So hopefully we've hit it here.
All right, we'll see if they have, Alan.
23 cars on the lead lap, 45 laps to go. The first one who took fresh tires on this caution, Jimmy Johnson in 12th and Tony Stewart in 13th.
Okay, Newman, you're going to have to get a better restart. Need to clear that car, Kenny Wallace. Going to get it done this time.
Looks like he's going to be able to do it, but now Bill Elliott is caught up behind Kenny Wallace.
Running through the corner, okay. It's always so tense after restart over there. Elliott up under Kenny Wallace, not able to get past him. Here comes Bobby Labonte, working on Sterling Marlin.
Bill Elliott now clears the lap car. And Bobby Labonte has been able to get by Sterling Marlin.
4th place. So the 2000 Southern 500 winner creeping very quietly close to the front. Kenny Wallace had his shot at getting his lap back. Now he's getting out of the way.
And Jeff Gordon right now is just a little bit faster than Ryan Newman.
These are the guys who took tires. Excuse me.
Okay, we knew what you meant, Alan.
It's been a long weekend. Tony Stewart by Jimmy Johnson for 12th place. Maybe.
Tony Stewart on the outside has the momentum going for him and able to drive by Johnson.
Problem is he is 6.5 seconds behind Jeff Gordon. 42 laps to go.
Yeah, I don't think that 10 laps is going to make that much of a difference. I don't think he can make up that much ground.
If it's just the space between Jeff Gordon and himself, he might be able to do something about it. But it's that 6 or 8 cars that he's got to drive by to get to him. Actually, it's 10 cars that he's got to drive by to get to him.
There's 13 laps difference in the tires between Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon. There's Elliott Sadler, 11th place car.
About to become the 12th place car, 13th place car, as both Stewart and Jimmy Johnson go by.
Dale Jarrett marching by Mark Martin for 7th place.
Tony Stewart gets another spot, going by Rusty Wallace, puts him in the top 10.
Next in front of him will be Kurt Busch for Stewart to try and catch. And there's Kurt. So he's got a little ground to go. Not missing anything up front. Leaders still the way they were. Watching Tony Stewart try and come through the traffic on the fresher tires and see if he can make up a little headway. There's the coach. Watching both of his drivers have a good day. Bobby's running 4th. Tony's running 10th. That'll make Monday morning meetings a little easier to take, won't it?
It sure will.
And Joe Gibbs has had to use all of his people skills to manage his teams this season. Tony Stewart's issues have been well documented, but for Bobby Labonte, the frustrations in that team there, he's had to really work with them to keep it all pointed in the right direction and get him back on track.
Tony's about 0.2 of a second quicker right now, BP, than the guys that are on the older tires, or the 13-lap older tires, like Jeff Gordon.
Checking on Jeff. He's opened his advantage on Ryan Newman to better than a second. Bill Elliott running 2 seconds behind. Bobby Labonte 2.8.
And Ward Burton has moved into the 6th spot. All right, let's check the miles per hour at the line. Bill Elliott that time.
Get down to 10th, we may see a new number. No, third quick.
Third quick. Dale Jarrett, 7th spot. Second quick, but Jeff Gordon, the fastest car at the start-finish line that lap.
Here comes Dale Jarrett, trying to chase down Ward Burton and see if he can pick off a spot.
You can see Jarrett a little over 5 seconds behind Jeff Gordon. And they're running out of laps, just 35 to go.
Dave Jarrett's team has done a great job to overcome that problem. He's really driven the wheels off of that car to get it back up through there.
Yeah, Earnhardt Jr. doesn't look like he's capitalized on that last stop either. He's back at 21st. And he stopped along with Tony Stewart and Jimmy Johnson.
Yep. And the gap from first, second, third, fourth. Checking on back to this race for sixth. Here he comes.
You can hear Ward Burton just roll out of that gas. Give it to him. There's the waves. Thank you.
Dale Jarrett had problems on pit road at lap 235. He fell back to 21st at that point. Now he's up to 6th. It'll be one of those days where they come away wondering what might have been, and at the same time feeling pretty good about the recovery they did make. Especially if they're able to get it into the top 5. Talk about the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship here in Darlington today. It's Sterling Marlin led a lot of laps. Matter of fact, he's led the most laps so far today. If Jeff Gordon leads the rest of them, he will overtake those bonus points from Sterling.
And Jeff Gordon just 96 back. Was he third going into the day, Jeff Gordon?
Yeah, he was third, and he was 111 back. Mark Martin was 95 back in second.
So Jeff has moved into second spot if they paid points for right now, but obviously they don't. And Ryan Newman, he just cannot get away from Ryan Newman. And this young man is very, very hungry for a victory. Jeff Gordon talked about last week at Bristol how hungry he was for victory. Ryan Newman has never won a NASCAR Winston Cup event.
In his first Darlington appearance here in March, he qualified third. First Darlington Winston Cup appearance, qualified third, finished 5th. And that was after pulling out a backup car when they crashed in final practice in March. Today he's been able to run one car all day, all weekend. Started 12th, led one lap, and is running in second.
What's going on with DJ?
Well, I just wanted to tell you how much Dale Jarrett would really love to win the Southern 500. He says he never has, but if you look at the official NASCAR Winston Cup 2002 media guide, it says right here in 1965 that Dale Jarrett won that race. That's pretty amazing because in 1965, Dale Jarrett was 8 years old. The truth is Dale Jarrett did go to victory lane that day because his father, Ned, the two-time Winston Cup champion, won that race. And Dale was thrilled to be in victory lane that day. Not just because Ned won by 14 laps, but because one of the best shows on TV at that time was Gunsmoke. And the actors that played Festus and Doc were in victory lane. And Jarrett got his picture taken with him. Probably got his picture taken with Ned, too. Dale Jarrett never won the Southern 500, but he'd like to today.
He has won here at Darlington 3 times in the spring race. Right now working on Sterling Marlin, 5th place.
And they're going to be 3 wide. Well, no. I thought it was going to be 3 wide.
Not here, BP.
No, that's not going to work. But Sterling goes by Bobby Labonte, takes that spot away. Here comes DJ. Dave, what's going on with Bobby Labonte right now?
Benny, he radioed in about 5 laps ago, said it's going away again. The car is going away.
Lost 4th, lost 5th, loses 6th. Ward Burton comes by. Kenny Wallace in the 23, not on the lead lap. He's back in 24th place.
But this is what that 23 team needed, a good run like this that Kenny Wallace is giving them, up competitive with those cars that win week in and week out, letting these guys know, Felipe Lopez, the crew chief, and the guys know, hey, we've got a pretty good race car here as well.
Kenny to run that 23 for the rest of this season and has signed to run that car with the Stacker 2 sponsorship for the next couple of years for Will Davis. Jeff Gordon is out in front, 27 laps to go. Here's our last commercial break during Green Flag Racing. It's Robbie Lewis going to victory lane again.
The Mountain Dew Southern 500 on TNT. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Take it up a notch. No, take that 2. By Pep Boys. Help for your car is just a Pep Boys away. Pep Boys, we're car people. By Discover Card. It pays to discover. And by Ford. No boundaries.
22 laps to go in the Mountain Dew Southern 500. Time to pick out our Autotrader.com move of the race. We put Wally in charge.
I'm picking the sun coming out, guys, for the first time all weekend.
Yeah.
Well, that's not bad.
I'm in agreement.
Everybody here is happy to see that.
Yeah. Who'd have thought, the way the weather was yesterday or today, that we'd have gotten either race in. So the Sunshine gets our Autotrader.com Move the Race nod today. It's something we actually all agreed on.
Good move there, Wally.
I'm telling you.
All right, Jeff Gordon, slowly, ever so slowly, pulling away from Ryan Newman. 2 1/4 seconds.
20 laps to go in the Southern 500. Car doesn't feel very good right now.
Now, this is about the same spot. Tony Stewart was leading the 400 here in March, and this is about the time when coming off turn 2, a car spun in front of him, caused a big wreck. 5 or 6 cars involved.
Nobody's car feels good right now. I mean, they're all sliding. It's just Jeff's car happens to be sliding a little bit less than everybody else's, so he's probably feeling pretty good. As long as I'm sure his team is telling him over the headset, you know, you're leaving the 12 car, you're the fastest car on the racetrack, and that's something that I want to hear 20 laps to go.
BP, you talked about Tony Stewart back in the March race here.
About 20 laps to go. He's coming off turn 2, leading, driving away, and Buckshot Jones, the 44 car, lost control, spun in front of Tony, and he had nowhere to go, right in the side of it. And then Jimmy Spencer comes along, and Powell drives in front of the Home Depot car.
Tony spent the night in the hospital for that one and hurt his back pretty good.
Had to get out of the car at Bristol the next race.
Tony's still fastest. 32.1. The leader, Jeff Gordon, ran a 32.4 that last lap.
But 13 laps difference on the tires is not going to be enough to overcome the deficit.
Something's gone through the left front fender on Tony Stewart's car. Some piece of debris knocked a hole in it.
Maybe a bumper.
Could be. Last week, unbelievably, just the bumper somehow guard or whatever, goes through the left front fender of Tony Stewart's car and cuts an oil line.
I think that's been there for a pretty good while. Tony running in 7th spot, 9 seconds behind the leader. We caught a glimpse of Sterling Marlin and Dale Jarrett racing for 4th and 5th. Headlight cover punched out. There are Marlin and Jarrett. Dale's been the fast mover here in the late going in terms of picking up spots. And the other side of the coin, Bobby Labonte, continues to slide back. After Dale Jarrett got around him and Sterling got around him, Bobby's fallen all the way back to 12th.
Dale was putting a lot of pressure on Sterling about 5 or 6 laps ago.
And then something happened because, did he get the wall that time?
He keeps scrubbing off speed off a tube there.
If DJ didn't get in the wall, he did a very good job of scaring the wall to death.
Check our speeds at the line here to see who's fastest.
Bill Elliott, DJ, Ward Burton, Tony Stewart. Wow, we got to go all the way back to 6th, 7th, and 8th.
I told you Tony was quicker, but y'all didn't want to believe me.
Experience, you know. How about Sterling's car? He was so strong in the early part of the race. Now he's just kind of locked in there, 5th, 6th, 4th.
My guess is it warmed up. When the sun came out, it warmed up just a little bit and hurt his setup. Be just a guess. I'm telling you, I had a car in Atlanta one day that was perfect as long as the sun was up. But when the sun went behind a cloud for 15 minutes, my car was too tight. I became uncompetitive. The sun come back out, I would be again the fastest car on the racetrack.
How did the day end up? Sunny
The sun
or
was
cloudy?
out, and I won the race.
There you go.
If the clouds had been out, I wouldn't have won.
86?
84.
84, okay. You won here before, BP, 1978.
I don't remember what kind of day it was, though.
Yeah.
It was a good day.
It was a good day, yeah.
Any day you take the trophy home is a good day. 1978 Rebel 500. These two guys are kind of fighting a draw right now. If he can hold it together for the final 12 laps, going to be a good point day for Sterling Marlin. Another race down toward that championship without losing any significant ground to his rivals.
Tony Stewart is a guy right now I just love to see a caution flag.
Yeah, you got that right.
Would love to see a caution flag.
Would that make it interesting?
Oh,
Who
man.
hits, who doesn't? They're still wrinkling up some fenders here at Darlington. This was just a couple of moments ago.
Tony Raines and Todd Bonine. Wow.
Clear.
Clear, yeah.
Because he flew over your roof.
He knocked it out of the way.
Todd had that early flat tire and then the spin. He's 7 laps down in 33rd place. All right, look at this. Might set a record.
That is pretty strong. 23 cars around this tough old racetrack, still on the lead lap.
Well, there's time for Jeff Gordon to catch a few of them and put them a lap down.
Who's next? Bobby Hamilton?
Yeah, he's a pretty good ways in front of Gordon. He's about half a straightaway. Yeah, we might be okay there. It's been a very competitive race. Through all the delays and all the waiting and all the uncertainty of the weekend, the cautions kind of have been evenly spaced out. And it's kept people in contention. We've only had a couple of really long green flag runs here.
And Martin just lost 2 more spots as Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Burton go by. Man, that's
all
tough.
important points
right now. Starting to say it's just tough to see 6 or 8 points go by the wayside with just 10 laps to go.
Martin back to 11th and 9th. Marlin runs 4th. Gordon leads. Johnson is 9th. Who else? Tony Stewart is 7th. Everybody in the championship fight having a pretty good day. Only one that's really been struggling is Ricky Rudd, who came in 7th in points, and he's running back in 30th place now, a couple of laps down. Tony Raines giving away the leader.
I think that the lap cars that come up now will just get out of the way. I don't think they'll, with less than 10 laps to go, there's no reason to not get out of the way. Steve Clark just turned right down out of the way, let Newman go.
Even finishing second, what a great day for Ryan Newman. Obviously, he really has a knack for this racetrack.
He really does. I mean, this kid is a real deal. There's no doubt about it. Jimmy Johnson, his challenger for the Rookie of the Year, also the real deal.
That'll be Ryan Newman's 3rd runner-up finish of the season, if he's able to hang on in that spot. He was the runner-up at Richmond in May, Watkins Glen on the road course. That was a real surprise. And there'll be 5 to go next time for Jeff Gordon. Talk about a team that's made a turnaround. Here's a team who was struggling at the beginning of the season, not only not getting the on-track performance that they wanted, but having to deal with all the questions of what's wrong, what's going on. Brought a new teammate into the circuit this year, and it had to contribute to some of their struggles, getting the 48 car up and running, sharing space, sharing cars with them at the start of the season.
Never count them out, though. Not this team.
And, of course, the publicized things going on, and Jeff's away from the racetrack life.
He's about to break that streak we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, he's really on a streak now. This might be 2 in a row. Did I hear somebody say that he's done that 15 times in his career?
15 times he's won back-to-back.
He's led all but one Darlington race since the beginning of the 1995 season. He took the lead today for the first time at lap 240 after falling way back in the opening laps, struggling with his car's handling. They gathered it up, tuned it up, came back through the traffic, got some great pit stops from his team.
And obviously some great decisions by Robbie Loomis on what to do to the car to make those adjustments. And Brian Weitzel.
The driver's probably done a pretty good job too.
Yeah, tell him what to do, what the car was doing.
4 laps to go. Make it 3.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
That's the trophy.
Does yours look like that?
No. No, sure does.
Jeff Gordon looking to collect the 5th one of those.
Let's see if he can trade it in. Get an updated one.
Well, I won the spring race. Yeah. That's a problem.
People have been saying a lot that if Jeff Gordon could break through and get that first win this season, he might rip off a whole bunch of them.
He's well on his way. What, 2 more laps? Lap and a half?
A little bit of lap traffic ahead. The next one he'll catch is his teammate, Terry Labonte. There won't be any problem there. And he's up by 2 seconds on Ryan Newman. 60,000 here in Darlington. All rise almost as one as the starter, Jimmy Howell, gets out the white flag. Final lap of the Mountain Dew Southern 500 for Jeff Gordon. Going to be a good day in his attempt to win yet another NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. He will have led the most laps today and collect those extra bonus points in his attempt to overtake Sterling Marlin for the title. They got the breakthrough win with the bump and run at Bristol last Saturday night. There'll be no bump and run, but he'll have tamed Darlington Raceway for another time today. Jeff Gordon wins the Southern 500.
Back-to-back races.
Here comes a grand battle between Tony Stewart and Kurt Busch, and it was
Kurt Busch.
Busch beat him off turn 4.
Pretty good start last.
All of the championship contenders today finished well, with the exception of Ricky Rudd, but it's 2 in a row for the Flame Car. They're on fire. Jeff Gordon, back-to-back wins, and he takes his 5th checkered flag in the Southern 500.
May blow your tires on a burnout here. There's not much left, I bet.
Matt?
For the 16th time in his career, Jeff Gordon wins back-to-back races. What kind of message after last week's win and today, Robbie, does this send the competition?
We just got to believe. That was our message last week before the start of the Bristol race. We want to thank God for this day. I'm telling you, we've been through some tough times. This team hung together, kept working together. Now to be sitting here and won back-to-back races, it's pretty incredible. These guys did a great job in the pits. They propelled us to 3rd. Jeff saw that front from there, and he took it there.
The Southern 500, Robbie.
Gotta love the Southern 500. Darlington's always been a struggle for me. Being Victory Lane, it's unbelievable. Chad Canals, Jimmy Johnson, thanks for your help, mate. Appreciate it.
They went 31 races without a victory. Now with back-to-back wins, everyone's going to be wanting to know, when are they going to lose? Because these guys are hot.
Last time Jeff Gordon did back-to-back victories was at Indianapolis and Watkins Glen in 2001. Somebody striped the side of his car heavily there. Jeff Gordon is today's winner, and Chevy congratulates Jeff in the number 24 Monte Carlo. Jeff will tell you the only thing that comes close to Monte Carlo's reputation on the track is its reputation on the street. More champions depend on Chevy. We'll be there. It hasn't been all that long ago since Jeff Gordon has won here at Darlington. I think he's lost trying to find Victory Lane, though.
Well, I think he was going to do a donut or some burnouts, but someone said, Jeff, you need to get to Victory Lane. After all, it's after 7 o'clock.
All right, while we wait for Jeff to show up in the winner's circle, let's hear from some of the other top finishers today. Marty? Oh, okay. They're still getting ready. Jeff Gordon's going to move to 2nd in the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship with his victory today. Bill Elliott, a fine 3rd place run, Dave.
Yeah, I couldn't pick up his 6th win today. Bill, just not enough there at the end. What was your car lacking?
When I ran on, like when we'd start, stop, and run short runs, the longer I ran, the tighter I got. Getting down in the corner, I'd be loose up off. I felt like if I could have got on pressure tires, I'd have been better on a long run, but I got too tight toward the end of that run. Getting in, I was too loose up off.
All right, 3rd place, great for Bill Elliott today, though. Marty?
Well, Ryan Newman finishes 2nd, and it just seemed like there was too much ground to make up. How frustrating is that, Ryan, to be running the same exact speed as the leader, not be able to catch him?
Well, it's not necessarily frustrating when you're following Jeff Gordon at Darlington. The guy's pretty good here. And, the guys did an awesome job for the Altel crew in the pits today. We kept it off the wall, that's one thing, but you can win the race in the pits, and they did an awesome job trying.
5th and 2nd in your first 2 races at Darlington. I'm thinking that's not too bad.
We're working on it. We're going in the right direction. We just need to keep going.
Nice recovery after a 31st and 36th in the last 2 races. Alan?
And Jeff Gordon has pulled into victory lane after his 60th career win. He has now tied the great Cale Yarborough for the most wins in the history of the Southern 500. Seventh all-time in NASCAR Winston Cup victories. His 6th victory at Darlington in just 20 tries. Match that batting average, I dare you. Bill?
And Jeff Gordon in victory lane for the 60th time in his Winston Cup career. Went 31 races without a win, and now 2 wins in 8 days. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, what's going on here, man?
What is going on?
I don't know, man. These guys have come alive. You know, we've heard it before. You know, if these guys get a win, watch out. And I think we're just coming up to tracks that suit us. You know, we didn't capitalize on Bristol or Darlington the first time around. We sure are making up for it right now. But wow, what an awesome team. I mean, we got a little bit behind one time. The car, you know, wasn't perfect at the beginning.
How was the car?
It was real tight at the beginning of the race. And, you know, in traffic, I was awful. And on new tires, I was unreal. So, you know, once I got there to third, I mean, I just blew by those guys on new tires. I said, all right, I got to keep this thing in clean air. And my guys kept me in clean air after that and made great adjustments. Robbie Loomis, Brian White, so all the guys on this DuPont Chevrolet. What an incredible day for us. Awesome.
Second in points.
Wow. We're gaining. It's not easy to gain on Sterling. You know, he's consistent. They run good at a lot of different tracks. So, you know, we're doing all we can do. We're leading laps. We're, you know, fighting hard, and 2 wins back-to-back, buddy. I tell you what, this is going to do a world of good for us. We can't wait to go to Richmond. Let me just say thanks to DuPont and Quaker State, GMAC, Pepsi, Fritos. We got to thank Delphi last week, so thanks to Delphi. We got my foster grants, too, but thank you. The sun hasn't been shining all day, so I'm glad it is now.
Congratulations.
He got them all in. Jeff Gordon has won the Southern 500. Here are the final results.
Dale Jarrett in 5th spot. Kurt Busch, you see, just barely beats Tony Stewart. Jeff Burton, great 10th place run.
Never know. Might nominate him for the Golden Benny again next week.
Just might.
We'll see when we get to Richmond. 23 on the lead lap. New record for the Southern 500. And only had 6 cars fail to finish this race. Not much attrition here today. Well, it really was a pretty clean race.
It was a very clean race. Just that big wreck down in turn 1 where 4 or 5 cars ran on the wall.
91 from first to second. It was 95 coming in, so those bonus points Gordon got for leading the most laps, helping him out. And we take it on to Richmond and go short track racing next week. Friday night at 8, it's NASCAR Busch Series racing on TNT. Saturday night, Chevrolet Monte Carlo 400 with the Looney Tunes. Starts with Discover Card Countdown to Green. It all begins at 7 Eastern. Next on TNT, it's back-to-back episodes of Law and Order on the East and West Coast. Stay with us for the marathon there. While the rain let off, we got it all done, the full 500 miles today. And at the end of the afternoon, Jeff Gordon scored the victory in the 53rd running of the Southern 500 at Darlington. Sing it now.